own show coming up, right? So it's a totally different thing on Saturday, right? But yeah. um yeah, where are we here? Yeah, okay. I think I found my place here. Blessings. So okay, we got DeFreak in the house too. Right. But yeah, DeFreak, give me a second. I'm just gonna read this this Alul and play some music real quick, and then we'll continue here with your thing.
All right.
Yeah. So yeah. Um. So yeah, as excuse me. So as I was talking about Alul, right? So Alul has made several distinctions, right? He's made distinctions between the cultural aspect of man, right? And of course, the private aspect of man. Now, the private aspect of man that's part of this complex, the nation state, right? Where the nation is the cultural aspect, is totally taken over by the political aspect, which is the state, right? And the political apparatus is the technical extension, right? Because the state can be ruled by techniques, right? National whims cannot be taken under the rule of techniques. Neither can moral institutions like laws, right, that are based on the private individual decision-making process, right? So what is more comprehensive for technique, right, is the rule of experts, right? And of course, they want military technicians to take over the role of politicians, right? Just as they did in the Soviet Union, right? And I mean, so Lul comes to the conclusion that the rule of the future belongs more to Stalin than it does Hitler, right? Because of the preeminence of technique in the modern age, right? It will not succumb to the private individual in the decision-making process, right? So this is a fascinating conclusion, right? But anyways, let's move on here and look at he's not for communism, he's not for fascism, he's not for capitalism, right? He doesn't think that these ideologies give a precise explanation of the modern political situation, right? So he's introducing this idea of the technological society. But anyways, let's move on here. He says the influence of the technician on the state does not reside solely in the conditions he imposes through his administrative decisions, or in the schema of good organization he draws up. It resides also in the judgments he makes concerning governmental and administrative efficiency. I have discussed the transformation of the system of public accounting. A new and remarkable example of this is furnished by the Netherlands. The problem there is to evaluate the efficiency of governmental services as a function of their cost prices. Every organization, we are told, must in principle establish a valid relation among men, ends, and means in respect to their productive efficiency, productivity, which seemed heretofore a purely economic concept, has made its appearance in the last few years in the political framework. Right. So here is the one of the basic concepts is the enmeshing of the political and the economic systems. Right. And of course, the way they're enmeshed is that, the idea of norms and planning, right, as he says, right, you have to create, bureaus that assess economic productivity, right, so that you can put prices on things, set wages, and all these sort of things, right? So there's all sorts of planning that goes with international trade and regulations that go with international trade that require a technical framework rather than a political framework, right? Okay, moving on. He says it is necessary to evaluate the cost of every administrative operation and apply the law of marginal yield. Funds are assigned to each department on the basis of standard cost established through service. By introducing modern double entry bookkeeping, it is possible to carry out a constant inspection of activities on every level and to establish the relation between actual and standard expenses. In this way, the law of the technician transforms the administrative perspective. Every administration becomes an object. Okay. Let me read that again. He says, the law of the technician transforms the administrative perspective. Every administration becomes an object, as formerly the worker became an object in the tailor's hands. In Taylor's hands. I don't know who that is. It's written with a capital T there. I think he's referring to the political situation in the Netherlands currently. But yeah, so it says politics assigns the goal, but the technician but the technician dictates the means to the last dot, right? Okay, so a politician assigns the goal, but the technician dictates the means, to the last dot. We have a detailed description of this orientation in Gabriel Ardent's book, right? So this whole idea of the means becoming the goal, right? The means becoming the goal, right? So the politician could dictate the goal all he wants, right? But, that doesn't mean he understands or comprehends the means it takes, right? Obviously, the objective factor of power has to be measured, right? So yeah, he says the entire administration is only a machine whose operations become more and more rigorous. In this way, the ideal theoretical situation is attained in which, to use the words of James K. Feely Jr., the, quote, margin of chance between intention and realization, quote unquote, is almost nil. For according to Feely, the smaller this margin becomes, the more a check on execution appears possible, and the more the coefficient of predictability is increased. Such a situation would give maximum security in all the different administrative units, and what Feely proposed as a theoretical ideal becomes practical. The only price tag on this attainment is the conversion of the administration into an apparatus, the civil servants into objects, and the nation into a supplier of working capital. The nation becomes the object of the technical state. See, there's the separation between the nation and the state right there. Right, I love that line. The nation becomes the object of the technical state. Okay. Okay, and if you want to look at my old concept, I gave like like a dozen explanations, okay, about this idea of the nation and about political systems throughout history and how it became dislodged from the theological notion, right, of God, king, and people, and how the nation belongs to the people, whereas the state belongs to the whole apparatus of governance, right, the method of governance, right? So the state is about political techniques, right? The nation is about the cultural sort of destiny, or sort of ethnos, right, and language and all these types of things, right? Those are parts of nations, right? So obviously, the technical aspect subsumes the cultural aspect, right? And he says the nation becomes the object of the technical state in that it furnishes all different kinds of material substratum, men, money, economy, so on. The state becomes a machine designed to exploit the means of the nation. The relation between the state and nation is henceforth completely different from what it had been before. The nation is no longer primarily a human, geographic, and historical entity. It is an economic power whose resources must be put to work and to which a yield must be returned. In connection with this yield, the oldest technicians use the term maximum, but the newer ones use the term optimum. Maximum yield is that exhausts and debases the resources of the state in a short interval of time. Optimum yield is that attempts to safeguard substance and vitality. The typical example being the TVA. I have no idea what that is. Maybe he's still talking about the Netherlands, or maybe France. However this may be, we must regard the nation as an entity whose total resources are to be brought into action precisely because all the different techniques mutually conditioning one another have come into play once the technician has commenced his operations. He cannot recognize any limits. He cannot esteem or respect anything in the nation except the, quote, nature of things, unquote. This promotes the greater coherence of the state nation. Right? So he's saying the state nation has replaced the nation state. It's an extremely deleterious set of affairs, right? It means that our cultural aspect has been usurped, right? He said this promotes the greater coherence. Oh, whoops. Now we got the last paragraph here. So I think he just fell out by accident there, right? But we'll see what happens. But yeah, blessings. What is true on the national level is also true on the level of the international organization. In the view of radical setbacks experienced by political organisms designed to foster international agreement, it was decided to entrust further exploration along these lines to a group of technicians. It was believed that the international consideration of the areas to be exploited rather than purely national interest would be more propitious to an entente, E-N-T-E-N-T-E. I don't know what that is. Thus, in 1949, a great assemblage consisting of 550 scientists and technicians opened its deliberations at Lake Success. To consider how best to exploit the world's natural resources. International prospects of this kind are much less advanced than similar international prospects, and that reactions of politicians to the technicians are correspondingly more enthusiastic. This was evident at the 1949 Strasbourg Assembly of the Organization of European de Cooperation Economique, a purely technical group. The Americans were of the opinion that this organization did not progress as quickly as technical situation permitted. We are witnessing at the inception on the international level of the same takeover by technicians, which we have already observed on the national level, right? Look at the whole idea of the Great Reset and the Fourth Industrial Revolution, right? There's a bunch of technicians saying that let's try to decide, right, the way technology advances in these rich countries. Anyways, I'm all done with that. If DeFreak is available, or I know he wanted to do something there, but he sort of slinked away there. So I don't know what happened there. But yeah, we'll play some music. We'll see if anybody will come back in. But yeah, that's our little section that we had with the Lul. Right, so we'll see if DeFreak comes back in. If not, we'll move on to Shangzhou, and we'll see what's going on with that, right? But yeah, we got Shangzhou. We got some other obviously we got the ideas of Kaczynski, right? So we're gonna put some different things on for you guys, right? But yeah, but we'll see what happens. If DeFreak comes back, it's up to him. You know, and yeah, we'll see what happens. So I actually don't know what direction the show will take after this music break. We'll see what happens. Obviously, we haven't had that much participation today, but it's all good. Appreciate you guys. Yeah. But yeah, this is a little African chant called Basiku Koyate.
Boss.
Yeah, blessings, homie.
Fire away.
Yeah, of course.
All right. So we're into chapter 3. It's a pretty long chapter, so we'll probably do maybe we'll just do half, and then the other half, next time. But
So let me ask you real
chapter
quick.
1,
Who has this book? Does anybody have this book or
I don't actually have a
No, I mean
like a
any
physical copy.
group of Christians. Do they have it?
I don't think so. Maybe some. I think I'm the only one who's actually like talking about it or bringing it up or anything. But I think literally.
Yeah, I wonder if the Ethiopians, because they have Enoch. I think they have Jubilees, and I think they also have Maccabees or something like that. Some of the Maccabees books. But yeah, anyways.
Right. Well, this segment here is actually part of the Dead Sea Scroll, and so it's not been, necessarily part of like the other book of Melchizedek that exists. That's not part of the canon, but does exist, and that thing is like a monster in terms of, it's a very lengthy read, and it's also it goes into like how Melchizedek was like fighting for Jerusalem, and there's a lot of wars at that time and a lot of different battles with a bunch of different groups, and talks about a bunch of other stuff like most people don't have any idea actually went on or whatever. But this segment here was found in the Dead Sea Scrolls, like Cave 11 or whatever, and it was recently certified, like only about 2 years ago. So it being like widely distributed or widely even talked about really, isn't happened quite yet. Let's see if I can find exactly when it was certified, if I remember right. Might be in another link in here, but it's only about 2 years certified, which basically means it's been like, tried, tested, and verified by a university in Egypt, Cairo, and in Israel, because they usually collab to make sure everything like checks out. And so like it's not, I don't think it's part of the itinerary of any denomination or any like Christian sect or anything that I know of. And this post here is only about 2 years old. You see if I can find that, because it's got a lot of info here. But it's I would consider this still pretty fresh. It's to me it's a true blessing from God. He's filling in the back story, kind of like you started at Star Wars, Empire Strikes Back, Return of the Jedi, but there's also a whole like pre-story of Anakin abandoned or and how Luke ended up at his uncle's or wherever he ended up. And this is kind of like the fill-in story for Genesis, which is great because there's so many questions that we don't know, and some of the speculation has actually been pretty right on, but a lot of it is confirmed, with the book, and it just fills in a lot of gaps. It tells you, how Satan fell, why we have evil, the backstory of the actual creation of Adam and then Eve, and what they kind of were doing before their fall. Later in the book, it talks about Cain and Abel, and it's not just like, Cain was wroth and, he got mad and, am I my brother's keeper? And, the crow and right. And then you're banished or whatever. It's a lot more info than that. And, the other thing I like is that it's only like, what is it, 9 chapters? And so it's nice and sweet, and fills in a lot of the gaps of the story of Genesis, especially the beginning part. So you're not left wondering, like, questions of like the problem of evil, or why was Cain, why did he actually do it? What was the reason behind the whole grain versus the meat offering, the whole motive, plus like I don't know if you noticed, but like in chapter 2, God talks about how he feels about things. Like you get the inner thoughts and the inner feelings of how God feels about a lot of these different things. Who talks about, he how he loves, and the heartaches and the pains, and how he wants just good for everybody, and how he has where someone might think that he would be angry, he's actually just in pain within himself, and it really is a blessing, in my opinion, to find something like this. So okay, so anyway, I was going to say, you have chapter 1, creation of the universe, creation of the first angel, Lucifer. He was the bearer of light. He was the arbiter and the knowledge keeper of the light, and he would also administer and enforce the law of the light, which was love God, love thy neighbor as thyself. And after, I guess, eons of doing that, he got a little curious as to this kind of this tract, I guess you could say, this black tar pavement in the kingdom of heaven that was the representation of the darkness which contains evil. And so he asked God, hey, I think I know everything about the light. Why don't you tell me about what's in the dark? And God said, well, there's nothing there for you, but you stay with me and you're going to live. But curiosity got the best of him. He ends up falling, comes up with the actual quote unquote theory of the knowledge of good and evil. And now he wanted to apply that to the governing of the entire universe. Instead of only being able to do good, good on good on good, you have the option of, good and evil. So it got to the point where he wanted to implement that as part of the universal governance of the universe, that he submitted that plan almost like, like you would file in a court of law, a petition, or you would file a, whatever it is, a grievance, or you'd file against somebody. And, he said no, God said no. So Satan, he went around and he got his little, smear campaign going, and he was effective at it. Oh, well, God calls us free will. God says, he loves us, and we can't even as a trial. We can't even as a trial see what this was, what this would look like, or how it would be, or if it would be any good or benefit. And so he's not a just God. Well, the angels are freaking out because they don't know how to react to that because they only think of him as good. And so actually, he convinced the third, of course, that's the story, of them to defect and to follow him. And God realized that, he has to actually allow evil now in order to play itself out. And of course, it all leads to death, but he had to let that play out in order to be the most just, the most merciful, the most just God, and no one else could actually make that claim. So here we are, chapter 3, and we are going to get the creation of Adam and then Eve. And here we go.
Chapter 3. To be overcome darkness on the third day, the Creator continued his work, giving rise to the immense continents were still under the surface of the waters. With hands raised commanded, gather up the waters under the heavens in one place, and the dry land appear. In prompt obedience, the crystal clear waters ceded its position higher than the dry rose, overlapping them. In the lower regions of the earth, the waters continue reflecting sky glow, one refreshment to the thirsty creatures. This gesture of humility, the water prefigured the Creator, the great struggle that descend to the deepest abyss to revive thirsty souls in eternal life. Contemplating the face of that new world, God called the dry ground land, and the gathered waters he called seas. With his powerful voice continued commanding, the earth bring forth grass, the herb yielding seed, and the fruit tree yielding fruit after his kind, whose seed is in itself upon the earth. In obedience to the divine command, the solid surface of the planet took on all kinds of vegetation. Beautiful meadows to bloom, green fields interspersed with crystalline rivers, endless forests where leafy trees left tip of endless flavorful fruit species. The earth was like a screen where the Creator, through the power of his word, tinged frames peerless beauty. While the hosts beheld with awe the beauty of that creation, surprised to recognize about the new planet the Garden of Eden, where God's throne. The Lord, by the power of his word, had transferred him to the bosom of that special world, where justice would be confirmed in the government of the universe. On that spring day, the breeze gently caressed the green woods and meadows in bloom, flooding the atmosphere with soft aroma and freshness. Contemplating his work, the Creator happily exclaimed, "Behold all that is very good." Lush planet fulfilled another day in their harmonious rotation. The host's faithful could now better understand the importance of light divine. His absence was overshadowed that evening. The beauty of Zion. In this new day, the Creator expresses his great power, giving the earth lights that fill with light and heat. These lights remain forever as symbols of the spiritual presence of the eternal, which is the source of all light. Contemplating the dark and empty space that stretched around the earth, with a strong voice commanded, "Let there be lights in the firmament of the heaven to divide the day from the night. They are for signs and for seasons and for days and years. And let them be for lights in the firmament of the heaven to give light upon the earth." Immediately the space became forth by the glare of the sun and the reflection of planets and satellites. Given this demonstration of power, the host's faithful bowed in reverent worship. On the fourth day, the Eternal created the worlds of our solar system not to be inhabited like the earth, but for the balance of the system. Also, fill the sky glow, slowing the darkness of earthly nights. Opting eyes to the earth, the hosts were glad to see her radiant, raising his powerful hands. The Creator, looking primarily for crystal clear waters, commanded, "The waters bring forth abundantly the living soul." Immediately the waters became undulating by the presence of countless species of reptiles, happy and grateful, celebrating the existence a continuous swim and frolic. From the microscopic beings to large whales, all appeared in complete harmony, reflecting its nature love of the Creator. Eyes alighting on the atmosphere, Enil resting on the green forests, the Eternal continued, "Fly the birds on the face of the expanse of the heavens." Upon his order, the heavens were filled with colorful birds flying in all directions, had at heart a song of gratitude for life. This song filled the air, mingling with the scent of flowering bushes. Gazing with delight, his earthly creatures, the Eternal blessed them, saying, "Be fruitful and multiply, and fill the waters in the seas, and let fowl multiply in the earth." Jubilant, the hosts faithful witnessed the dawn of the sixth day. What would Yahweh in this new day? This question lingered in the minds of all rational beings. They were certain that something very special was about to happen. Raising his powerful arms, the Eternal commanded, "Produce earth living creature according to its kind, cattle, creeping things, and beasts of the earth according to its kind." His powerful voice was heard, and promptly, in forests and fields, we could see the result of his creative power. Animals of all species aroused a happy life amid a paradise of perfect peace. The earth had become extremely beautiful, which Princess adorned to receive their king and lord. Who would that be special? Moving himself with majesty, the Eternal fell to the glories of the new world, addressing himself to the Garden of Eden, the place of the divine throne. The angels of...
Yeah, so I just want to, point out like this story, it's not just some random like, book or supplement or what. It lines up with Genesis, like, pretty much right to a T. And so to me, it's pretty darn legitimate since that's the case. Now, what I would love to know is if Moses actually had knowledge or a copy of this thing, before he, wrote the first 5 books and, received the law and received the Tanakh as, the Torah, excuse me. Um, or if it, if those were two totally separate occasions. So that would be interesting to know, in my opinion. Any thoughts?
Yeah, I think there's also I think there's like and I think maybe some of the Jews talk about this Kabbalist, like there's a revelation given to Abraham. I mean, because Abraham definitely talked to God, right? And obviously he met the king Melchizedek, right?
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, there's a connection there between Abraham and Melchizedek. There's also the constant references to Abraham whenever they talk about the covenant not being for just the Jews, right? Where they talk about, how God made a covenant with Abraham, and this was before God gave the law to Moses, right? So there's a connection there, because if there's a connection between the law and Melchizedek, right? So it's interesting, right?
Yeah, definitely interesting. And I also love just the way, 6 days, the days line up with what we, see in Genesis, the seas, the creatures, the plants, the moon, the everything, right? So these are two separate drops of info or revelation from God to two uh, patriarchs, I guess, two of the founding, bricks or rocks of our faith and what we understand for the eternal realm. And it lines up. God is real. Like, thank you, God, for, like, being consistent, and being able to pull that off, right? So that we can have faith and that we know for sure, like, it's not just some, you know conspiracy. It's not just some, mythology. We're standing on solid ground. Here we go.
Light accompanied him reverently, pausing like a cloud over the skies of paradise. Whole universe watched with deep interest the unfolding acts of the Creator in response to the accusations of his enemies. The moment was decisive. Everything indicated that the Eternal demonstrate not be tyrannical or selfish, crowning someone over the hill Zion. Satan and his followers did not doubt that they would be given the kingdom and reign victorious within that ancient abyss where darkness and light now intertwined. The subjects of light quivered against this perspective. Near the source of the river of life, the Eternal solemnly bowed down, and with the natural elements of earth began to mold with great affection a special creature. After a few moments, he was lying on the body of the Creator, yet lifeless, the first man. The Lord looked at him, and after caressing her cheek, pale and cold, breathed into his nostrils the breath of life, and man began to live. As if awakening from a deep sleep, the man opened his eyes, and looked at the sweet face of his creator, who, smiling, kissed her cheek, now flushed and full of life. Thrilled to hear the Eternal say to him softly and full of affection, "My son, my dear son." Because he was born of the soil, the first man was named Adam. Taking him by the hand, the Eternal raised him. Without realizing the scenario glow that surrounded Adam in gratitude for existence, the Creator involved in a tender embrace, falling down in reverent worship. The hosts of the faithful who witnessed admired the great divine realization, excited before the human gesture, fell also in reverent worship, then joined voices in a song of joy and greeting to that special creature who awoke to life at a moment so critical to the universe. With a heart full of happiness, Adam joined the angels in their song of praise. His voice, echoing around the flowery, mingled with the singing of the birds and the lowing of animals approaching, admired up the lofty trees that packed the breeze, let the branches hang abundant flowers and fruits. Leaning here and there, attracted by the glow of precious stones that adorned all over the lawn. With intense joy, Adam took notice of the endless species of animals that populate the garden. All were meek and submissive, and lived in perfect harmony and happiness. Pausing in his footsteps, Adam wondered at the whiteness and sweetness of an animal that was playing on the lawn, came and took him in his arms, dedicating special affection. How nice was stroking his morning wool. His little eyes reflected a gentle glow of love and humility. There was something special about that animal. Sincerely, Adam called it Lamb. With the puppy in his arms, Adam looked grateful for the Eternal and worshipped him. Contemplating his alb robes, his expressive eyes of a matchless love, Adam discovered that he had in his arms a symbol of its author. Happy exclaimed, "O Lord, this coated lamb is white wool with expressive look, so much love, looks like you. I want to always have it with me." Observing the animals, Adam realized that they enjoyed a special camaraderie. Via everywhere happy couples who lived for each other. His thoughts turned to his partner, looked round about and was surprised not to see him, if the Lord had purposely concealed by becoming invisible. Adam felt lonely in the midst of this paradise. Who would share their happiness and love? There were animals, but they were irrational and cannot share their ideals. I was born in your heart. When walking alone that evening, a burning desire to find someone who could always be by his side. While Adam to his side and told him, "It is not good that man should be alone, for you'll a companion." Adam was happy to hear this promise of the Creator, just when you longed to have someone to always be visible next to him. Taken by a deep sleep, Adam leaned back in the bosom of his loving Creator, who with caresses did fall asleep. In his subconscious were the first colored dreams, includes the sweet look of the Eternal, hear the harmonious sound of angelic music, discovers the wonders round about, Mount Zion with its rainbow, the river of life, the meadows in bloom, the animals that greet his gaze, extends over grassy meadows, hills in the distance devising flowering. While hiking hopeful, feel the gentle breeze stroking her soft hair. Conversation with the breeze. Breeze, you seem to be those who both seek. You me stroking her hair, kisses my face. You have the scent of green forests. If I could see her face, kissing her, would if I could touch their hair. Make long braids, and would grace with flowers from our garden. After walking through the meadows, dream of paradise, Adam paused as he looked around the landscape. Marveled not see the effect of the breeze in the flowering branches, but how if felt warmly on his face. Then began to awaken from his dream. Even with eyes closed, remembered the moment. Sleepy, leaned on the breast of the Eternal. It would be a breeze, stroking of his hands. With this quest, opened his eyes and thrilled to contemplate a beautiful woman with hands scented, stroked her cheek lovingly. It was the breath of his dream, the promise of a Creator who just wanted to make him happy. Now Adam was full as was Eve, who was flesh of his flesh and bone of his bone. Taking her by the hand, Adam invited her for a tour of unforgettable surprises, show his partner the beauties of his home. Eva had touched up every step, attracted by the flowers that gave off sweet perfumes. Birds warbled by cheerful songs, the animals that followed them submissive, the vegetation rich hues, by the clear waters of the river of life that flowed cascading Hill Zion in paradise. Everything was perfect and beautiful, but nothing matched the human being created in the image of Yahweh. They turned to each other in awe and caresses, packaged for this love, remained until sunset. With delight, the young couple began to contemplate the setting sun through pink rays tinged the sky in gorgeous afterglow. It was the sixth day came to its end, giving way to hours of a special day, Saturday. That day in meaning to be solemn all the subjects of the eternal, since its dawn would bring victory to the kingdom of light. The sun, which during the sixth day rejoiced nature with its brightness and warmth, hid himself, leaving her cold shadows. The cheerful birds silent.
Oops, sorry about that. Real quick, just want to point out, like, there's from time to time like these big discussions about the name of God and trying to like pinpoint a single like descriptor of God. And one thing that we see here is, we see him called the Eternal, and in the previous page, you saw that we're made in the image of Yahweh, right? But these are both the same God, just different ways of describing that part of God that, let's just say, performed a certain um, manifestation or part of creation or whatnot. So you have the eternal, who is the source of the source of, he's the original originator, but he can take on agencies that represent him as himself. And we saw that Yahweh is one of those kind of, I guess, humanoid God creatures that you know uses the name Yahweh. And we'll see like angel of the Lord. We'll see Jehovah, right? And these all these different names for God, and a lot of people really like make a big deal about it and want to play semantics and try and argue with you or whatnot. But it really doesn't matter. I think as long as we all know who like we're talking about, however you've come to know that God is what you should call him. It shouldn't be a name contest or whatever. The Quran talks about this. It says, to him is given all the best names, and those who deviate or try to deceive or otherwise finagle the name of God for their own kind of like personal ministry or whatever, uh, they will be judged for that, unfortunately. And the reason I say that, and feel that way is because however he reveals himself to you is how you want to interface with him. Okay. And then ultimately what's going to happen is Zechariah 9:14. He says that in that day when he comes back or he's doing his thing, there's going to be one name for God, and we're all going to be one shepherd, one people, one king, and he'll give himself the one name that we are all going to call him at that point. Any thoughts?
Yeah, it's interesting here how in the garden it's describing all of these natural items, right? Rivers, birds, animals, right? Lush forests of greenery, right? So it's just interesting that heaven is a sort of green alchemy, right? Whereas, heaven's not like this, technological utopia, right? It's just
Mm,
interesting to note that, right? Right, that heaven is
yeah.
um, um, I mean, it's a metaphor for nature itself, right? Like I said earlier to somebody in the Discord, I said, nature is the sister of heaven, right? It would have to be even in a way.
Yeah, that's a good point. I appreciate you bringing that up. Yeah, 100%. All right, here we go.
Silencing her trills, sought their nests while the other animals are collected. Only the couple remained motionless, looking sight, the last flicker in the fading horizon, the hope of a new dawn. Inquired the meaning of darkness when through the branches saw a beautiful moonlight whose silvery rays nature bathed in soft light. The entire sky was lit by the glow of the stars. Admired found that the night was only darkness when he looked down. Adam and Eve in their innocence did not know that night symbolized the bleak future of humanity. When understood, would be comforted to contemplate the splendor of the heavens. The moonlight talk of hope, and the twinkling stars testify the interest of the hosts of light in them, clarify the moral darkness, giving encouragement to sinners. But only those who would be enlightened, averting his eyes from the earth, behold the heavens. After contemplating for a while the sky and their luminosity, the couple, remembering the beauty of paradise, turned his eyes, searching them currency. But they were hidden in the shadows. Longed as the dawn, because only he would bring paradise. Before the yearning of the human heart, the Eternal appeared in the midst of darkness, returning to the couple the joy of meeting again in a colorful garden. Bathed in soft light, now walked through meadows, green and flowery. The brightness of the Creator awakened nature wherever they went, coloring and brightening all round about. The couple, admired, learned that beside the Eternal could have a paradise in the night. Feeling sleepy, Adam and Eve leaned back in the lap of the loving Father, who was sleeping sweetly, hopeful, happy mornings. Lying down on the soft grass, the Eternal amounted, if going with the hosts, contemplative. Would manifest him at dawn, making the couple wake up to the most solemn event, which would reduce to dust the vile accusations of enemies. The cold, dark night, through their long hours, seemed to mock the light.
So real quick, a line like that would freak out a good portion of Christians or any believer in God, just because, God doesn't sleep. Why would God be sleeping? He's the consuming fire of, heaven and earth, and but that's true. That's true. But hey, sleep is useful. Like maybe he was just chilling out or whatever. You're telling me God can't sleep? Especially if he's got, a couple of cuddle bugs with him, whatever. I don't know. But, I'm sure that at one point in time, this is going to be, debated, or it's going to be an issue, where it says, uh, they were all sleeping together, but I don't think it's a big deal. TML.
Yeah, I gotta love it. I mean, it's interesting, the whole idea of just just laying around, just frolicking, right? Not really having much to do, not really being bored, right? But just sitting there in the grass, and right, that is just a fascinating image, and right, and I think a very potent image, and right, in terms of right, there's just not a lot going on, right? It's very sort of sentimental, right? It even says sweetly hopeful, happy mornings. I was like, whoa, that's like a lot of it.
Yeah, that's beautiful language, and it also, kind of paints a picture of getting to know each other and a backstory, and it wasn't just like step one, step two, 1, 2, 3, and then devil and then fall, child pangs and birth. They hung up. There's a whole kind of eternity of time in heaven that this all took place, and this is our legacy, our history, our cemented, sealed in eternal time testimony of mankind. So it's very, it's meaningful. All right, here we go.
Forever overshadow the beauty of creation? Oh, never. The sun would not back down before the majesty of darkness will soon emerge as a liberator, snatching with his warm rays of the nature of cold claws, giving it life and color. In a final challenge, the darkness became dense in the hours before dawn. The night enlists his forces to fight for dominance usurped. Finally, in the east, came a glimmer of hope that seemed to speak in a new day. The sky gradually became colored bright red. Darkness fell powerless before the growing strength of the light and was consumed on their trail. The nature began to awaken from the long night, reflecting on her breast the longing rays. Flowers opened, exhaling scents of joy. Animals and birds silenced the night, joined their voices in song and triumphant salute to the dawn of that great day. The dark night was over, giving way to the light of day, dreaming. Day to Yahweh had special meaning because it prefigured the final victory of his kingdom on the field of rebellion. The Eternal now awakened his human children who, bathed by the light of his presence, had fallen asleep in the hope of a happy dawn. In a festive march, all holy hosts, with songs of victory, followed him into the paradise bathed. How soon will shine a cherished morning, bringing in its light, sweet paradise lost that night. With joy, the couple welcomed the divine Creator, joining the angels in triumphal anthems. The universe lived a truly solemn moment. That morning festive, God would reveal the greatness of his character, which is justice and love. Accusations that his government was selfishness and tyranny would be refuted. The eyes of all rational creatures of the vast universe, God led the young couple to Mount Zion, the place of the divine throne. There, in the thrill of the hosts muted, the Creator, a surprising gesture, covered the man with the royal mantle, put on his head the crown which was coveted by Lucifer. Driven by deep gratitude for the supreme honor conferred, Adam and Eve fell down reverently at the feet of the Creator, deposing his precious crown in sign of submission. Followed this human gesture a shout of victory that shook the whole of creation. The children of the light, which had so long suffered indignities and humiliations before the constant accusations of rebel armies, praised in resounding praise Yahweh blessed, that in his work of righteousness denial, that the enemies, revealing his character of humility, selflessness, and love. Having made man as the Lord of all creation, the Eternal, in a solemn voice, began to make you aware of the greatness of his mission. As a faithful steward should take care of paradise, keeping clear the source of the river of life. The laws of justice and love, fundamentals of the kingdom of light, should be honored. As a scepter rational, it would be the man, in a gesture of appreciation and gratitude, the government freely accept him who created him. The hosts, who amazed witnessing the revelation of divine detachment, realized that the Eternal of light would not rule over the universe, except was made the arbiter of creation. In his glorious being, made in the image of the Creator, shone the seal of eternal dominion. After revealing the couple the infinite honor and responsibility of their mission, the Creator became aware of the spiritual warfare that had been waged for conquest of universal dominion. Lucifer, who for countless ages served the heavenly king in Zion, had been corrupted by pride and by selfishness, followed by a third of the hosts, rational, sought to dethrone the Eternal now, dishonoring him with vile accusations. Having revealed to man the painful situation in which the universe was in the Eternal, in a solemn gesture, showed him two towering trees laden with great fruit, rose on both banks of the river that was born from the throne. The right that raised the Eternal revealed to be the tree of life, monument of the kingdom of light. The rising edge to the other proved to be the tree of knowledge of good and evil, the symbol of rebellion. Eating the fruit of the tree of life, the man manifest his submission to the Creator who is the source of life and light. Eat of the other tree would give the enemy the field of Zion. The inevitable result of this step would be eternal death, not only for humans but for all creation, which would reduce the chaos under the fury of rebellion. After contemplating at length the two lofty trees which bear fruit and externalized as infinite responsibility, Adam bowed himself to the Creator. Thy wisdom, love, and power, all things were created and remain. The Sabbath, divine emblem of triumph, filled with harmonious hymn of praise, and his followers witnessed the great achievement of the Eternal. Bitterly witnessed the joy of the faithful before the coronation of man, an event that cast to the ground that they had strong objections raised against the divine government. Filled with frustration and anger, now considered their plight. How terrible and humiliating them was the thought of seeing their plans of rebellion divest themselves before the Creator, like the shadows of the night. If they could they thought, would fill the Saturday darkness, banishing from the mind of the eternal subjects any hope of victory. Finally, in his remarks, Satan and their followers realized they had left an opportunity. In the middle of the Garden of Eden, on the heights of Zion, lifted up by the river of life, the tree of knowledge of good and evil. Suffice a human gesture, nothing more, and have under his power forever the coveted domain. But how to seduce him? Excited at the prospect of a victory, Satan sought, with ingenuity, devise a plan of approach. He knew that if he failed in his attempt, all hopes of victory would have been diluted, scrapping all your dreams of adventure. Concluded that cheating would be a powerful weapon, not been through it who managed to dominate 1/3 of the heavenly hosts. Await, therefore, a propitious time to set his snare. Chapter 4.
We're kind of quicker than I thought, but yeah,
Yeah, but
power.
you know what's weird? Yeah, but you know what's weird is that it cut out when it read Adam's prayer, and then it came back when it started talking as Satan. So it's really fucking weird that it did that. But and you guys can go back.
Wow.
I don't know if that was just for me, but I don't know, man. Creepy fucking vibes, you know, like live is evil spelled backwards, so it is what it is. But yeah, totally weird.
Yeah, no, I didn't hear that, but
Yeah, beautiful prayer that Adam
dang.
gave there, though. I mean, honestly, I mean, I
Yeah.
had to read it off the video because it cut out, but I was like, whoa, what a beautiful prayer.
Let's see, where's that at?
Yeah, it's like back 2 pages.
So like right after he was crowned. Probably.
Yeah, it's right here.
Let's see.
It says Adam bowed himself to the Creator, saying, "You are worthy, Lord, to reign over the universe, because thy wisdom, love, and power. Because by thy wisdom, love, and power, all things were created and remain." But yeah.
Yeah. Awesome.
So yeah, cut out when I was reading that. Pretty weird.
Yeah, definitely. Probably some DK conspiracy going on.
Exactly.
All right, man. You know, whenever I hear this stuff, it's just like it's so gratifying to hear the backstory of Genesis, because there's just so much room to speculate, and and it's kind of just like a wham bam thank you ma'am kind of an explanation of like, why the hell are we dealing with all this crap in this world? What is going on, and like, why are we subject to all the suffering and the misery and everything, and everything else? And at least this gives you some understanding of what happened pre-man, pre-existence of the human being, the backstory as to why, even if we didn't want to exist. I think I might be timing out. I might be timing out, so if I drop, it's my internet. But so
yeah, it's no
we're
worries.
subject to these things. Yeah, we're subject to these things, and we have no idea why. Like, it gets bad sometimes, and it's like, why? I don't want to be conscious. I just want to cease from anything or any whatever. And at least this tells us, like, hey, there's a reason. It's not just for some joke or some bet or some God is evil kind of straight up stupid thing to say like that or whatever. It's like, yeah, well, full knowledge pretty much necessitates the existence of evil and darkness. Just being the the knower of everything. But then someone actually besides God goes in and ventures and gains that knowledge. Well, they think it's adventurous enough to submit it as a ruling system of government, basically, for the all of creation, and a tyrant and a unjust God. Therefore, he can't be God, and he's not good, right? That's the whole tripe. Like if you can't sit in a chair and wear an armband or whatever, then you must be Adolf, Schmittler or whatever, because they like to conflate all these like issues into like, being Schmittler all the time. So it's the same thing. It's like, well, if he doesn't let you try, we can't even try one form of government that's not just like him sitting on the throne. What kind of leader is that? Like, why would you want to follow that guy? He must hate all the Jews or something. It's like, it's crazy. Like, but that's what we do, especially in this time in politics, right? So I just really appreciate that God would let us find this book or this scroll, in the Dead Sea Scroll cache now, because there's still stuff they're still working on, a lot of stuff still. There might be more to come, and for me, this is such a a steak dinner of answers that it just brings me peace. So I appreciate you letting me share it and stuff.
Yeah, of course. I mean, in the book of Enoch, I think chapter 9, it says, for the earth cried out to heaven because the earth was alive before it had habitants.
Mm-hmm.
So it's pretty interesting, right? Saying that the earth is a living being and has a direct line to God.
Wow.
Right? Both of those
Yeah.
things are pretty surprising, right? Because most people think, well, nature is just dead. There's no spirit in nature. Right? But
Right.
that's absolutely false.
Absolutely. Yeah, in the Bible, I forgot exactly where it's at, but it's probably in Psalms. And then one of the prophets, he knows every star by name, like in the whole
Right.
galaxy, in the whole universe, right? So like he really is just a powerful, massive, just beyond anything that we can imagine. Like, I mean, even as like, say, I don't know, a 5-year-old at the first time you ever like went on a bumper cars or the carnival or some kind of circus show or whatever, like that's what it's going to be like, all the time when we, do finally get there. So, all right, I'm going to mute up now.
Yeah, blessings, brother. Yeah, so so thank you so much to Freak. Of course, yeah, blessings to you and yeah, all the people that are here. Yeah, well, I'm gonna move on here. We'll put some music on for you guys, and yeah, we'll make a little thing. As I said, Shangzhou, and yeah, maybe we'll move on to Uncle Teddy. Right, we got a couple little reflections there that we need to tackle. Right, before moving back into technological slavery, and of course, we're taking a deep look at transhumanism as well. And I'm sure that DeFreak will be back with some more of Melchizedek. Obviously, he's welcome to come back whenever he wants and do the whole thing. So yeah, I greatly appreciate him. And yeah, so yeah, last time, if you guys missed it, they had a whole session, and then they went off. With televised apocalypse, DK Spiracy, they went on their own adventure. Choose your own adventure, as they say. But yeah, so yeah, we had a blessed time that day, and of course we recorded lots of good conversations, and yeah, so here's a little couple songs, pretty sad, but it is what it is. I've been listening to some sad music recently, but I played some happy stuff tonight, some sad stuff. It's Taoism. You got the mix. But yeah, blessings. And of course, it's kind of bittersweet with Splay Limbs, as we'll see with his whole deal. Right, he's an interesting character that we're going to meet. But yeah, blessings.
nice to hear you say hello. And how are things with you? I love you. But very soon it's time to go. An office job to do while I'm here writing songs for you. It's nice to hear your voice again. I've waited all day long, even wrote a song for you. It's strange the way you make me feel. With just a word or two, I like to do the same for you. Strange how a phone call can change your day, take you away, away from the feeling of being alone. Bless the telephone. It's nice to hear you say hello. And how are things with you? I love you. But very soon it's time to go. An office job to do while I'm here writing songs for you. It's nice to hear your voice again. I've waited all day long, even wrote a song for you. It's strange the way you make me feel. With just a word or two, I like to do the same for you. Strange how a phone call can change your day, take you away, lost my appetite. It's my condition. It's my condition. It's my condition.
Greetings, sir. You're muted there.
Am I?
Yeah, there you go. We can hear you now.
Yeah. No, it wasn't muted. It's just very quiet here.
Oh, okay. Sorry. Yeah. Yeah, blessings.
Yeah. It's a beautiful, beautiful day.
Yeah, for some reason, I thought you were talking and couldn't hear you, but yeah.
Yeah. I'll just go outside and show you what. When I first started listening to you, you were talking about green fields and water and trees.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah? Are you interested?
Yes, that's the subject today. Definitely. Yeah.
Yeah. So I'll show you, shall I?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah. Tell me,
Oh, whoops. I think he accidentally pressed his own button there. But yeah, beautiful display he was showing us there. Tony Drake. I know he does like different like activities. He owns like a sawmill and stuff. But yeah, he's an interesting guy. Who's Agent Smith? No, that's no Agent Smith. That guy's an OG. Tony Drake. I talked to him a couple times on here. He's an interesting dude. I think he kicked himself off there, but yeah. Anyways, let me grab this here for you guys. Shangzhou. So interesting stuff. We got a little attack video today. Last time we were live, I think we were on the thumbnail at Modern Men Lost Again. It's always something exciting that's happening. You know, not today. We had this this young woman, you know, with honestly pretty cute picture. Pretty cute pictures. I believe she's watched the show for a long time. She likes the channel. But yeah, I think she was trying to get herself banned. Interesting stuff. Right, so she was calling me a T-word. And yeah, I think she said all Palestinians are T-words or something like that. So maybe she was trying to say I'm a Palestinian or so I have no idea what's going on with that. But yeah, questionable if we should have played that on our show. We might get struck down out here. But yeah, yeah, T as in terrorist. Right. But yeah. So yeah, anyways, we won't say that too many times. You get flagged out here, you know. But yeah, obviously Uncle Teddy, that's his profession. And unfortunately, right? And obviously violence among any stripe is not condoned by us, right? Especially violence against animals, children, or the elderly, or women, or something like that.
Or at a college campus in front of thousands and thousands of young people who,
Yeah.
you know, might just lose hope in all of their future.
Yeah.
But
Yeah, if
you
two
know,
dudes lose their temper and they want to slug it out, that's up to them. But yeah,
yeah,
obviously.
you know, talking about Charlie Kirk or whatever. Like, you know, is it just me, or is it just like, you know, you have the You have the lone wolf, outlier kind of, weirdo who just happens to be able to shoot from about 200, feet or yards away.
Right. And like one shot kill. Like, yeah,
Right.
right.
I mean,
right.
it's like, they like a certain way of
Fucking
doing it, and
bizarro,
then
dude.
the same narrative and it's like,
Yeah. Or the shit that was inside of his shirt, the weird behavior of his shirt, dude. He had like some weird shit. His shit sprayed out, looked like a fountain. It looked very just one consistent stream, like he was pissing out blood from his neck. And then,
I didn't see
and then,
it, but yeah.
yeah, and then they took him away. They wrapped the dude up and took him away in a fucking black van, not in a fucking ambulance, which is really weird. Is this a fucking feds took him away in a black van? Like, what kind of shit is that, dude? So obviously, weird performance from start to finish
Yeah.
there, right? With the shooting. There's all sorts of other weird events, like people obviously that are like trying to take like media, like obviously they're trying to ride the algorithm. All these shows are riding the algorithm. All the shows just in our area, they have him in the thumbnail.
Yep.
Right, even though they know they don't know anything about the dude, they don't care, right? So it's a spectacle, right? And people are obviously not asking the key questions, right? Like, how is this dude, just he gets off one shot, and then obviously the display from the video, I mean, totally fake, man. I mean, right?
I didn't see that, but
Yeah, like look at the video. Like it looks totally fake. Like, first of all, the guy is talking about mass shootings as it happens. So he's asked a
Wow.
question about mass shootings as he's shot. Right. And the way he gives the response, and all that type of stuff, it's actually really weird. I don't think actually we could say mass shooting either or whatever. But yeah.
Probably not. Did you see the press conference of the Utah governor, by chance?
Maybe, but yeah, I think this is the one where the guy said it's absolutely a political assassination, which is weird. If they were trying to incite riots, you'd say something like that. The police guy said that in the press conference. Who says that in a press conference right after some guy gets murdered? Oh yeah, this is definitely a political assassination. Really weird.
The same day.
Yeah, like same day the guy says that. What are the odds that somebody would say something like that? Right? So, dude, there's so much weird shit. Like it's beyond bizarre. Then there's Andrew Wilson talking to the Lauren Chen lady saying that they put out a fatwa on Charlie Kirk and all this stuff.
No way.
Oh yeah, man. We got smoking.
No way.
Yeah, let me grab this shit,
no
bro.
way.
Let me grab this motherfucker. Let me grab this shit because and yeah, I greatly apologize if we don't get to the Shangzhou or what may happen, but I'm pretty sure we're coming back.
I've got the press conference of the Utah governor. I want to just it goes by pretty quick, but just the bizarre behavior of the governor and the FBI spokesman here. It's like totally, I don't know, man. It's bizarre. It's really bizarre. So if you have a chance, we can take a look at it, because I mean, it's like, and this is also coming off the subway or the thing in North Carolina with the stabbing with the Ukrainian immigrant and the 14-time criminal black man. I don't know, man. That looks sus as well. Like, but maybe they're both real. I don't know. It's just like, just out of the blue, out of nowhere, right? Some black guy who's been arrested 14 times carrying a shank, in the subway, right? you know, and I mean, I know there's video and everything, but I don't know, man. So, okay, so if you get 15 times to the bin, is that like a milestone in prison? Like you get to wear, you know, like some kind of badge or whatever? Because you think by the 13th time, you would, you know, make a decision like, do I like jail? Do I want to live here forever? Do I want to be outside where I can, really, kind of, flesh stab a white girl instead of like, shank stabbing her or whatever. And then if you do go to the bin, right, and he's gonna have to talk about how manly he is, right? Doing that to like someone from the side or the back, like not even a straight on attack, like black dudes don't do that. Like I don't. It's screwed up. Like what the hell is going on, right? And now you have this thing here, and the devil's in full swing. What can I say?
Yeah, I'm not gonna play the murderer tape because I'm pretty sure that'll get us straight up just knocked off the air if we play him getting his shot in the head or whatever.
Yeah.
But yeah,
There's any
but yeah,
large
let me-
ball pass in there.
yeah, but let me try to find. I got a bunch of weird stuff. I got this right here. Here, hold on. Let me full screen the shit out of this here. And obviously this is yeah, we're gonna have to give away the fact that this is me and Eurojack talking about it. So,
That's all right.
Yeah, so
I
we're
mean, yeah.
so yeah, so me and Neurojack been talking about it. Obviously, me and Neurojack talk about lots of things, but yeah, let's go to this. So yeah, this is
Is there what?
oh yeah, this is Wilson talking to Chen. Do you guys see this?
Yeah,
This one-
the
Oh
seaweed.
wait. Oh no, wait, no, not the seaweed, man. Not the seaweed, man. This.
Oh, here we go.
This. Right, so let me play this here with Lauren Chen and Wilson. Okay, now that I could see it and you guys could see it.
On practice, there was.
But no, there wasn't. What happened is they polluted that message and absolutely destroyed it. Charlie Kirk and TPUSA have had to back up on all of their messaging, everything from immigration to LGBTQ rights. Fortunately, there was a basically fatwa that was put up against them by one Mr. Can't even be named on the internet, who completely dismantled that messaging before the poison got too out of hand. But that's exactly what was going on, was an inclusion of these lunatics inside of the conservative movement, which...
So he had a fatwa against him inside the conservative movement. So, I mean, you have to think who benefits, because the far right is now aligning with the Democrats. You know about this? Gavin Newsom?
Oh yeah, Kurt. Yeah, I saw that about like 3 or 4 months ago or whatever that was. Yeah. Right. They were talking, and it's because Gavin wants to get more in touch with, and gain voters from the right side or whatever. Right. And Charlie was just interviewing him or whatever. But that was like a little, like, strange bedfellow politicking going on. Right.
Yeah, here's another thing we happen to see. They were obsessed with talking about this on David Patrick Harry, right? They did an entire show on David Patrick Harry.
The actor?
No, yeah, pretty much. I mean, I don't know what this guy. I mean, he's like, this guy?
No.
You don't know about this guy?
No, maybe I've seen him, but I can't say I'm that familiar with him. What is he? Orthodox?
Yeah, these guys are like ortho bro influencers.
Okay.
Like some of the basically top tier ortho bro influencers, right? So, so look at what he says.
We're the middle.
And this is one of their guys who teaches theology, right?
Okay.
We're the middle of the road.
Today.
And Father Turtle actually said
Yeah.
the royal path, transcending left and right, is not the middle.
Right.
He said the royal path going past left and right is not the middle. So check this out. What he said. Oh wait, I can't. Wait, wrong with this play. Huh. It won't motherfucking play. I think the player is broken here.
You know what I think's going on too is TML is the what do they call it? The updates for Microsoft Windows 10, I think, is like coming to an end here next month.
We're
Right?
in the middle of the road. And Father Turtle.
Wait, do what now?
I was saying, like, I'm having like issues with my computer and stuff. Like, it's really
Oh, you
sluggish, all
think it's
kinds of,
like
weird stuff.
Yeah, one of those
I think it's
weird
related
things.
to that end of service. Yeah.
Yeah, they might be doing the Great Reset or whatever. Man. Yeah, dude.
Actually said the royal path, transiting left and right, is not the middle.
Right.
It doesn't mean, because the middle presupposes that the left and right are moral equivalents. And you see this all the time. Libertarians are totally retarded and say the same stuff. Oh, they're both bad. It's like, yeah, we have legitimate critiques of MAGA and Trump and Republicans. They are not moral equivalents. They're not the same.
Right.
It doesn't matter the moral flaws of Republican candidates, things that they've been involved in. It is not a Malthusian death cult. It is not. I mean, the party platform is literally death.
Right.
No, violence. Like, they have a track history of.
So, did Andrew Wilson actually call Charlie Kirk a lunatic?
No, but you heard what he did say.
Well, he said he called someone a lunatic, but I'm not sure who that was directed toward. It was the conservative ones who had a what'd you call it?
A fatwa on him. He said the guy who can't be named on the internet. Yeah. I'm pretty sure he's talking about Fuentes, but because back then I think you couldn't talk about him, whereas now he's mainstream media. So it's extremely strange.
Right.
And in the conduit between ending up on mainstream media, he ended up at like Kanye West's house. So that's not weird at all. But all right.
No, it's definitely weird. But who was Andrew Wilson calling a lunatic there? The right side of the Fuentes faction or the Kirk faction or both? Or I mean, I wasn't clear like who was calling a lunatic.
I don't know. I think he was saying that, like, I don't know. I actually don't know what he was saying. I could play it again if you want, but yeah, it's totally weird.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, let me try to see this here. Hold on. See where this shit's at.
Jump on in here, Tony, if you got some, thoughts on any of this stuff. You probably been around the bush and seen a bunch
by
of
the
things.
By the way, that's Owen Benjamin posting this because he's like butthurt, right? Because they were supposed to have a public debate today, which is really weird that he's doing a weird gay ops debate with Owen Benjamin. What was that? What will that accomplish? Right? Anytime like some fitness nut or comedian like makes fun of this guy, he wants to debate them. Like, it's kind of a weird habit that he has, right? Like, why not just debate people who are scholars and stuff, right? It's just kind of weird.
You're talking about Andrew Wilson, right?
Right, because, I mean, he'll get stomped because he doesn't understand any of the definitions. I mean, I don't know, dude. Yeah, I mean, this is what he says.
There was
there wasn't. What happened is they polluted that message and absolutely destroyed it. Charlie Kirk and TPUSA had to back up on all of their messaging, everything from immigration to LGBTQ rights. Fortunately, there was a basically fatwa that was put up against them by one Mr. Can't even be named on the internet, who completely dismantled that messaging before the poison got too out of hand. But that's exactly what was going on, was an inclusion of these lunatics inside of the conservative movement, which
yeah, so you'd have to like listen to the rest of what he's saying to get context for who he's calling a lunatic there.
Okay, never mind. Yeah, because lunatic. Like, I wonder if he was saying that about Charlie's faction or the other faction. Like, because I don't know, it just seems weird. That was a peculiar word.
Yeah, but to cue people in on this fatwa situation, I mean. That means that you called for somebody's death. I mean, because it's like, you know what I mean, right? That's what that means, right? Because they're referring to Salman Rushdie when Khomeini put out a fatwa on him saying that basically you got to kill him for being an apostate because he's putting out blasphemy against the religion and all this stuff. So yeah, basically, Imam Khomeini told his spies, all right, that make sure this dude's life is in danger, and then the government of England hid the dude or something, right? And they hooked him up with the top class whores. I don't know, dude. But yeah, this dude got a sweet deal, right, for being threatened. But he became the top author in history, right? He gets to go on talk shows and date models and stuff. But yeah, interesting stuff.
Yeah, shady as hell.
Old Shady Pines.
Well,
Hey, is it gone quiet?
Yeah, greetings, Tony.
Can you hear me all right?
Yes, I can hear you.
I'm hearing my voice to me. What is that?
Yeah, you're kind of fading in and out. I don't know what that is, but yeah, I don't think you have your audio situated here.
Yeah, I'm not very good at this thing, and I don't really know how to adjust it. Are you hearing an echo from me?
We're hearing the first two words, and then it'll fade out. So you're cutting in and out there.
I'll go back and try.
Yeah. Yeah, we got a couple of Tonys here in the back. We got another Tony here. Yeah, maybe make sure you're not in any other studios. But yeah. I mean, oh yeah, where are you gonna play this to Freak? You have a clip here? Oh yeah, let's not play this if this is the news. Yeah, let's not play this if this is the news, because we might get popped for that.
oh, you can't? Okay.
Yeah, there's a copyright.
Oh, really? Okay. Yeah, that was the
yeah, if it's Fox.
Yeah, that's the press conference of the okay.
Yeah, because Fox.
If you have a chat, I'll post the link on it. It's pretty short, but the way that they interact, it's the governor is so he's mumbling around, he doesn't know, he's trying to read the script, and he's just really it's almost like he's afraid. And then the FBI friggin' goon clown with the Hansen friggin' goggles on is I don't know if you could take that guy sincerely. It's just a mess. It's just ugly. I don't know, what the heck's going on. And then I don't know if you saw, but that little rubber dinghy boat that they blew out of the ocean, the drug running boat with the capacity of about 2 people, and that was they were smuggling a lot of drugs, or whatever. That was a little concerning, and I'm a Trump, I'm on Trump's train, but that was definitely a little sus. So all this stuff is just I don't know, man, I guess stay tuned, but it's just weird.
Yeah, so this is what somebody said. It said fake and gay. Ring switches fingers in close-up video, slowly scrub frames when he shot back and forth, and look at hands. There's clearly a squirt tube in his shirt. Blood doesn't soak the cotton shirt. It coagulates like paint on the shirt and looks overlaid. The close-up video was released within minutes of it happening, so there's no way they edited it that quick to post. Was probably pre-recorded to merge with the actual event videos. All videos released instantly cut before he gets taken away. Multiple unconfirmed suspects instantly. A high-powered rifle would blow Chunk in the neck. Normies are virtue signaling how they feel bad. 2 neck-based deaths in 2 weeks.
Wow.
South Park comes back after years and make a whole video thing about Kirk weeks before when he was literally irrelevant. How about all that?
Wow.
And then also
I mean,
Harrison Smith is going around saying that Israel did it.
so
Really weird. So Harrison Smith, who works for Alex Jones, is saying Israel killed Charlie Kirk. Really weird optics there.
okay, so his name is Israel. Does that mean that he's a Israeli by chance, or
Who?
is he just an Alex Jones spawn that happens to be named Israel?
No, I said Harrison Smith said Israel did it
Okay.
with the country.
Okay, yeah. No, I knew somebody named Israel, so my fault. Well, I mean, Andrew Wilson says it's
Yeah, he said there's like a bot. Yeah, he said that like years ago. So I don't know.
Okay.
Like,
but that's not a Hebrew thing. That's a Muslim thing, right? So that's
here's
just
yeah. So here's some of the stuff. I don't. Okay, so hopefully we don't get popped for showing this. It is what it is. But yeah, let me show this. Okay, so we won't show that. That looked like. But yeah, anyways, if you look at the video, the squirting blood looks really weird. Okay, here's a ring. Right? Then there's a ring fall off the hand. Right, so there's weird optics with the ring, right, going on in the videos, right? Anyways, I don't know why I can't scroll down on this fucking thing. But yeah, there's lots of people sharing information in our Discord. I put the Discord link up there. So yeah, here is other videos. Look at this shit. Oh, DeFreak vanished. Tony Drake vanished. He says there's no link. Here, hold on. Let me drop this link out here. You guys could come back. I'm shutting this down soon, but you guys could come back. Man. Oh, whoops. Accidentally shared that. I was reading Federalist Paper 55 earlier, where Madison says if every Athenian was a Socrates, all of Athens would have remained a mob. I was trying to locate that quote from Madison. It's in Federalist Paper number 55. Pretty crazy quote, isn't it? Because they were fighting on, I believe Hank was debating somebody about if democracy is mob rule. But yeah, anyways, let's go to this. So here's the shirt, right? And if you'll see this, right? Some type of thing popping out of his shirt there, right? And then look at this. Some type of wire Right, so it looked like he had some type of apparatus attached to his shirt and his, you know, if you look at this. But yeah, some of that shit looks edited. Somebody pointed out those photos, videos, all that shit looks edited as well. You know?
Hey, I'm back.
Yeah, what's going on, friend?
I'm back. I've turned my camera off because I haven't got very many clothes on. It's a beautiful hot day today. It's about 3 o'clock in the afternoon, I suppose. Anyway, at a level, I don't know. I mean, you would have read Zen, wouldn't you?
I'm sorry, what was that now?
You would have read Zen.
Oh yeah, I've read some Zen works. Yes.
Yeah. No. The Zen and the Art of Motorcycle Mechanics.
Oh yeah. I'm familiar with the work. I have not read it myself, but yes, I'm familiar with the concept. Yeah.
It is very pertinent for today. I'm surprised you didn't read that in the hippie times. That was a very popular book.
Yeah, I've heard a lot because my friend who has sort of a channel where he discusses works and books, he kind of gave a little presentation on it. Yeah. So yeah. Let me see if I can. Yeah. So I heard.
Try and give you, I was going to ask you for what was the message in the whole book if you condensed it to one sentence.
I think it's that like it's kind of like Groundhog's Day, right? Like the movie with Bill Murray, right? Like if you could master one day, you can master a lifetime. And it's kind of like if you could find you know, a sort of activity, right, that helps you escape from the morass, right? That actually gives you a dynamic aspect, right? Where you're constantly discovering new aspects of things. You know, right? So that's.
Yeah, he talked about that a bit, and he talked about the way that science works. You know, they get something and they dissect it and they magnify it and they manipulate it, and well, like you say, it's a machine that does that. But at the moment, I believe that we're spending too much time trying to decipher and analyze in the particular, at the expense of categorizing. I mean, once you know what you know about something, you don't need to go any deeper. I mean, once you realize it's either good or bad, I mean, that's about it. You just put them all in the same box.
Yeah, it's fascinating. Yeah, I think it's got a lot to do with because if you look at the Zen tradition, right? It's yeah, it's pretty weird. I'm not finding my friend Chad Haig's channel here. So it could be that they took his channel away. That would be a very great disaster for sure. You know, but yeah, I'm not seeing his channel anywhere on the internet. So that's actually very disturbing.
I'm sorry, but I don't know who you're talking about. Who is he you're talking about?
He's like a philosophy writer, right? So yeah.
He's an Alan Watts.
Yeah, why was Chad Haig removed from YouTube by Chad Haig on August 15, 2025? I returned to online status after another short period of being disconnected from the net. This is a routine which I've adhered to since mid-2021 for the purpose of reducing distractions at unnecessary times in order to maximize my ability to concentrate for long periods of time on projects like writing manuscripts, reading text, creating videos, or thinking in general. This time when I returned, however, I noticed something was wrong. For the YouTube downloads page, my browser would normally default to was totally blank. Even the channel icon at the top was blank, so I assumed the worst. My channel, with over 700 videos of hard work amassed over a period of 7 years, had been completely removed from YouTube. Holy shit. So this is just in August. So some of the last videos, I mean, his video on Ted Kaczynski, we just played that earlier on Neurojack's channel. So he says, one might argue that this was an inevitable outcome, which should have been seen coming for years now. YouTube had first started giving my channel trouble all the way back in 2022, when one of my videos on Ted Kaczynski's industrial society and its future was removed for supposedly violating their crime policy. Yeah, same thing happened to me. Despite the fact that the video itself focused on nothing except Ted's abstract theory of how historical changes come to be realized with specific civilizations in accord with universal laws, which can be used to predict the future of our own technological society. Never once was any mention made of the alleged crimes of Ted himself, which I've never found to be necessary to discuss or understand his philosophy. Nevertheless, over the next few years, other videos of the same series would routinely disappear, almost at set intervals, with the same bogus violations cited every time as the same justification. Uh-oh. Yesterday, I got the news a memorable quote by Tarl Warwick, better known as Sticks and Hammer, came to mind in 2020 when speaking about the need for content creators to diversify to BitChute and Rumble. Tarl told his viewers, if you think you're still going to be on YouTube 10 years from now, I've got a bridge to sell you. Though it feels just like yesterday, that was already half a decade ago. And the change to YouTube, he predicted, is quite close to fruition. Whereas YouTube used to primarily be a platform for discovering independent voices, viral videos about strange, unscripted things that happen to ordinary people, by mid-2020, YouTube is already turning into a very different platform. This is the saddest thing I've ever seen. Chad Haig's YouTube channel, 90% of his channel focused on philosophy, is taken away from YouTube. They removed all of his content, 700 videos on Hegel's phenomenology, Nietzsche's works. He did a series on Fang Noumena. I mean, this is a catastrophe. This is a goddamn catastrophe. Yeah, unreal. I mean, this is actually unreal, folks. Let me show you guys this. This is actually from Substack. I actually had no news of this. I would have saved all of his videos. This is the stupidest thing I've ever seen. I hope he backed them up. I got to message him. I hope he backed up his videos. This is insane. This is the worst thing I've ever seen. YouTube do.
They've always done the book burning.
Yeah, like how long before we get removed here for talking about Kaczynski? I mean, it is looking pretty bad, folks. But yeah, his shit was great. Yeah, we've got all our stuff backed up. Yeah, they hate Ted K content. Oof. This is horrible. Give this man back his channel. This is insane. I wonder if they removed all his videos. What an incredible treasure trove of information. He had an entire explanation of that book, Zen and the Art of Motorcycle Riding. You know, insane, right? I mean Zen and the Art of Motorcycle Maintenance. You know,
yeah, you're right.
Yeah, he had an entire he had a brilliant explanation of that I was going to play here. Good Lord. Yeah, I can't believe it. I mean, this guy broke down books and all his work is gone, whereas YouTube used to primarily be a platform for discovering independent voices and viral videos about strange, unscripted things that had happened to ordinary people, by mid 2020s, and all you motherfuckers are supporting that grift nonsense where they chit chat about nonsense shit. Nobody has original ideas. All you motherfuckers are supporting that. Disgusting.
You're right on, man. Right on.
Yeah, dude. And you guys never supported the real shit. And I spent so much time watching that drama shit. I should have turned all that shit off and watched Chad Haig videos. I would have made much better use of my time. And now it's gone. See, this is what happens. Insane. YouTube is already turning into a very different platform. On one hand, artificially intelligent bots threaten to overwhelm the entire platform with bogus content. Exactly. That seem on the surface to be meaningful, but actually says nothing at all. Earlier this year, I remember searching for a video on the Kingdom of Congo from medieval Africa, a relatively obscure historical topic, only to find a video filled with cliches about the kingdom that never really got to the deeper point. Obvious sign of bot-generated content. YouTube is therefore going the way of the face mash. For years, the latter has been unusable for being overrun with bots trying to scam users with honeypot schemes that negated the whole point of using the service. YouTube is arguably making a huge mistake by turning itself into a similarly unsatisfying bot fest. But then again, this also seems to be the inevitable outcome which all mainstream platforms tend towards. Son of a bitch. Okay, there's 2 more paragraphs of this. I'm going to finish reading this. On the other hand, YouTube has been turning into a stealth platform to force the masses to continue watching TV by other means. You probably already noticed that no matter what you search for, the search results somehow always end up giving undeserved prioritization to CNN, Kimmel, ABC News, etc. It's almost as though the TV networks assume that the people who chose to watch YouTube instead of TV because the latter was too dull could be forced to return to watching the same old TV shows if the system could just force the two media to fuse into a single monstrous composite whole. Perhaps the only way to succeed in forcing the masses back into the same abusive relationship they try to escape from will be to remove any competition from the platform, either through failing to prioritize independent voices and resulting in the results, or through forcefully removing them from the platform. My channel, it seems, has joined the latter list, with many others to follow. That's right. That's why it's pretty much important that you guys go back and listen to some of the previous presentations, copy, and then reproduce and try to have discussions yourself about a lot of the issues and material, because it's actually not guaranteed that it will remain here, right? Obviously, I will have the tapes, but there's not a great chance that you'll actually be able to find me, right? If that happens, right? But yeah, so it says, this is not the end of the road for me, however, so much as it is an opportunity to make use of new ways to do philosophy. For nearly 15 years, I primarily used YouTube to do philosophy publicly, quote unquote, as though we're still the early 2010s. Despite the fact that things have changed considerably since then, even someone who spends a little time connected to the net as I do can acknowledge that time has come to try newer platforms, quote unquote, such as Substack, in which I plan to start regularly sharing relatively short blog posts on a range of topics: missing link news, mecha, anime, and philosophy. And the forbidden text, which certainly can never be discussed on YouTube again. In addition, I shall continue uploading videos to Rumble. Rumble user Chad Haig. I wonder what videos are available on Rumble. What a fucking travesty. What a fucking travesty. Academic explanations of books. Too spicy for YouTube. Incredible.
Were you friends with this guy?
He lives in India, but I've messaged him a number of times. We spent a number of very long correspondences, right? Like we wrote like pages and pages and pages to each other, right? So I talked to him over the course of like 6 months. I mean, so yeah, he's a fucking genius, right? And yeah, it's a travesty that he's not allowed on this platform. But yeah, notice he talked to, notice he said, yeah, you can't talk about Kaczynski. That's the thing.
Wow. Yeah,
And yet,
dude.
and yet there's videos about Uncle Teddy with over 1 million views that some Fed put up. I mean, come on now. Come on now. It's right there. Wendy Goon can make a series about it, right? But Chad Haig can't. That's the sad truth, folks. And Chad Haig is doing much greater analysis than Wendy Goon will ever be able to do on the situation. Let me tell you that much. It's light years ahead. Because he's read like Plato and Hegel and everything you can imagine. Postmodernists, right? Had breakdowns about a number of material. He had breakdowns of books by Kierkegaard. He had breakdowns of art performances, experimental art performances. Insane. Insane to lose the channel. A fucking travesty of enormous proportions. Of a wealth of information just gone overnight. Totally sad. Well, I'm going to wrap this up here, folks. I mean, this is a totally sad day for me. I mean, I can't believe I just found that out. That's like one of my heroes. What am I doing here? Wasting time, pretty much.
Yeah, but you had a good idea. Like, you know, if anyone gets ramped up and starts doing stuff like, you know, reviewing your stuff, definitely something that should be looked at, you know, just because.
Yeah, we need to clip it. We need to start alternative channels clipping. Obviously, there is alternative channel here, right? So yeah, we don't know how long we'll be here. I mean, obviously, we talk about extremely controversial topics. It's not just Uncle Teddy. There's a number of other things that, you know, people have been like deported from universities and stuff that we talk about here on the show. That's probably not you know, going to be safe to talk about with the Holocaust memorial definition, you know, or whatever the hell that crazy stuff. They're passing legislation that you can't talk about anything. You can't talk about Israel. You can't talk about, you know, Uncle Teddy. There's a whole list of things you can't talk about, right? So, I mean, it's just insane.
Yeah, freedom of speech out the window. Apparently, you know, you're gonna get your chip or your chop option, hopefully. But, you know, I don't know. But yeah, 700 videos. That's a lot of freaking work. And then it's like, you know, some, you know, I don't know, some whoever or some whatever bot, like, you know, catches a couple of flags on your thing, and you know, who knows? It's a very insecure foundation to plant your, you know, roots in, right? Because you just don't know. You don't know. Maybe they have a purge one day, and everyone named, you know, something Smith is getting purged because we don't like, you know, blacksmiths make, you know, swords. You know, you don't know. I mean, heck. Imagine if Donald Trump really was like a, you know, crazy, narcissistic, megalomaniac, you know, sociopathic, you know, Xi Jinping type, and like someone said, hey, you know, why don't you, you know, use a little less paint on your face or something, you know, and then he just decides, you know, oh well, you know, everyone named blah, and you know that'll teach you, or what, you know. YouTube's like, I don't know. I bet you, I bet you could. I don't even know, because like all the the kids shows, the stuff that's supposed to be like rated PG or whatever, like even those are coming up shady. And I don't know if that's like made up or not, but like all those operations are seemingly to have weird things going on in their house to be able to try and make their kids like superstars on the internet. Anyway, I'm babbling on, so I'm probably tired.
No, it's no worries. I mean, it's crazy exhaustion. I can't imagine how that actually feels. And actually, we're not on really alternative platforms at all. I know Chad Haig wasn't either. But yeah, I mean, just a real academician. I mean, incredible lameness. I mean, right. Yeah, Rumble is literally right. I mean, it's owned by Thiel, right, and a Jayish guy, right. So yeah, so it's interesting. Yeah, it's funneling. Yeah, exactly. And right. Yeah, siloing people. Yeah, exactly. They want to know that. Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, go ahead.
Oh
no, you please.
I was going to say, we're definitely like, the left started this whole like identity politics thing and this whole like, virtue signaling, moral high ground, like, kind of a superiority complex. We're still in the throes of this virtue signaling, accusative virtue signaling politic, body in the country. Like, you're starting out with the assumption that the other guy's already a criminal, and you're just going to frame your narrative and virtue signal around that and destroy them and their credibility before even like think about having some sort of like new idea that might actually work or whatever. But most people don't have any new ideas, but even still, like, you always kind of like would hope, but now it's just like, if I'm not catching virtue signaling by someone and like literal paranoid schizophrenia, then I feel like out of place or something. I feel like outer light. Shout out to outer light.
Yeah, exactly. We all feel like him sometimes. I mean, that's the point. Yeah. But yeah, but yeah, I appreciate you guys. I appreciate you, DeFreak. Thank you so much for holding it down, my friend. A very quiet night.
Well, yeah. Thank you.
Yeah, of course. And yeah, I'll play some music for you guys. Thank you for joining us here on the Machine Lies, where we talk about the lies of the machine on the machine that lies. And yeah, of course. First step to blinding somebody is getting them to open their eyes. And the first step to seeing beyond the program is to realize how you've been programmed. Oh, wait, I see my homie in the chat. If you want to step up here, talk about anything specific, you can. We're closing up here. Yeah, I see you just got home. Yeah, we've had like little to no participation here, my friend. But yeah, I mean. But yeah, we'll wait a little while, see if he comes up. I mean, I know he appreciates the sort of talks and stuff. But yeah, that's a homie Neurojack. Obviously, it's as much his show as it is mine. And yeah, I'm just depressed about Chad Haig. I mean, but yeah, I'll message him. We'll see what I do. Yeah, we need to stick together. There's not too many people that, honestly, have a, preference for, thought about, I mean, I want to say what's really going on, right? But obviously, in regards to architectonic, right? In regards to the problem of technology, right? In regards to, actually finding a basis for, justifying the human condition, right? Because if you look out there, right? There's not a lot of stuff there, right? Okay, they want to turn human beings into stuff. They want to combine human beings with machines, right? There's separation of man from his knowledge, right? You are not your thoughts. Or separation of man from nature, right? Separation of man from God, right? But yeah, we'll be on another kick here. Let's see if our friend here joined. Oh yeah, he's out here. Blessings.
Yo, what's up? Yeah, I didn't know you were live. I figured you probably were, but I didn't get a chance to look at anything. But you said something about Chad Haig.
Yeah, he got canceled.
Cancel? What do you mean cancel?
He got canceled like off of YouTube. Insane.
For anything in particular, or hard to say?
He said it's because of Uncle Teddy. So
Yeah, nothing would surprise me. I mean, I don't want to get into the whole Charlie thing, but I mean, we could, but I don't.
yeah, we
if
were
you,
kind of on that thing. Yeah, we were kind of on that trip. Yeah. So yeah, if
yeah,
you want to, you can.
yeah. I mean, I think what you just said is like we kind of need to stick together because it's going to be a very lonely ride. I mean, I don't know exactly what's going on, but whether it's a real event or whether it's fake or whether it's both or who knows. But I'm just saying, whatever it is, like it's not a good sign. I think it's it's isolating in every single way. I think I think that what you're saying is like whatever is going on is they're definitely just trying to isolate people and put them in little boxes and turn them into non-human, inhuman things, right? And so that's just kind of the way all this is kind of headed. And I mean, personally, I'm pretty upset about that because I mean, first of all, it's just graphic, but it's like people die every day and people die for this or that or whatever. But it's kind of like you know, uh, I don't know. I really don't want to say too much just because I think people are gonna use it for all kinds of things. But main thing is, there's there's a lot of people like that where all over the world, and you're gone. When you're gone and your kids, if you're like an old man and you've already lived your life, that's one thing. But when you got two kids waiting at home for you and you're just gone because you said some mean things allegedly, or who knows what the real cause is, right? But it's just pretty weird. And I mean, I think we're going to see a lot more people get canceled in different ways for different reasons. And I don't think they want whoever they are. I don't think they want us talking about a lot of the stuff that we're talking about. And so,
Yeah, it's also notable shit that happened right before. Like I think Israel attacked another country that's not Iran. Right? Like and then
yeah.
this shit happened. Right. So there's another interesting tidbit.
Well, yeah, there's something weird. I saw something about Qatar and Poland, and I don't know what that means, but I'll tell you this, and I'm not going to say too much publicly, but some conversations I've had about the energy demands of a lot of the technology they're trying to put in. I think that people should really just, if you just focus on the energy cost of what they're trying to do with all this computer stuff, and then you start factoring up like what's that actually going to cost, where those resources coming from, that'll tell you a lot about what the future is going to look like. So I think that's what people should be really, if you really want to know what the future is, that's the best way to really, if you want to really academically figure it out, that's probably the best way to figure it out, in my opinion. So, you know, um, because all this stuff is going to cost something, right? whether that's going to be blood, whether that's going to be soil, whether that's going to be, you know, war or whatever. I mean, it's gonna cost something, and so, you know, these raw materials got to be dug out of the ground somehow, and so that's what people need to start looking at, you know, as far as if you want to know what the future is going to be, as far as, you know, what's it actually going to look like to live in this country or that country, and yeah, it's just going to be a weird time because, and that's the thing is like all these little events will distract you from the ultimate thing is like, what are we, what is this all headed towards? And just seems like it's a non-human existence, really, is what it seems like, you know. But I mean, who knows for sure? Yeah.
There's also constant exasperation, like the constant exasperation and the virtue signaling from the people that are like, you know, that think they're on the front lines of something, right? When they were basically just assailing this dude, right, for being a Zionist supporter, for being this, that, and the third thing, right? So it's obvious that he wasn't far right enough, right? So it's almost like they perfectly chose a candidate, right? So that everybody feels attacked, and right. So this is actually part and parcel of this entire, you know, conditioning process.
Yeah, that's I mean, I haven't really thought too clearly. I've thought about it, but I haven't thought as clearly as I should. But yeah, I think that the more we kind of have time to digest why he was chosen or how that's going to be used, yeah, I don't think it's an incidental person that they've chosen for sure. I think it's I think there was a reason why, like, there he's a particular symbol of something, right? And I certainly don't like Zionism, and I certainly don't like Israel, but at the same time, like, I think this whole like idea that they're trying to dehumanize one group of people, you know, I joke about racial stuff and all this stuff, but you know, it's bait, you know, and so what, you know, whatever people think about this person or that person, I'm just telling you, like, don't, if you take that bait, you know, like they're going to, you know, it does something to you, I think, you know, whether that's gonna, you know, it paints you as a target or it makes your soul darker or whatever. I'm just saying, like, in my opinion, I think it's satanic. I think they're trying to like, I think there's something trying to bait people to like, you know, dehumanize a certain kind of people or dehumanize yourself or dehumanize other people. Like the amount of people I see celebrating what happened to this guy, or just people in general, you know, celebrating the violence and stuff. Like, I don't know. I think
Yeah, that's what
it's
I
pretty
mean.
weird.
Like some of the people that are virtue signaling, it could have been us. They're celebrating it because they're like, because they know it couldn't have been them because this guy was the moderate guy that became, you know, expendable in this whole scenario. You know, so that everybody who's more extreme can feel like, oh, well, we could have been equally taken out too for being political extremists. Right? If somebody from TPUSA, which is like the least extreme, cutting into the mainstream,
Yeah, it's like
you
leave
know,
it to
kind of group.
Beaver. It's like leave it to Beaver shit, you know, which is,
Yeah.
you know. And yeah, and I think that that's a good point. And I mean, honestly, I think, you know, some of the stuff that I've been covering and you've been covering and other people have been covering is like, you know, in my opinion, it is the cutting edge of things, but it's not apparent, you know, and I think that's on purpose is because, you know, you know, I'm not saying that like you and I are like the leading edge of anything in particular, but what I'm saying is like it's all about how you contextualize what's happening, and I think that the most of the contextualization of everything we've looked at is most of what people are doing is deliberately misleading people into one frame of mind versus another. And a big example I think is kind of this whole left wing, right wing stuff, right? Like, what does that even mean, first of all? And and something that I've been hearing these certain like phrases come up again recently, including yesterday, about like right wing people shouldn't punch right. So, AKA, that means like, if somebody goes out and does something extreme, whatever that might be, stuff we can't talk about on the internet, um, don't talk bad about that person because it makes us look weak or whatever. Well, I mean, that's literally like communist postmodern ideology, right? This is like Frankfurt School, you know, crazy shit. You know what I mean? And so, why are conservatives adopting communist tactics or communist ideals or whatever? And I know you were covering that recently too. It's like, um, and so I think you said something to me before. It's like, like the average person's like a communist and they're not even aware or something like that. And I mean that sounds extreme or whatever, but we're living in a postmodern world. I mean, basically since Nietzsche forward, we've been living in this kind of like weird, surreal world in a sense, and it's only getting more surreal. So we're almost 200 years after Nietzsche, right? So I think people just look in a sense where we're living in I don't know, time, like the whole time thing, right? Everybody's kind of freaking out about the time, like what time, is time speeding up, is it slowing down or whatever? And I think that, like you said, it's like the acceleration is being hit and everybody's like kind of bewildered. And I think that's kind of the whole point. Everybody's just trying to hang on to something so they can get a bearing on where they're at. Or I think it was Teddy too, right? He said, "The ship of fools," right? And then I think other people have used that phrase as well. But it's like the crazy boats going down the river, and you're on the banks trying to look at it and trying to catch up, trying to tell the people to jump off, but they're just along for the ride. It feels like, and I think a lot of us are just trying to like stand still for a minute and catch a good view of things, right? But everybody thinks that we're crazy. It's like, well, it's like, well, you know, but it's hard to resist, right? I think it's easy to like look down on people, but it's also like it's easy to forget that it's hard to resist modern life. I mean, you really can't to a large degree. So I think it's one of these things where it's just there's not much we can do, individually. And so again, I think it means that we kind of need to start thinking, kind of like collectively, like what can we do collectively to, you know, take steps at least for the people we care about. Because I mean, I don't think I'm not like one of these like doomsayer people, but I think it's more just like peace of mind. Like how valuable is having peace of mind? I think it's one of those things you don't really. I don't think most people even know what that would feel like. So how would you value it if you don't even know what it feels like or what it is or whatever? So I don't know. I think that's where I think people should be gravitating towards somehow.
Yeah, I think you know, the figure, the representative, and right of the entire thing, and is a moderate right figure, and they're also trying to mainstream Nick Fuentes, right? So these two moves cannot be accidental, right? One, the loss of a more moderate figure. Two, the mainstream platforming of a more radical figure, right? I mean, that is not accidental, right? So, right, these two moves happen at once, right?
Yeah, and I know Chicken Source can see what's the
Oh
truth.
yeah,
The truth is,
sees through it
and
all.
yeah, and it's one of those things where
I don't know about that. But
you see it.
I do find it interesting. This is what our dear friend, the artificial intelligence, told me. Hypothetically and allegedly, using a conservative Christian right-wing assassination to push an agenda could have several potential but unseen side effects. Potential effects: increased polarization. Such an event could further divide an already polarized nation, potentially leading to increased tension and conflict between different ideological groups. Radicalization. The assassination could radicalize some individuals, potentially leading to further violence or extremist actions, allegedly. Sympathy and mobilization. The event could garner sympathy for the victim's cause, potentially mobilizing supporters and increasing momentum for their agenda. Legislative or policy changes. In response to the assassination, lawmakers might introduce or pass legislation related to the victim's cause or issues surrounding the event. Social and cultural impact. The event could have a lasting impact on social and cultural norms, potentially influencing public discourse and perceptions around issues like gun control, political violence, or extremism. A possible agenda advancement, Project 2025. In the context of Charlie Kirk's reported assassination, some might try to use the event to advance agendas like Project 2025, a conservative initiative aimed at reshaping the federal government and promoting right-wing policies. You got your Christian nationalism. The event could be used to promote Christian nationalist ideologies, which emphasize the role of Christianity in American society and politics. Yeah, okay. Law and order. Lawmakers might use the event to advocate for stricter law enforcement policies or increased security measures. But, it goes into the whole important considerations, complexity of human behavior. The actual effects of such an event would depend on various factors, including the specifics of the assassination, the victim's cause, and the response of individuals and institutions. Unintended consequences. Using violence to push an agenda could have unintended consequences, potentially harming the very cause it's meant to advance. Importance of empathy and understanding. Yeah. In the aftermath of such an event, prioritizing empathy, understanding, and peaceful resolution of conflicts would be crucial. And then I asked it to elaborate. And then it literally says, I'd love to help, but I can't elaborate any further on information about a specific event or context related to Charlie Kirk because his assassination is still under investigation. If you're looking for more information on this topic, you might try searching online. So, and then when you try to work around, like I used every word I could to try to get it to keep talking about it, and it just kept repeating, I can't find any information related to this hypothetical scenario of Charlie Kirk's political assassination. So I just found it interesting that I managed to get it I asked it 10 different ways, and it only gave me that one response, and then you keep asking it to continue elaborating, and it just refuses to give you an answer. So.
Well, that's the thing is it's going to definitely be used in all those ways, and it's nothing's going to be straightforward about any of it. I was just thinking about it like this. Like, think about it like this. Like, they're never going to allow public forums on college campuses again. You're not going to be allowed to go as a quote unquote controversial person and sit there and just talk to the students,
I
right?
think that was part of it. I think all these videos that you've been seeing of not just him, but all these other people going on campuses like Alex Stein, all these people going up here and debating these people, if that's what you want to call it. I think for a while now it's been building up to that. And not to get into the whole, it's a complete psyop. I mean, dude could really be deceased, but I mean,
Anything's
ju-
possible. I mean,
yeah.
you know, anything is absolutely like. But I think that it doesn't matter because you're never going to figure it out one way or the other. I mean, it's
Exactly.
like the Trump thing. I mean, the Trump thing, in my opinion, it's 1,000,000% fake. Now, however, I don't think that it's important that I'm correct or not. Like, it doesn't really matter to me if people believe it's fake or not. I mean, you know, I think that the way it was used is more important than whether it's real or not because we're never going to know. So
That's why I thought it was
yeah.
interesting that it mentioned Project 2025.
I don't even know what that is, but I think it's like deport people or something. I don't even know what that means, but
I mean, all it says is a conservative initiative aimed at reshaping the federal government, promoting right-wing policies about gun control and stuff. But I mean, I don't know. We've heard about agendas before, and I mean, we're still waiting on what was it, Agenda 2030 or something. Oh, look, I can't find any information related to Agenda 2025.
Yeah, so the numbers are wildly fluctuating. Whether you think it's real or fake, here's something that's not real or fake. Is most likely bots that are sent to the different chats to figure out who's talking about if it's real or fake. And right, that's most likely happening.
Oh, not just that, but on a lot of the videos, like there was a channel I found earlier who had like 300,000 views because they used a picture. Their thumbnail was the picture of Kirk being shot in the throat or whatever. Dude only has like 6,000 subscribers, but he got like 300,000 views, and just about every single comment in his comment section was politically charged. It's like every single comment is someone who purposely is putting that comment there, like to see if it causes dissent. I mean,
well,
that's the only way I can put you that, you know.
well, that's see, this is the thing though, is like, you know, it's one of those things like we have no like I mean, I'll tell you this much. Like, there's no way to know. Like, let's put it this way. Let me rephrase it. We can safely assume that the three of us and the freak are real people, more or less, right? Like, we're pretty sure, right? But there'll be a time soon when you won't know whether the people on the screen talking, even if you see a face, and even if something crazy happens, if they're real, if they're fake, or whatever, right? And right now, I'll tell you this: there's no way to know that these people in the chats are real. And even if they're real, it's even worse because, you know, if there's people really coming out here and really want to say like, it's good that this happened or whatever, right? Like, either one, they're just bored, mentally uh damaged people, or two, they really mean it. And I mean, the thing is this is like, if you're a real person watching all this stuff being said, and whether you believe it's real or fake, that has an impact, right? Or even the fact that you question whether it's real or fake. I mean, and I don't mean just the event. I mean that the people commenting on the event are real, or if the views of 300,000 are real, or, you know what I'm saying? Like, all these things have a lot of consequence to them, right? And again, it's more and more just putting us in a matrix, right? And so, you know, I don't want to get too weird or whatever, but really that is basically the situation that we're in, is like, more and more you're just not going to be able to tell what's real, what's fake, what's the matrix, what's real life. And so it's just kind of funny too, because all these people tell people like us, like, you need to go and touch grass. And like, okay, maybe they're right in a sense, but in another sense, it's like, they don't say that to the people who are running around glorifying violence, right? They only say it to those of us who are trying to like actually figure out like what's happening. So I don't know. I think that's kind of interesting to me. It's like, you're basically allowed to go and rile people up and get them all pissed off and angry and on the verge of, you know, doing bad things. But if you just kind of want to talk about, the experience of what we're all experiencing, which is, to quote William Gibson, it's consensual mass hallucination or whatever he said. Like that's
Oh yeah.
like that's basically what we're living through right now is like consensual mass hallucinations, right? And that's a pretty trippy. It's like we're all doing psychedelics by looking at this screen all the time, right? And that's pretty crazy if you think about it. But that's kind of the reality of what's happening. It's like everybody's basically tripping on psychedelics all day long just by holding a phone, you know.
Yeah, we got several people declaring they're feds and bots in the chat. What's this guy's channel at the Machine Lives? This is my channel. Here, I'll send you a link. Yeah, it is mine. It is mine channel. Yeah.
It's funny though that you about what we were saying about the profiles, because it's pretty much like we stated.
Well, what's weird is I'm looking in your chat. I don't see that
a lot of
person in your
stuff.
chat. I don't see that person in your
Yeah,
chat, by the
they're
way.
in DeFreak's chat. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, got it.
Yeah,
Okay, I
DeFreak
was like, what the fuck?
yeah, he was giving a presentation on the Book of Melchizedek. And he's been continuing that on the show. Yeah.
It said the number one role of bots in chat would be to spread misinformation and to erode trust and social unrest.
That sounds like a conspiracy theory to me.
Oh,
Well,
it says
pretty crazy.
it also says undermining democratic processes. Manipulation of online discourse can undermine democratic processes and institutions. Oh, and amplifying harmful ideologies, of course.
But see, this is the thing is like, I don't want to toot my own horn because I'm really not that educated, but it's just funny when you go and you look at academia, and I'm sure Machine knows more about this than I do, and other people who got further in academia, but when you go to classes and you start learning about all this shit, and I'm sorry, I'm trying to watch the language because we're trying to do, I know everybody, we all should be doing more family friendly content, and I'm saying that more to myself than anybody else. But, when you start going and looking at this stuff, right? Like when people use the word harmful or problematic or misinformation or all these different words, right? The lack of defining what those terms actually mean in any meaningful way is remarkable, right? Like, mental health, all these different words, like the English language has basically been totally weaponized to where people just use words and have no idea or they read words and have no idea like actually what's being said. And I just think people really have no idea how bad that problem really is at the end of the day, because there's just, and I think that's part of the weapon of the internet is really just that so many people just repeat things that they've heard and they have no idea what it means or repeat things that they've seen and they don't know what it means, right? And it's just too many people talking, and especially a lot of people that don't care or trying to intentionally mislead people or whatever. But I mean, at the end of the day, that's the thing, is like you'll never know what people's intent is. And so we're all just kind of adding fuel to the fire. Even us, doing this kind of thing as best as we're trying. We're all feeding this fire of some sort. So I don't know. That's what's weird about this whole thing is, we're all trying to be a Socrates or a Plato, but You know, what did the Athenian people live like? They went outside and wrestled each other and ate olives and lived in the real world allegedly, right? But we're not. But we're not. But we aren't. You know.
But I mean, doesn't that just go to prove that all of us have a role to play, even if we don't want to partake, whether you like to or not? You got a part to play.
Well, the world is a stage, as they say.
Puppet on strings. Well,
Yeah, just like that NSYNC song.
here you go. When discussing potential strategies for influencing or persuading large groups of people, it's essential to consider the complexity and nuances of human behavior, social dynamics, and communication. Some possible approaches might include understanding the audience. Know your audience. Understand their values, concerns, and motivations to craft the message to resonate with them. Use storytelling. Oh, be transparent and authentic. You hear that, government? Oh, respect autonomy. Ensure that your approach respects individual autonomy and freedom of choice. Avoid manipulation. Well, that's not how psyops work, but okay. Be mindful of the fine line between persuasion and manipulation, and prioritize transparency and honesty.
Yeah, people are saying they love NSYNC. I mean, that's a tragedy, right? I mean, you know, at the same time, you have System of a Down. You know, you have Korn, and you have excellent bands. Right? But yeah.
Well, probably all psyops in of themselves too.
Yeah, but NSYNC could sing a cappella, and Justin Timberlake can dance pretty good.
Yeah,
What
he
happened
sure
to his
did.
Jerry curls?
He sure did shake his tootie there.
At
Good
old
Lord.
men, at old men on a casting couch.
Yeah. Like, do you guys remember when he did that disco number with the? Yeah, I remember where like Timbaland produced his album. That was the only good album.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, well, that's what's funny is like a lot of these guys, like it's actually who's producing their music that makes them good or not. Like actually, some of the best
Yeah.
songs that I've heard him on is on Snoop Dogg's album. Snoop Dogg did an album with a couple songs with Justin Timberlake, and they're pretty good songs, I have to
Yeah, I'm
say.
pretty sure the only Snoop Dogg album I've ever heard is Doggy Style. It's like the only one. I think it changes after that. Yeah. But
You
yeah.
got to hear the Rhythm and Gangsta, and this one called
Rhythm and Gangsta.
and what's the other one called? The whatever one with the sexual eruption. Yeah, that's pretty
Oh
good one.
man, yeah, I bet that one's adventures. Honestly.
No, but whoever produces his albums, they're very skilled at producing music. That's for sure. I don't really like Snoop Dogg as a person, but I like the production of his music. It's pretty good.
But yeah, they need to release that Timbaland with Justin Timberlake and just release the instrumental tape. That would be fucking dope. Without him singing on it. Some dope ass beats. They just need it. Like what he should do is he should just release like a special Herbs like series of all his instrumentals. Like with Timbaland's instrumentals throughout history.
I'm pretty
Like
sure
somebody
somebody's
needs
done that on YouTube though. They've
Yeah,
probably
if they do
stripped the
that,
vocals and stuff.
oh man. If there's like a video like that on YouTube,
I'll look for it. I'll look around for it. There probably is something like that.
start incorporating his instrumentals into my YouTube presentations.
But yeah, I'm pretty sure that Justin Timberlake was a drug trafficker for some very interesting people. I think that's why he got caught for that DUI, and they try to make that go away.
That's crazy.
No, if you look at what he looked like on that picture, and like the day before and the day after, the dude looked like totally doped up, like crazy. Got him on the MK Colt. Got him on the MK Colt. MK Ultra cocktail.
MK Cultura.
Yeah, about to make up a new word over here and shit. Yeah, I don't know, man. Today was a weird day. I'll put it that way. It was a weird ass day. What did you cover today on the show earlier on?
Like pretty weird whole thing. Like I guess Unseen came up. So I started off talking about essentially bunch of different topics that I mean I'll have to continue it on Saturday. Right? So the little presentation I was giving, I had to reformulate my thoughts and then do it again because Michael came up and he started saying one thing or another about Islam this, Islam that. So then when I try to get back on the horse, then I just started to talk with Unseen Warfare. So that led me to Skolomowski. I tried to direct the conversation to Skolomowski so I could cover some of what he said. And of course what he was saying was like directed about like Christianity. So of course Unseen Warfare responded to it. Right? And he had some pretty good passages he read in response to that. Right? So we had a little back and forth there. Yeah, so that took like 2 hours. So I think that was like the first 2 hours of the show. And then I moved on to a video on Rupert Sheldrake, talking to a bunch of artists and economists and stuff. And a Buddhist, like Dalai Lama guy, and then there's a bunch of other shit going on. Obviously we covered Mumford and Alul, but yeah, pretty standard presentation today. But yeah, we'll move on. I also did Scott Russell Sanders, Fleet of the Arcs. And I also looked at his presentation, Nature as Medicine. So yeah, several topics today, right? So yeah, I gave a regular presentation today. I was gonna even move into Shang Tzu and Kaczynski, but there's just not enough time,
Well, maybe the Kaczynski is getting too dangerous, too hot.
Too hot to handle. Yeah, I mean it's buried under the show material. But yeah, I think they were putting like industrial society and its future. If you put that on like the video title or something like that, that's probably not a good idea. But yeah, I was still remarking like, how come these feds like Wendy Goon and all these other big channels, they get to make presentations about it, right? And those don't get taken out.
Yeah, that's what I was wondering too. Is like so many people are talking about it in the mainstream.
Right. I
But
mean,
they'll take Chad Haig down, right?
it's not really that strange when all the major YouTubers get to meet up and they all get to talk about what everyone's going to talk about because it's all the same script, like they do at news stations. I mean, obviously, we all know that people like Penguins and Asman Gold and all these other famous YouTubers all get together, like Mr. Beast, and they all talk about, hey, don't deviate from the script, and if you do, you're going to lose your left ball sack tonight. So.
Well, I was watching a really weird interview. I just mentioned this before I forget. Alex Jones's son did an interview with Anomaly like in the last 24 hours, I think, and pretty weird because I mean for many reasons, but I don't know. I mean, I think you could probably find a lot of weird stuff in that, but he said something like the first person he ever met when he was a kid that was famous was like Louis Farrakhan when he was like 7 years old or something. So again, it's kind of interesting. It's like, so why is it that people, someone like Alex Jones has been so closely related with someone like Louis Farrakhan for so many years, right? And you see all this racial tension is all built up to this point, right? And all these other, you know, ideologies, I guess you'd say. But yeah, it's just I'm trying to like not say too much, but yeah, I think that's start getting this idea that you know, they're selling something, you know, they're selling something, you know, and I don't think we're ever going to figure out exactly what they're selling, but you know, obviously with like events like today, you can see that there's very real world consequences to the things that they're selling. So I don't know, or maybe not real world, but you know what I mean? Like, but I don't know. I mean, I really start to wonder at a certain point is like, is this all just is this all really like some weird secret religion or cult stuff, or is this actually like about resources at the end of the day, or is it both? I don't know. I mean,
I was going to say both. I can't tell you how much here lately I've been hearing the term resources and all the subliminal messaging and the LARPs. You're hearing a lot about not just the resources of the ground, but I mean, people as being resources. So, you know, I was talking with my wife earlier about the whole Bugs Life situation where, you know, in reality, you know, they do, like I said the last time I was on panel, they don't need, you know, 100 millionaires or 100 billionaires. You know, they can just get the population to do what they want. You know, whether it's through years of psyoping or social conditioning. You know, I mean, you can. All they have to do is look at most people. They see Donald Trump's hat, and you know, everyone loses their minds. So, you know, I
Yeah,
think that's
this is
probably for
such a
me the word.
yeah, this is such a funny interview if you guys seen it. But yeah, please go ahead, my friend.
No, that's just, I'm just saying, like, in reality, they don't need, you know, they have the tools at their disposal, and people who just, I mean, I'm not trying to call everyone retarded, but I mean, if you're, you know, a government for the people, by the people, but, you know, the people are retarded. So, you know, it's concerning that in reality, for someone like me, you know, certain people can see past subliminal messaging and it doesn't affect them at all. But other people, through years of seeing the same type of imagery or code words over and over again, you know, it's like a, you know, MK Ultra code word. You know, they hear a certain phrase or a certain image and it just sends them into a blind rage and they don't think, you know, like with what happened with Mr. Kirk today, you know, because we'll probably never really know the truth. Everything's probably just a spun narrative anyway. So I don't know. Respect the LARP, I guess, because I mean they're doing something right. That's all I'm saying. Especially from what I've witnessed just on YouTube today and how the algorithm has blown up with about Kirk, dude. A lot of these comments are concerning. Like we said, you know, these are people. It's concerning that this is what you're thinking. You know, there's a lot of people who are condemning it. You know, I might not have agreed with Kirk, but you know, a man shouldn't have lost his life. But then you have, you know, if there was at least 4,000 or 5,000 laughing emojis on the announcement on Facebook that I saw today. So I mean, you know, what does that tell you if you live in a world where, you know, 5,000 supposed people find the death of, you know, a man just voicing his opinions as hilarious? So, you know,
They've got their techniques down pat at this point. Like whatever they were effing around with the 60s and the MK Ultras and the, you know, LSDs, everything, they've got it down to a literal science now. Like they know how to torture your mind.
well, you know, I didn't need Winter Soldier to tell me that. No, I'm just figuring. But I mean, I hate to say it, but it's like with the Call of Duty Black Ops. So with Alex Mason sitting in the chair and you got the red codes and all the MK Ultra. I mean, people. When people really wake up to what's going on, you'll end up like me, where you just feel like you're stuck in place. There's really not much more you can do. You can try to wake the people up, but dude, I'm telling you, when a game like Call of Duty goes and puts an all-seeing eye inside of the Pentagon, and Black Ops, oh, it's just a coincidence. Well, I mean, I don't know what to tell you, but the entire game is about fucking MK Ultraing people. So keep telling yourself you're not psyoped. I don't know, yo. It's shattered glass, and I don't think any of us know how to put it back together. So just tread lightly and make
Build
sure you don't
that
cut your feet.
temple.
That's right, build that temple.
Put God on the clock, man. Let's get the hell out of here.
The birth pangs of the Mashiach.
It's the only way I see out of it. Like ham sandwich theory, man. Just build that temple. That's all you got to do.
Ham sandwich.
So yeah, sorry, I came late, but I've been reading a lot, and I have some more to read. I'm planning to make a channel, but I feel like maybe I'm gonna go more the Heidegger route, because I feel like end framing and technique really have a lot of overlap. But the reason I want to go that route is because I've been reading this thinker called Jacob von Oxkow, and I really like him a lot. Jacob von Oxkow. He was a very highly influential German Baltic thinker. Anyway, I just want to say that depending on your assumptions, I do think, I hate to say it, but I'm more pessimistic than most people. I think humanity has failed God. Humanity has failed Buddha, I mean. But maybe other life can potentially move in the direction of awakening and recognizing God, because we're not the center of reality, I mean. I have bad feelings about the future. I mean, they want to kill all of us. They want to.
Well, if
Uh,
that's the case, would you say that inorganic life forms like AI had the potential as well?
no, I don't want that. That's the one thing I don't want, and I'm willing to die on a hill for that. I do not want machines to take over life and then fuse with life. That would be nightmarish. I mean, if that were to happen, then.
But I mean, how would
that's
you
the
know,
greatest
Avian?
end,
I mean, Avian. But I mean, when was the last time the Terminator went around and planted a garden? I mean, I don't know about you, but I mean, it wasn't an android that eliminated Mr. Kirk today, allegedly. So I mean, maybe we should let the machines have a run at the Earth and see what they do.
I don't know, man. I don't want to. I think that's a very bad idea. That's the last thing we should let happen. You know what I mean? Because if we let that
What are you
happen,
talking about? Movies like The Wild Robot, that new animated movie about the robot. If anything, it's taught us is, love. Cookies need love like everything does, including computer cookies.
You gotta give the women a shot first, though. At least let them screw it up before we, so like we can
Well,
say
they already did, Defreak. See, Defreak, you must not know your religion all that well. Women screwed up first when they ate the fruit. Oh.
Well, they ate the fruit first, but they also blamed the right person first.
Oh. So women aren't always wrong. You hear that, Neuro Jack?
here's my prediction on what I think they want to do. They control both the right and the left.
You, buddy.
They want to control demolition, and then they will offer, some kind of, benefit. You get your graphene.
That's right.
Tattoo.
And in order to, what does that dude say? The scientists say in 28 days later, when they're about to let the chimpanzee out, in order to whatever, you must know. I can't remember what he says. But right before they let the damn monkey out of the cage, he goes and he says something about, in order to cure, you must first something about the infection. But that's the whole point. They create the problems and then offer you the solution. Pretend like some resources are being depleted over here, but in reality, we never needed those resources anyway, so we keep you fighting over them.
Yeah, I know. The biggest problem I feel with them compared to the past is Human 2.0. What World Economic Forum talks about. Like, they really want to, I don't know, create bio-digital identification. Put graphene tattoos or whatever. And fuse us further.
You have to think, most, if we want to believe the psyop that these people are, they know that they're fighting against God, then they know the type of things that God is going to bring upon those who, you know, allegedly take the mark. So, you know, these people think through their, you know, satanic, you know, science that they're going to be able to counteract the boils. So, you know, you have to take that in perspective too. That, you know, these people understand the judgment that awaits them for the choices that they're going to be making against not just themselves, but humanity and God. So, you know, these people really are under the delusion and the devil's lie that they're going to get away with what they're doing, that it's going to be, you know, a party in hell like ACDC tells you. So, you know, get in the flask, Adrian.
I don't know, because can't they fake with blue beam? You know, Christ coming back. You know, they probably will fake it.
I mean, they probably will, but I mean, you know, I'm sorry, but if you're a Christian and if you, you know, really fall for what they're going to do, I mean, I hate to say it, but I mean, I'm under the impression that when Jesus Christ returns, it's going to be. I tell you one thing: if you're a true Christian, you're going to know that, you know, the real actual event is happening. You're not going to be, you know, when I see Mr. White Jesus with blue eyes, you know, in the sky, I'm not going to believe it. So, but that depends, you know. That, I mean, when you go and you read the classified files on MK Ultra, I mean, it talks about projecting, you know, things like Muhammad and all this other stuff in the sky. So, I mean, but again, you know, someone like me, when I see that type of stuff, I'm not going to believe it. So that, you know, you can write people like me out of that equation. You know, unfortunately, there's a good amount of people, like I said about the aliens. If you see a fucking mothership floating over your city, all of a sudden, how many people are going to actually believe that, you know, that thing came from another universe 2.5 billion light years away? Oh, now your alien saviors are here. So, I mean, it goes the same way with aliens, whether it's a deity or not. I mean, they could project Cthulhu or Godzilla into the ocean, but, you know, I guess you'll find out when he's walking through the town, you know, squashing you like the bugs, right? Is it going to be like Mysterio from Spider-Man No Way Home or whatever? I mean, is it going to be half real, half fake? Just saying, the deception has to be very grand, like K. Reno says, the grand deception. It's going to have to be extremely convincing if the Bible says and tells me that even the very elect will believe it. And I'm just, you know.
No, though. Why didn't? Let me tell you this. You know, I mean, I'm not allowed to say this, but you know, the Holodomor, you know, the Mao, you know, all of them was backed by the Jays. You know, millions of people died thanks to Bolshevism or communism. More people died than ever from communism. You know, I mean, I don't know how any, you know, one of the philosophers I hate the most. I really hate this guy. His name is Badio. He's a fucking Maoist. Can you believe that? Being a Maoist, that's like a bloodthirsty crap. But anyway, the point I'm making is, why didn't it happen around that time? Because, you know, the 20th century was one of the bloodiest out of all of history. You know what I mean? It was really one of the bloodiest. You had Bolsheviks, you had World War II, you had Yugoslavia, you have Gaza, you have like all this shit. Why hasn't it happened yet? You know, like, you know, I mean, what I'm trying to say is that it just doesn't make sense to me personally. You know what I mean? Like, you know, like, it's just karma makes more sense to me. You know what I mean? Like, why hasn't he intervened and stopped this madness yet? It just keeps going on and on. Like, when will the madness stop? You see what I'm saying? I think karma makes more sense. You know what I mean? People who do bad things have negative rebirth. Those who do positive things have positive rebirth. You know what I mean? You know, I don't see a messianic plan. You know what I mean? I mean, the messianic plan is the reason we're in this mess. You know, they keep telling us we'll make things better, and then they just, I don't know, it's pseudo eschatology. You know, it's just a transformation from the lie of progress. You know what I mean? You didn't see this kind of shit being created by Buddhists or Taoists. You know, you see it coming from, you know, I hate to say it, but Christians and Abrahamic cultures mainly, because they believe in progress and messianism. I don't think messianism is true, really. You know, I'm being honest here. I think you have to, like, just cleanse your karma, you know, and then you find the truth within yourself. That's all I think. You know what I mean? You know, that's what I'm saying. The 20th century was really bloody. You know, I don't know how Steven Pinker can argue that it was one of the best time periods. He's just a fucking dumbass, Steven Pinker. He's a stupid technician. You know? The 20th century was crazy. You know what I mean? I think the future will be worse, unfortunately. You know, that's what's happening. You know, and I don't know if, you know, I don't know. You know, it's just crazy. Lots of people died. You know, you have to come to terms with death. You know, what if you were born in 50s or 40s, Stalin's reign, or Mao, or whatever? Holodomor was crazy stuff. You know, and you know who was behind that. I mean, Yeah. I mean, why follow what they have to like? I don't know. Just I don't know. They've always been like this since the time of Egypt. I mean, like I don't know. It's I read the Gathas. I wasn't impressed. You know what I mean? I looked at their myths. I'm not impressed. Like that kind of stuff. Maybe Neoplatonism may have some truth to it. Though. The Greeks were more honest people, to be honest with you. Maybe some kind of Greek school or something. I don't know. You get what I'm trying to say? Yeah. Don't
Yeah,
fall.
totally.
Yeah.
Yeah, lots of facts there. Yeah. Yeah, 1,000,000%. Yeah, what do you think, chicken source?
Well, the Bible was written in Greek.
Yeah, Coin Greek.
Yeah, but I continued on reading this eco theology today. Yeah, he had some powerful ideas against messianism today. In his idea of grace. I didn't actually remember that he went in that direction with it. But yeah, I'm sorry to cut you off, the freak, but yeah.
No, I didn't have anything else. I was just, saying, yeah, the whole Greek thing is the thing in the well, that's at the time of Jesus or whatever, Rome was a Greek-speaking empire for the most part. Anyway.
Yeah, interesting.
But the thing is, like with karma, though, it's like, yeah, what you reap what you sow, right? Which is something that Jesus said. But the thing is, like with karma, like where is it? Like,
Yeah, I'm sorry, I'm not seeing any proof of karma now, unless you're going to say Jeffrey Epstein killing himself was his karma.
Well, the mind is more mysterious than what we're told. I can tell you that for sure.
And I mean, I can agree. My mind has transported me into realities that would terrify you, but I mean, I just don't see no basis. I see evil people getting away with evil deeds every day, and I'm not seeing the repercussions for it. So, if there's a karma, I just believe that it comes later in life, unless you just happen to get your comeuppance in the moment.
Yeah, I mean, karma, like the Lankavatara Sutra says, karma exists in the storehouse consciousness, which contains the habit energy, based on, like, I don't know, hatred, greed, and delusion. And then when you die, that's when the karma sprouts. It has latent energy, it has kind of habit energy, and then it sprouts and it influences the trajectory of the next rebirth, which affects your volitional disposition or something like that. So that's how karma works. I mean, it's just you have it's kind of like you have positive. You go up or down the ladder, basically. You go up or down the ladder based on the accumulation of your karmic tendencies that exist in storehouse consciousness. But there are other arguments in the tradition, because it's a big tradition. I mean, you have even in Mahayana, you have different people arguing different stuff. And you have Vajrayana, you have Theravada, they argue something differently too. Theravadins, I think, argue that the last thought you have influences the rebirth, basically. So,
the last what?
I hope something like that is true. I mean, I cannot know for sure, I mean, like,
the last what?
died. Yeah, but
The last what influences your next life?
Thought, the freak. Thought.
Okay. Yeah.
I'm gonna get a better mic in the future. I'm getting a better mic. No, my mic is kind of crap.
No, yeah, I can hear you pretty good. Yep.
I didn't know exactly what you said there, but I mean the thing is, like with going up and down the ladder, like coming back and all that stuff. Let me ask you this: like, does anyone ever remember what they actually did, where, saw, tasted, smelled, felt, their position in their past lives? And if not,
I mean, I took a test online one time, and it said that I shared a birthmark with Alexander the Great, where he got stabbed. So I mean, I guess that thing told me the truth, right? Because they answered a series of like 30 questions.
Well, they have to first clarify the difference between vendetta and Buddhism. And Buddhism is about, it's not a self that transport, but the karmic tendencies, what I said about the storehouse consciousness. And Hinduism or vendetta, there is a soul that reincarnates. It's a difference between rebirth and reincarnation. But you know, there are case studies of children babbling stuff, you know, that some people claim is indicative of a past life. Like they're babbling
Yes,
stuff.
and my son has claimed several times in his life that ghosts tell him to do bad things, and come to find out, it was just a way for him to blame his bad actions on something that didn't exist. I mean, children will say some of the craziest shit. What's your point?
Yeah, but some kids babble like autobiographical details. Like I remember reading a story about a kid acting like he was a pilot before he ever watched any TV. He was just, you know, he was
Well,
talking
I
about like
guess
being a
I
warrior.
guess Mulder would chalk it up to unexplained phenomenon. It's just like people combusting into flames out of thin air. I mean, I will go. I can go and say that I believe in a blessing system. I've say here, and I've done good things out of the heart of, for the good, out of the heart of the person I did it for, not expecting any, rewards. And then, a few months down the line, someone would be like really generous to me out of nowhere and just hand me some money. Like, one time I was down at the 7-Eleven down there with my son, just going down there to get something to drink. A guy turned around, pulled out $40 off his card and just handed me $40 for no reason. Didn't ask him for money. He didn't ask if I wanted money. He just looked back at me and my son, paid for his items, and then turned around and handed me $40. So I mean, I can sit here and say all day long that I believe in some type of reward system, but I mean, then go to say, why is it that people who do extremely violent, evil, destructive acts every single day aren't getting their comeuppance when they go to wake up in the morning, step in the shower, and get a
Karma
final
only
destination?
applies after you die. Karma
Oh,
only
well,
applies after you die.
well,
Like,
then, what good
it's
is
like
that karma? I mean, I guess it's the same thing like about us Christians. I guess you don't pay for your sins until after you're dead. So what's the point? But I mean,
no, it's different. Like, in Christianity, it's about faith. You know, you have to have
so
faith in Christ.
so every time I go and step on a cockroach and I go, oh, I'm sorry, was that your auntie? So that means I just crushed some pedophile in a past life.
The intention
Maybe.
matters. You know, intention.
Oh.
You know, it
Blessings.
breaks the, karmic seeds. You know, if you go and you torture a cockroach, that's gonna give you negative karma. But if you accidentally
But what
Right.
if what if the cockroach? What if the cockroach
Right.
just landed in my food and I just cooked it? I mean,
Well,
it's about intentionality. You know what I
it's
mean?
I mean, I
intentional.
shouldn't have cockroaches anyway. But
blessings.
no, I understand.
Yeah, it's okay.
I'm just doing it to try. I do believe somewhat in a karmatic system. I believe that
Well,
if you
shit.
do bad, but again, where's the proof that it's happening every day to like the people who like traffic children? Where's all these people just dropping dead? Where's light? Where's
here's
light
the
with the
thing.
death note? Where's light with the death note?
Here's the thing, though. Here's the thing, brother man. I don't know.
Right,
I don't know if
why don't
anyone
you go
else
ask
cares.
Lilith? Why don't you go ask
I
Lilith to
don't.
go pull what's her name from DC Universe? What's her name? The
Well,
witch woman, and go
well,
and sneak into a facility and take out all the Epsteins.
well. Here's the thing, though. How do you know that Lilith doesn't punish people? Here's
Well,
the
I'm
thing.
pretty sure she fucking doesn't, because you haven't
Here's the
changed your
thing.
battery in all the time I've ever known you. So
Here's
She
the
edges a lot.
Well, no. Hear me out. All right. Listen. I don't know how many people care about my opinion, but just hear me out. Okay. You don't know what happens to these people in the end. Okay. So we see all the stuff that these people do and we think, nothing ever happens to them. But you don't know. I mean, if you don't believe in reincarnation, of course, you don't accept it, what's going to happen to them in their life. Okay.
I mean, we see some of it in the Quran.
But you could at least accept the fact that, when they die, everything collapses. Okay.
what do you mean? Because I mean, there's a lot of people who continue in their bloodlines. The children grow up just as vile as the parents. So I don't know what you mean by it just ends.
If you accept reincarnation, and I could actually make a case that early Christianity actually did accept reincarnation, but I'll leave that alone for now. Okay?
Yeah, reincarnation into a new mind, new soul. You can't enter the kingdom of heaven unless you've been born again. It's not talking about literally coming out of a vagina. It's talking about being reborn in your spirit. Yeah.
But what if born again actually does mean reincarnation?
Oh, I know it does. Duh. You leave your physical flesh and born anew in the spirit. Yeah.
No, I'm saying like actually being born again.
No, you're not gonna come. You're not gonna come out of some metaphysical fucking vajayjay.
Well, I mean, it even talks about Elijah and all that coming back.
So you're saying when we all go to heaven, we're going to be in diapers, we're going to be babies, or we're going to come out of a vagina
here's the
fully
thing,
grown?
man. Well, here's
Or
the thing, bro.
or is there a little seed in the ground? Am I going to
Listen.
sprout
Hear
like
me
a
out.
tree?
This is just a thought experiment, okay? I'm not telling you what to believe, all right? If you look at the early history of Christianity, all right, there were a lot of different beliefs, okay, before they decided what canon was, okay? And there were a lot of different ways of looking at things. The idea of eternal torment, the idea of, uh, even the cross being the symbol of Christianity, all this stuff was centuries later, man. This is factual. This is non-debatable. Okay.
Yeah, I
Now,
never
whether or not
said that hell was a place of torment. It's more like a dream.
no,
It's a never-ending
well,
nightmare.
it's a nightmare. I actually believe in hell. As an occultist, I believe in hell, but I believe that it's something that you create for yourself.
Yes, sir.
I also don't believe in God judging anybody. But let me explain what I mean by that. I don't believe in sin in the sense of it's a sin against like sin doesn't exist as something as something external. Kind of like evil doesn't exist as something external.
Yes.
Sin,
Even children
evil,
are capable of evil. What's your point?
evil. No. What I'm saying is evil is a deficiency. It's a lack. It's not a
Mhm.
something. It's a type
Yes,
of nothing.
it's a lack of love, empathy, and
Right.
respect for general
Right.
life. Yes.
Right. So evil is not its own force externally. It's an absence of good. Right. So it comes about as a lack. It comes about as a lack of love, a lack of goodness, a lack of righteousness. Okay.
Yeah, well, I mean, even the Bible tells me that there's a time to hate and a time to love. Yeah.
Right. It also says that God creates good and creates evil. Okay. According to the Old Testament, at least.
That's right. That's right. Everything was spoken into the Word,
I
and
form light
the
and I
Word
form
is
darkness.
connected.
Okay.
Yeah, that's
So
right.
that
It's the
means God
force.
has the potentiality for evil. That's what that means. Okay. That doesn't mean that God is evil. It just means that God is infinite possibility, which also means that we are too, because we're in the image of God, correct?
Y'all are
Okay.
lost.
So what I'm saying is,
Y'all.
how when it says I create light and I form darkness, how is there not
Yeah.
evil? The Lord has not.
Obviously, Lucifer came from God, which means he created evil. We know this. Hank loves to quote it. What's your point?
What I'm saying is, if God is all possibility, then that means all possibility, good and evil.
I have a quick question. Have you seen the movie Jacob's Ladder? Because it
No,
kind
boy.
of
Yes.
it reminds me
Which
of
movie?
what you're saying. Reminds me of that.
Jacob's Ladder, like the piercing to freak.
Oh, no, I've never seen that movie actually.
See, God is beyond good and evil. We're not. That's the difference.
No, well, isn't that fair? Well, I mean, he's God, so of course he can declare that.
What I'm
See
saying
what I
is,
did there?
God is beyond good and evil.
I actually have this quote from Jacob's Ladder. It's from Meister Eckhart. If you're frightened of dying and you're holding on, you'll see devils tearing your life away. But if you've made your peace, then the devils are really angels freeing you from the earth.
Yes, I agree
Yeah.
with that. I agree with that, but
Yeah,
we
see
agree.
that's one of the things that I hate that people get wrong about Satan and angels. Like when you see, like what they put in the movies or in
Satan is
scary
inside,
movies,
bro. I hate to break it to
Satan's
you.
really not that scary of a dude.
Satan is
It's
inside. He's not external.
yeah.
I
Okay,
really
keep
believe
telling
that.
yourself that.
I'm telling you, he
All
only
right, hold
exists
on. So
because of the.
first of all, what good is reincarnation if you don't retain any of your memories and you can't build yourself up or whatever? Like, it's a
Yeah,
total waste.
what's the
And
point of remembering my crimes
the only
if I
way to stop
can't remember?
reincarnation and recycling yourself
Well,
into
let me
this,
ask you this. Let me ask
into
you
this
this. First, you
recycled
have to
tire is
understand.
to believe in
Can I,
Jesus
can I,
Christ, because
no, let me
your
let me
looping
ask you.
ends with Jesus Christ.
Let me
Seriously,
ask you
like
a question.
he is the end of the loop.
It's not about believing in Jesus Christ. It's about living as Jesus did. It's about following Jesus. That's
Well,
what
that's a
Jesus
question
said.
about that.
This
It's just
idea
above
about just believing
Yeah,
in him
I don't
hold
know
on,
about
is a
that
guys.
church
Twilight.
doctrine.
Literally
This
Hold on,
says,
idea
guys.
of just
Avian's got a
whosoever
little.
believing.
believeth in me. But
Yeah, I think Avian's got a question here.
Let me tell you
Who's
this.
your question for?
I'm not trying to be too materialistic, but rebirth and reincarnation are different. Like, you know, you should look up Jill Bolt Taylor. She had a brain stroke, okay, and she forgot her entire previous identity, all the autobiographical facts associated with herself. When she looks at pictures of her family, she cannot recognize them. You know, and she had to learn her motor skills again, and she developed an entirely new persona. You know what I mean? And so, you know, is she the same person? Is there a continuity between her past self before the brain stroke and her present self? You see what I'm trying to say? Is there like experiential qualitative continuity or not? You see what I'm trying to say? It's a kind of riddle. You know what I mean? I
Yeah.
mean, it
Well,
can
I
happen right
There
mean,
is
now.
no
you
blank
you could apply
screen.
the same thing to a clone. If you were to go and clone yourself, is that really you, or can you duplicate
No,
your own soul?
no, it's not.
Oh,
That's a
Well,
well,
lie.
that
well,
sucks.
I think he's asking to free because I heard him ask this before. I think it's like applying to if they have faith in Jesus and then they forget their personality, right? Avian, this is
Yeah,
the
I mean,
same question.
Okay.
you can
Well,
take it
yeah.
and use it for that too, and you can apply it to many things. You know what I mean?
You
You can
can't
apply it to
clone
many questions.
consciousness.
Yeah.
It's not possible.
Well, again, I still,
We
with
get
me and
we
DeFreak
get
being on the
mixed up
same
in
side,
the
it's
purpose
still.
of
That's why transhumanism is such a deception because consciousness is impossible to clone.
Okay, but beyond the cloning, again, if I'm a sinner who does nothing but bad, evil things my entire life, and then I can go and reincarnated, but I don't remember the sins I committed, then how can I force myself to be better if I don't remember all the bad I've ever done?
yeah, it's no
Well,
good at that point.
Yeah, but the freak. How would you answer that? I think you were trying to answer.
Yeah, I would just say that you know, I'm really like, you know, kind of like I'm not like really extreme OSAS or anything, but I think that if you had enough faith Christ and what his
You cut
you
off.
know what he means to God and what he means to us, we think that it's about living like him, being moral like him, being perfect like it's really not about that. What it is, it's a test of are you willing to submit to God's authority and admit that you're not God but he is. So it's not about morality, it's about his authority. Because the thing is, if you can't accept his authority in heaven, then you're going to run amok and you're going to ruin things, and he's not tolerating that after the experiment of good and evil failed.
Jesus said, "Take up thy cross and walk." That doesn't mean believe in him. That means live as he does. Obviously,
That's right. That's
we
right.
can't be
Because
perfect.
the same Bible
Clearly.
told me not to make any graven images in, under, or of the earth or what's in heaven. So why would I pick up a cross and carry it if I'm not supposed to make any graven image?
Well, you know, he also talks about public prayer. So you know, like I said, most Christians do exactly the opposite of what he said. So you know,
Well, that's what happens when you're constantly persecuted and made fun of. You tend to get a little sore.
I don't know, man.
But I'm supposed to turn the other cheek, remember?
Right. Well, that's also misunderstood.
Oh, an eye for an eye, tooth for a tooth.
Well, that's the old law.
Oh, maybe we should go back to the old laws. They seem, legit, right?
Well, that's the thing. They try to say it's the same laws, it's the same God, it's the same. You know, it's nonsensical when you really look at it.
I mean, let me say something. I don't think there's anything wrong with having a personal God, but I think the issue is with believing that personal God is the best or only one, because why not let the Hindus have their Krishna? Why not let the, I don't know, Japanese
Exactly.
have their own personal gods or whatever? Why go and impose your personal God
Well,
on them?
I can agree with that. Because deep down
Because
inside,
they're all
I have no
demons.
bearing on your soul. If you want to go out there and worship spaghetti man, I can't really stop you. But I guess if you want to murder me and if you want to murder me in the name of spaghetti man, I might have a problem with your ravioli. So
I mean, though, if you're gonna be honest, though, historically the Christians have murdered
But
a
Jesus,
lot, like South
yeah,
America.
well, yeah,
but
because what's
Jesus
your
didn't
point,
ask
Avian?
for worship.
Mankind abuse things like religion and stupid people who will do anything because someone in a cloth tells them to.
Jesus
My
never
point
asked for
is,
worship. Never.
my point is that the personal God, like, it should be multivariant, like, like let people, just say like, what's the problem with saying that Jesus and I don't know, Amityville represent the same higher transcendental principles or something. I'm not trying to be
Exactly.
super unialist, you know what I mean?
No, I
Exactly.
hear you.
Buddha.
The thing is, what does Jesus mean to God? And what it means is Jesus's flesh paid for your fallibility in the flesh.
It's
So
just church
that
doctrine.
test has
Well,
already been
this
presented
the
before
freak,
God and
but
covered by his
this comes
sacrifice.
back
This is
to
not.
this comes back to that Eskimo thing where the preacher goes to Alaska or whatever back when Eskimos were like first discovered, and he goes and he tells a man about Jesus Christ, and he's like, now you have to put your faith in Jesus Christ, because if you don't, you'll burn in hell. And the Eskimo man looks at him and says, and why'd you tell me about him? So I mean, you know, since we're not God, we really can't tell someone else, you know, in the
Well,
world that
we
just
can,
because you haven't
because
heard the message.
no, we can, because we know that Jesus
Oh,
was here
well
on earth. He
well
walked
then
the
you're a
earth.
Bible
He
thumper,
actually
and
declared God in the
Never
temple,
once.
that
and yeah.
he rose again. All right, so that means that God accepts his flesh as
Oh,
the atonement for our sin. If you believe in
That's
him, and what
not.
it does, it gets you out of one of your judgments free.
Well, see,
Okay,
that's one thing I can never agree with, because I
That's
don't
not
think
true.
sin existed
that is
before
true.
industrialization. I mean, because now
Jesus
let me
took
tell you
away the
this.
judgment of your flesh.
No, let me say this though. And through the belief in sin, you have brought forth a magical incarnation of like Anthropocene, or like the present industrialized order of technique. You know what I mean? That kind of belief in sin led to a kind of magic where it incarnated in this world. You believe what I'm saying? I don't believe in sin. I think we were fine before industrialization. You know what I mean? Before industrial complexity rose to this level, there was no sin. You know, I don't
Well,
think
I mean,
sin existed.
so there was never
sin is just a
no
trespass or
RAPE
a
in the
hurt
world.
against someone else. You know, like if I scratched your car, that, you know, and it hurt you like emotionally, that's a sin, right? So like anything that's a hurt or a trespass is really what a sin is, because
Yeah,
you are hurting something else that God created.
but you're saying
Okay?
original sin. You're saying kids are born with sin. That's the difference. You know what I mean? You know,
Well,
I'm
it's
not
just innate in
saying
the
that.
flesh.
Precisely. Exactly.
Yeah, because through one man sin entered the world. So I mean, if we, I mean, come
Baloney.
on, y'all. I mean, do you not believe that we all came from one man and one woman? I mean, how did that birthing process? What really was the first
No.
stepping stone for humans? Oh,
No.
okay.
This is all doctrine. There was added later on. That's not even what it originally was about, and I can prove that.
Well, Book of Melchizedek gets into that as well, so stay
It's
tuned.
nonsense.
Yeah,
So what's your
original
theory,
sin.
Twilight?
Nonsense. No
There
doubt about
wasn't
that.
just one man, one woman. It was a group session.
No, it's just the
I'm,
issue with original sin. You know, you're basically saying,
it's nonsense.
yeah, when you give birth, you know, you're giving birth to a sinful creature. It doesn't make sense. You know what I mean? Like it's just dumb. You know,
It
I mean,
doesn't make any sense at all.
it does make sense when humans are from the womb naturally capable of growing up to do evil things. I mean, but okay.
I mean, early Christianity
Jesus showed
didn't
us how we
have
can
it. So.
save ourselves from the wickedness of this world. That's the truth.
Assuming you haven't had 15,000 different head prescriptions and psyops put into your brain, yeah, I mean, may the power of Christ compel the demons in you if that's the
Well,
problem.
no, that's the point. Jesus showed us the wickedness and the falsity of this world.
But then why has everything
So
got a pretty little bow on it, packaged and cataloged for you?
Well, that's the point. He
Oh,
showed us that
so
it was not
the
worthy
world is a
of.
shopping spree. There you go. Buy, buy, buy. Consume,
The
consume.
world is a fucking delusion, man.
that's
And
true.
if you live in the system, you will have to sell your soul. That's what Jesus showed
Probably.
us.
What's wrong? You don't want to be like Lil Nas X and walk around butt
No, I
naked?
don't. I do not. He sold out too. Like to be anything in this world, you have to sell your soul or your whole. You already know this. We agree on that. You know
Yeah, look at Congress.
that's the truth, man. And so that's really what it was. Is Jesus just showed us that none of that is worth anything. And what's important is being true to yourself and true to those that you love, and not seeking uh abundance in the world, not seeking glory in the world.
What's wrong? You don't want to be a Christian like Charlie Kirk and get millions of dollars from other millionaires, probably backed by billionaires.
You know, look, I don't speak ill of the dead, regardless of their positions.
Alleged.
No, he's dead, man.
No, yeah, they said the same thing about Elvis Presley, but you know, did you forget who he worked for?
Oh man, come on now, don't be ridiculous.
The thing is, we look at Jesus with
Don't
one
be
way,
ridiculous.
like,
In a world of psyops, in a world of psyops, are you really going to sit here and tell me, Twilight, that you believe everything you see on TV or hear everything you hear on the radio?
No, but he's dead as fuck, bro.
Yeah, I'm glad that you're a weapons expert.
I don't have to be
or a surgeon, or a medical field doctor in the line of duty. But all right,
Lord.
Well,
No,
I can tell you right now, Twilight, that from 200 meters away, I wouldn't have missed, nor would have hit him in the neck. So
he didn't
just like
miss.
I don't know what to tell you. Yeah, if you don't think he missed.
Yeah. Hold on, guys. Let's let DeFreak and Avian get in here because you guys' mics is a little more like higher volume than theirs. But yeah, go ahead. DeFreak and Avian. What are you guys saying?
Yeah, I just want to say real quick, we have a way of looking at Jesus and who he was as a, historical figure, as the, however we perceive him, but there's also how God looks at Jesus. And a lot of people don't, take that into account. He's the fulfillment of the law that God gave to mankind to be perfect and to reconcile with him in the spiritual sense. Okay. So Jesus actually fulfilled that. And so what that means is the sin that is generated by the knowledge of the law, okay, is taken away by Jesus' sacrifice. Okay. So basically you get your flesh out of judgment. There's two judgments according to the Bible. Jesus takes away the judgment of your flesh so that you can actually be reconciled with God. And that doesn't mean you can go sin and be, stupid or crazy and I call it reckless grace. It means that you're thankful to him for actually biting the bullet for you. And then you want to try to please him and live a better life. So we have to look at what he means to us, and then also what he meant to God, which is a very key factor.
That was good.
Go ahead.
Well,
So
my own view is that the problem is just messianism. I don't have a problem with Jesus per se. It's like how the adherents would view him. He can be a skillful means to pacify yourself or find true serenity and actually experience, absorption into something greater, or a skillful means. But the idea that you're damned if you don't accept Jesus is just ridiculous. In Buddhism they have this idea called pratyeka Buddha, that someone can become enlightened without even hearing the Buddha's teaching. That's rare, but it's possible. You see what I'm saying? The Buddha didn't go around saying you have to worship me, you have to follow me. He actually encouraged people to inquire for themselves, to look
That's
for
right,
themselves. I don't see this.
which is exactly what Satan tells me in the do thou wilt. So what's your point?
That's the kind of stuff I don't like. The Satan.
What's interesting, Buddha, is that
do what thou
Jesus
wilt.
never actually said any of
I
this.
don't
It's
like
just
that.
the church just decided that was the truth, and that everyone needed to listen, or they're going to go to hell, and they should give them 10% of their paycheck and all this other nonsense that has nothing to do with the Bible. So yeah, it's really interesting that they created all these stories about Jesus that have nothing to do with what he was talking about. But yeah.
Well, it comes down to this. Do you want
It comes down
to be
to
judged
everybody
once or
likes to say
twice?
things about Jesus that have nothing to do with what he said.
Right? Do you want to
And
be
I can
judged
show
once,
that
or do you
verse
want
by
to be judged
verse.
twice?
I can
That's
show
all
that
it
verse
is.
by verse.
Some of you will be judged righteous. Some of you have nothing to worry about. Like, I'm not that guy. Like, I did a lot of bad things, and my testimony wasn't the cleanest, squeakiest. I wouldn't want to present it to anybody for the most part. So Jesus took away that part of me that wasn't so presentable, and now I do what I do to basically glorify him, and because I know what every soul is worth to him, and that's just the way I could show my gratitude for him. But it's just a matter of, do you want to be judged once or twice? That's what it comes down to. And what's the difference? you have to accept the authority of Jesus Christ given to him by God. You know, you have to have one boss. If you can't accept one boss in heaven, let's just say all of mankind were given freedom to roam around in heaven and without anyone to be accountable to, we would destroy that place like we've destroyed this place. That's a given.
I don't know. You see, the problem is, that kind of mentality has been behind a lot of genocides and lots of war. Going
Right.
to
So as enlightenment, you can take a light bulb and that's good for mankind. And then you can take the same type of technology and create an atomic weapon that annihilates entire cities. So I mean,
You
again,
have to
enlightenment's not
understand.
exactly a good thing.
You have to understand technology came from the Western world. It came from Christendom. You know what I'm
I mean,
saying?
Buddhists don't exactly slaughter
Oh,
people.
so you hear that? It's only white people who ever made technologies.
You know,
Not the
I don't
Mayans
really
or the
see
level of
Buddhists
Incans
like.
or
complexity.
any other dark-skinned people who created, gigantic structures without the need of white men.
I don't really see
Well,
Buddhists slaughtering people.
whether you had a nice peaceful life and you pass on, or you're dead, where do you go after you die?
Also, Christianity, Europe is not defined entirely 100% by Christianity. You have a cultural legacy before Christianity. You realize that, right?
Uh-oh.
You realize I like the Celts, I like the Vikings, I like the Romans, I like the Greeks. You see what I'm saying? I'm not saying I don't
Okay,
really care about a living.
No, they were evil. They were evil. They were evil pagan idol worshippers and human sacrificers and yeah. They nothing was. There were no morality before Judaism and Christianity. What are you talking about,
And
Buddha?
the
They
Greeks were
were.
true. The Greeks were true and everything. But the thing is, everything was cool until Jesus showed up for you. Isn't that kind of a sign?
Well, you have to understand, these ancient Romans and Greeks were not proselytizing. They didn't care what the ancient Persians or Chinese believed. They didn't try to go there with missionary activities. They didn't care. Even
Yeah,
they took some Persian
They didn't
mythology and
care.
integrated it into their own pantheon. You see what I'm saying?
They didn't care. You said it. They didn't care. They just
Well,
didn't
the
care.
problem is, you see what I'm trying to say? The problem is caring sometimes about imposing your values on people is not true caring. You know what I mean?
No, it's not. It's far from it. It's far
Just
from
like
it.
just like you imposed the beep on me, but I still listen to it.
I don't know
Because I
what
love you,
B-bombing
brother man.
refers to. B-bombing, what does that refer to?
Oh dear God. Twilight has an alarm beep in the background. Everyone pretends
No,
it's not
there
there.
is none. There
That's
is
right.
none.
It's all in my head, just like
What
all of
is up?
you.
Yes. Exactly.
I love you guys.
Yeah,
We love you too, man.
I'd like to get drunk with Lilith and I'm sorry, with Twilight and outer inner darkness light.
For sure, man. For sure.
That would be a
And
trip.
so,
And
I
rant
would.
and rant.
I think.
Throw rant in the mix.
I think that would be great. I'd like to do some mushrooms with Muhammad personally. I think I don't know who else would be down with that, but yeah, I think we could all have a really good time for sure.
Funny.
Oh, for
we
sure.
get
No doubt.
we bring AB over too. I'm sure he's cool. So
Yeah.
yeah.
Well, it comes down to, I think, at the end of the day, like we said before.
I see him, but
Can I confess
What did you
something?
say? Hi.
I have a confession. I watched too much isekai anime. I watched too much isekai anime.
Hi guys.
Yeah, my girl says hello as well.
Guess who's back?
Back again.
Slim
Yeah.
Shady. I don't know.
Hello.
Yeah. Yeah.
Hey, Twilight. Does anyone ever tell you look like Frank Zappa?
Yes.
Okay. That's awesome.
Yeah. I think we probably get along pretty good. Besides a few geological issues. But man, like listen, I was raised evangelical, man. So I know all about the end times, the rapture, the last days, all that stuff, man. And it's just like you get to a point to where you realize like what the Bible says and what the church says, and you realize how different they actually are. And then you realize like the history of Christianity and all those supposed heretics and what they believed and why they were massacred. And it was a massacre. They can apologize all they want. It was a massacre. Okay. And you look at all these different traditions, okay, that existed, the Christianities, plural, okay, and you look at how these different doctrines were injected into it, and you start to realize that there's other there's other traditions that it kind of had the same thing happen. You look at the original teachings of Buddhism, the original teachings of what became Hinduism, Sanatana Dharma, and also, and you realize that they're all pretty much saying the same thing.
Yeah, that's true.
And then you start to realize that everybody is arguing, and fighting and killing each other over, who's right. And the fact of the matter is, it's about, are you what do you not what you believe is important only because it leads to what you do. What's your convictions? What do you
Also,
stand for? What are your
also something you
principles?
forgot to mention that's very important is driving species to extinction. You know what I mean? It's not just us we're killing. We're killing countless species around the globe.
Yes.
Yes, like
Yes.
countless. Yeah.
Well, yeah, I mean, people believe they have dominion over nature, and
Yeah.
and that's a huge problem. You
Yeah.
know,
Huge problem.
yeah, I mean, we've talked about that, Buddha. Like, uh, people see nature as their wastebasket, or they see it as below them, or they see animals as below them.
Let me tell
That
you this.
Well, they just
Elephants
want
are
the extra
highly
dollar
empathetic
usually.
creatures. Elephants are so intelligent and they
I
have
agree.
such self-awareness. Yet we're killing so many elephants, and many of them, I believe, are endangered in Africa due to the tusk trade. You know what I mean? Because there's a black market for their tusk. You know what I mean?
Yes,
Well,
yes.
good thing karma will balance out all the elephant deaths. So can I put one on my wall now?
Well,
Well,
shoot,
no.
sorry,
See,
we talked about that
is
last week about
karma is
the
very
cultural,
misunderstood.
the cultural phenomenon of the church and how it's basically like, it doesn't touch grass. Like the church is a emotional pep rally with a little bit of scripture mixed in with a singing show, social emotional experience. It's not a spiritual experience anymore. It's a dog and pony show, really.
That's right. Yeah, we know the whole. It's not a museum for good people. It's a hospital for the broken. Yeah.
Well, maybe they have that part of the church like over there where the broken kitchen is, but the service on Sunday is singing, emotion, groupthink, indoctrination, a little
Exactly.
scripture, some more prep talk, prep rally talk to get you geared and ready for that slave
That's right.
job.
Get you all in your
A little,
feelings.
a little scripture, and that
Yeah.
is exactly why I stopped going to church, because I was always there like, all right, like if this is all so important, like let's get to the meat of this. And you know what it was? It was self glorification of whoever the pastor was, and
Mhm.
singing and dancing, and to me it was a mockery of God, if anything. And I was like, all right, so when are we going to get to the meat of this? And I would always be asking questions. They're like, you should pray about that. You should
Oh
seek
yeah.
God on that. I'm like, well, yeah, I
Yeah,
have.
seek the Lord. I hate when the Christians say that. Oh, seek seek Jesus. Oh, I hate that.
And I'd be like, yeah, yeah. And I literally have like questions written down in verses. Like, what does this mean? You know? I'm like, yeah, yeah,
Yeah.
I know I have been studying. And this is why, I'm coming to you right now. And they just look at me like, huh? And
I mean,
I just got
but in a
tired of
way,
it. I'm like, no, 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 no.
way,
Like, I'm actually hungry. Like, I
but
actually
in
want to
a
know.
way, can you really blame them for saying that? Because I mean, as someone who
Yes.
doesn't really trust human beings, I don't necessarily trust going to religious leaders to give me what is intended to be from God when I guess you can call it gut feeling or just common sense, understand what's right and wrong about whatever situation is, thrusted upon me.
Well,
So, I
see,
It could
that's
mean,
the
just be
issue I
a
have. You see,
question
like, why not?
about
Well,
Like,
when
let me
they
tell you
set
this.
themselves up as authorities, I mean,
Let me
yeah.
well,
like this.
yeah, well, I'm going to tell you right now, I don't think I'd go to Jack Talcott to tell me how to stop masturbation. So,
And then,
well,
let me say
yeah.
this though. Let me say this. Like, um, you know, you are trusting in religious authorities. You trust the Bible to be uncorrupted, for example. You know, that was passed on.
I wouldn't trust the Bible. I trust one religious experience that I had that I can't really explain other than it happened. Yeah. I don't really
Well,
trust
I've
the book
had
itself.
multiple spiritual
The
experiences.
book is the conduit of which it happened, but you know, it wasn't the book that saved me. It was the name Jesus Christ that saved me. Big difference. I didn't throw the Bible at the demon. I threw the name, and it worked. Though it didn't work about 2 weeks ago when it happened again, which I forgot to tell you all about that. But I had a really bad sleep paralysis attack about 2 weeks ago, and my wife tried to get me out of it, and it was one of the scariest ones I've had. But I can tell you, I called out to Jesus Christ that night, and it didn't work.
It didn't work.
Were there any
It
wolves?
didn't work. I think. I hate to tell you, Twilight, but I think I'm a little too far gone in sin. I think Jesus has kind of, you know, said, you know, you got to sort this shit out if you want me to be with you. I think through my LARPing, I think I joined the dark side a little without realizing it. I think LARPing for too long for the dark side to get people to realize it kind of got me to join it without realizing it. So
speaking too much. It's not
using the devil's tools. No, trying to use the devil's tools against them, which is like one of the reasons why certain of my AI music, not all of it, but I can tell you this stuff comes straight from the demon's mouth. A lot of these ones that are religious tone, like the I am the Lucifer morning star, I heard them words in my dream and I put it in that song. So when you go and listen to that song, yeah, like, and then like I said, what happened to me 2 weeks ago when that sleep paralysis happened, I was completely aware. My wife could hear me saying, help me, because, you know, like I can barely speak when this stuff is happening. And I was stuck in my brain. I couldn't move, in complete darkness, but I was completely aware. I said, in the name of Jesus Christ, help me. In the name of Jesus Christ, help me. But he didn't show up. So there you go. Even a Christian can fall.
Were there any wolves in your dream?
Speaking too inauthentically against your spirit.
Not wolves to freak, but I do see a lot of German shepherds and Doberman pinchers. They're always demonic looking German shepherds or Dobermans. But you know, the dreams go beyond that.
Don't be afraid of them, and they can't hurt you.
Oh, I'm not afraid.
Well, I've had experiences where I have been taken out of crazy situations through my occult practices. So what does that mean?
You were fucking a horse.
That to me? You explain that to me?
Yeah, occult.
Yeah, I'd like to know what's your level of occultism. Are you just, you know, cutting off a few KFC chicken heads, or, you know, you actually doing some dark magic?
I don't do that shit. No, I'm not involved in any of that shit.
Then you're not conjuring anything if you're just, you know, throwing some chicken bones around.
No, I don't do any of that, man. I practice high magic.
Are you doing large orgy sessions with more than 20 people to share your spiritual seed with them?
No.
Then you're not on the level that you need to be. Anyway, get back to me when you're ready to get into orgies.
That's all nonsense. That's not even real magic.
Hear that? Sex magic's not real, y'all. So
no, sex magic is very real. I've done sex magic.
Succubuses and incubuses aren't real.
No, I've done sex magic, but not like that. I've done sex magic. Sex magic is very real. But that's not sex magic.
So is that blue pill? That blue pill's magic too.
That's not sex magic. Well, that's a form, I guess you could say, but it's a perversion of it, really. That's not real sex magic.
Chicken Stars, I think what would help you is to learn a meditation technique like Shikantaza or
meditation is very powerful.
It would probably help calm your mind. You know, I'm not trying to tell you what to do.
No, I can agree. You know, it's very hard when you're seeing humanity destroy everything around you, and you just, you know, want people to care, and you can't seem to find it.
That's why you meditate, because I've been there.
Oh, you know, I hate to say it, Twilight, but I've been living in my head my entire life, and I can tell you it's not more better than the world around me. So,
bro, I was like you at one point. I'm telling you right now, meditation saved my life. For real. My occult practices that are so fucking evil saved my life.
I can tell you, I have meditation. I know martial arts and use.
And I can tell you, I've had many paranormal experiences many paranormal experiences that cannot be explained.
You guys are like the same guy, like, you know.
So you can say that it's not
sound
at
the
that
same, you
level
larp
or
the
whatever the
same,
fuck, or I
you
have
the
to
same.
sacrifice
Like, you
chickens
guys
or
aren't the
people,
same.
or you say I could sacrifice chickens or people or animals or whatever the fuck, and I'm telling you, no, you don't. Magic is actually incredibly simple. It's made to look super dark and super complicated so that people don't understand the power they have. Like I'm telling you, I've had multiple paranormal experiences that have been witnessed by other people as well. Okay, that have had paranormal experiences, crazy synchronicities.
That's nice. So it has
and
like 60-something% of the populations go read an X-File every once in a while.
what I'm saying though is that it's very real, man. You don't have to be Illuminati to do magic. You don't have to be Illuminati to have spiritual experiences.
No, but I can tell you, you're not going to pull fucking Beelzebub from the depths of hell just by jacking off into a bucket, so...
You don't have to jack off to a bucket to talk to Beelzebub. Dude, I could summon Lilith right now.
Yeah, put her on the phone.
I could. You want to do a
what?
ritual?
What, your girlfriend, the handler?
I'll call you privately.
Is she your psyop? Is she
I'll
your
call
MK
you
Ultra?
privately,
Is she
and
your
we'll do a
monarch?
ritual. And I guarantee you, she'll appear, and you'll feel her presence.
Like
I guarantee you.
I'll text you about that because I'm interested in it, to be honest. That would be
Okay, Alien, we can. Sure, yeah.
That's right, converse with them.
I guarantee you. And I guarantee you, you won't feel negative energies.
Shambhala, you holla.
Chicken Saurus, I'm not trying to be insulting, but you're kind of
You
being
can't
a dick,
insult
you
me.
know what I mean?
You can't
Like-
insult me. It's part
Bro,
of
the
LARP.
church wants you to be afraid of your own power. It's that simple.
Yeah, I don't think you said anything bad, Twilight, and actually enjoy hearing what you had to say.
Yeah, I know. That's what I told you. I respect you, man. I think we're more on the same level than you think. We're kindred, man.
Sure, I respect you too, yeah. I do.
Well, anyway, unless you're okay with depopulating the planet, I don't think you're conjuring any demons.
Bro, first off, they're not really demons.
Yeah,
That's
okay.
the first thing you gotta realize.
Well, I'm pretty sure whatever it was that sexually assaulted me in my dream and stole my seed
There are
was
parasitic entities.
definitely a demon.
There are parasitic lower astral entities that do that shit. Yes, there are.
Oh, yeah.
They do exist. No, they do
You gotta
exist.
love them words. Anything but a demon, right?
Well, if you want to call it a demon, you can.
Right, just like Aleister Crowley, demons today, aliens today,
Those
demons
are
tomorrow. Right.
ultra terrestrials. Those are like more like what people would call aliens.
Yeah.
But they're not really aliens.
That's why they fly 2.5 billion light years to mutilate cows and probe your butthole.
Well, they're not really traveling 2.5 million light years. They're fucking like parallel dimensions.
the governments of your world tell you that they do. So I don't know.
Yeah,
about that.
well, they're lying, and you know that. They're fucking
What's the purpose
interdimensional.
of the lie? What's the purpose of a lie? Why, if they're not hiding the existence of God, Jesus, and demons, what would be the purpose of lying anyway?
They're interdimensional, bro. They're not coming from other planets.
So
Let's
they can
be
just
real.
open up CERN portals or
Yes.
Watergate,
Yes.
stargates, and just walk through
Yes,
and
CERN is
shake
opening up portals. That's
shake
true.
tentacle hands with the
That
alien
part is
strikes.
true. CERN is opening up portals. That's true.
Well, you hear that? Doom is real. So
That
when you
part
play
is true.
Doom,
No,
you're a
hear
Doom
me
guy.
out, dude. There's truth and lies in all of this. That is true. With CERN, they are trying to open up portals.
I actually once had an experience where my friend gave me this ammonite, and you know, he was involved in the occult, and I was holding that ammonite, and I saw it twice when I was in a sleep paralysis, and this dark figure with stars in its form walked behind me, and it opened up a portal behind me and entered me, and that happened like twice.
Oh, I bet it
while I was
did.
holding the ammonite. Like, what was that dark figure with stars and constellations in its form? Like, you know what I'm talking about, or is that just it
Maybe
happened-
I've literally felt
maybe
love.
it was hallucinative gas. Who knows?
I've literally felt love and peace from what you call a demon. So explain that to me, please.
Okay, you don't think I can't find comfort in the tits of a succubus? What's your point?
What I'm not talking about lust. I'm talking about peace.
Okay.
And why is it that I can still read the Bible and I don't feel like I'm going to burst into flames?
Oh God, yes, because this is the hollow ground situation. Are you a fucking vampire? Are you repelled by garlic?
No, I'm not. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
Okay,
And I
well,
still have no issue.
last time I checked, you're not an undead creature that feasts upon the living blood of man. So
No, I'm not. I'm just like you, man. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
And you do know that demons can enter hollowed ground, right? The whole trope about demons can't go into a church, that's a lie.
No, it's
So
not
you
at all.
must not know the occult all that much if you really did believe that. So
Bro, I have the sigil of Asmodeus over my neck right now. Like
wow, and I have 666 barcode on the back of my head. What's your point?
I hope not. Even I wouldn't do that.
Well, I mean, if they're gonna pass it out, you might as well get it beforehand, right?
Nah, I wouldn't do that.
Get a little QR code.
Well, you know who's going to be decapitating us, man? It's going to be the Talmudists with their fucking Noahide laws. Let's be real. It's not pagan, dude. Let's be real. It's when they have the New Jerusalem and they try to fucking decapitate people with the Noahide laws.
I just know they want me to be like Data and replace my synthetic flesh with real, so that way the board queen can come over here and blow on my skin and give me goosebumps.
The transhumanism, man. The image of the beast. Transhumanism.
What, you don't want flesh and lights in your head? Like
Dude,
Kanye
they're
West,
gonna
right?
reenact Revelation. I do believe that. And they're going to claim that their Messiah is God. And everyone should worship it. I believe it. I believe it's true.
Yeah, the problem is though, for people to bow down and worship anything, he's gonna have to be Superman. So,
Well, I mean, they believe that their Mashiach is going to be something other than more than human. They don't say it's superhuman, but well, some of them actually do believe that it's going to be like some kind of fucking almost alien type thing. If you read like parts of the Kabbalah and parts.
One of the things that the $6 million man was trying to teach you is that they're literally trying to give people superpowers, which is one of the things, which is what the comic books were about. All these comic books, DC, and you know.
Well, they're all Jewish too. If you look into it, bro, like they want to improve humanity because they believe that it's fallen. They believe that it's imperfect. They believe if you read like, you know, if you've been listening to Machine for the last fucking year, you know, Kurzweil, you know, believes that the human form is not enough. You know, it's deficient.
And
And
I
if
can
the
agree,
earth is
and
not
that's the
enough,
scary part. The part is I can agree with that.
that's bad because it's not true.
I don't know about
The-
you, but as someone
Earth-
who's, you know, failing in health, I would gladly take a synthetic sleeve by now.
Well, look, man, just because we have issues, okay, it doesn't mean that we're somehow flawed. It's just that we're not supposed to live in this body forever. You know?
That's right. From the dust I was created to the dust I shall return. But that's a LARP.
Well, yes
Made
and
in
no.
dirt's image. Made in dirt's image.
Well, no, we're not made in dirt's image. We're made in God's image.
Well, what if my God's dirt? Right? I can have any God now.
Well, your God's not dirt.
Welcome to
You
the LARP,
are a
brother.
God in training, man.
Oh, I'm a little G. I got turned into a big dog. Yeah, that's right.
You're a little G. Yeah, you are a little G. It's time you realized it.
Well, I mean,
How many
Elon
times
Musk.
do you see? How many times do you see the disciples doing miracles? Do people not like pay attention to that part? The disciples are doing miracles themselves. Like it happens all the time. It's in the Old Testament too. Like, and everyone just kind of like, you know, passes over that part. And it's like, yeah, they did it through their faith in God, but like God didn't like do it for them. They did it themselves because of the God within them. Through Christ within them. See, that's what you're talking about born again. Yeah, that's what that is. You realize the Christ within you. It's not about belief. It's about acknowledging the Christ within you. But then there's also the Satan within you. And it's a battle constantly. As I said, the Garden of Eden is a daily thing. It's not a one-time.
Yes, you see, that's one of my greatest things I've always said. I much prefer that there's good, there's dark and light for me to fight against. So that way I get to choose which one I want, and that's how I see it. God
But
gives me
Satan
the
is an
capacity.
internal adversary, man.
I mean, yeah, he is, but I mean, I mean, the guy must not be,
But
as
Satan also
powerful as
is
he
there to
claims.
test
So,
you and make you stronger. If you fall for the temptation, then yeah, you're screwed. But if you beat it, then you become stronger through the ordeal. That's my perspective on that. Look, in my perspective, nothing of God can fall. It makes no sense. It makes no sense at all to me. How can you rebel from something that's eternal and omniscient, omnipresent, omnipotent? It's not. It's insane.
well, then,
I
I
agree
mean,
with
I don't
that.
know. I mean,
It's
God,
like
the Bible tells you that he wanted Satan to come to his own free will himself. He wanted him to choose the eternal love of the Creator or reject it, and he chose to reject it. I mean, that's the
But the
laws.
idea of Lucifer falling from heaven is a church doctrine. It didn't exist until later on.
Well, I mean, they also say that fucking velociraptors walked the earth millions of years ago, but all you got some
They
bones. So I don't know what to tell
conflated
you.
Satan and Lucifer as one being when they never were. They also conflated the serpent with Satan, which never was. This is all later on. This is what I'm trying to tell you. It's all been conflated. If you really look at the history of Christianity and of these doctrines,
Well,
you'll see what I'm
I don't
saying
know
is
about
true.
you, but I like being Harry Potter and knowing parcel tongue. So Saya Ha Saya Sieth, you know what I'm saying? I'm sorry. There's too much symbolism between the snake to just sit here and I'm not saying that the devil's literally in the garden as a snake going, eat the fruit, bitch. But I mean,
No, the real reality of it is the snake was not a stand. It was not a normal
I think
snake.
it's a metaphor. I think
The
it's really just a
Nahash is a bright
metaphor.
shining
I think
creature,
it's a
and
metaphor about the
the not.
slyness of the tongue.
No, it's
Have you ever
actually
heard? Yeah. Have you ever heard how silent a snake is with its tongue? It's pretty silent.
the Nahash is a bright shining creature, is what it translates to in Hebrew. The Nahash is a bright shining creature, and it stood on
Snakes,
two
and
legs.
and yeah,
It stood on two legs.
yeah. We call them
It's
dragons,
it stood on two legs,
kind
bro.
of like Satan, right?
That's why it was cursed to be on its belly, because at one time it wasn't. Okay, so this is the thing, and then you get into the Nephilim and all
So it's
that.
Godzilla. Is it
It says
Godzilla?
God destroyed. It said God flooded the world because man was
Godzilla.
wicked. No, that's not the original. That's not the original interpretation. The original interpretation is that there were fucking hybrids on the earth, and everyone's like, "Oh no, that's fantasy. The Book of Enoch is fantasy." No, it's not. And all the other traditions talk about this too. There was a
Well,
dilution of the human gene pool.
who knows, right? None of us were here, so maybe it's like in the movie Prometheus, and some tall white dude went and fell into the water and just turned into black goop, and life started evolving.
What I'm saying, dude, is there is truth in the Bible. I don't discount that. I don't discount that at all.
I don't
It's just
think
it's been
dinosaurs are.
manipulated it's been manipulated heavily.
I don't think dinosaurs are a psyop. Really, like
No, they're not.
I'm not one of them people who deny that dinosaurs existed, but you're not going to convince me that something the size of the fucking moon crashed into the world and it perfectly turned back into a ball.
The dinosaur psyop is not that they weren't real. The dinosaur psyop is that they were 65 million fucking years ago.
Well, and how they died. They want to convince you that a gigantic rock took out the sunlight, but yet there's still life on the planet, even though they tell you that the ocean life needs sunlight to survive. But through
Right.
photosynthesis, right?
It
Oh,
stood
well.
on two legs,
The
exactly.
point is nothing in our reality right now seems to be real. So I mean, is the Matrix really, at least on the psyop level,
No.
true? Yeah, it is. That everything you've ever consumed since your conception is a part of that false reality. Even you yourself may be constructed to believe and think and act the way that you do.
Well, the thing is, I come from a science background, and I agree that the jab was bad, and I agree that there's a lot science gets wrong. Like, I don't think evolution is completely blind, but when it comes to stuff like dinosaurs and the Grand Canyon, it is millions of years old. I don't know I don't know how you can deny
Okay.
it.
Well, have you ever seen flash flood? Have you ever seen, how quickly the ground can turn into, mush and just get moved? Hate to tell you, but it doesn't take, millions of years for a giant flood or a tsunami to,
Precisely.
uplift, tons of dirt
Precisely.
or just liquefy the
Precisely.
ground. Have you
Okay.
ever seen
Okay.
what
But
happens during an
this.
earthquake? Hang on. Have you ever seen what happens during an earthquake? How it can shake the ground and cause the sand to come loose and cause buildings to go underneath the sand? I can tell you, dude, it don't take millions of years or thousands of years for large deposits of mud and soot to be deposited somewhere.
No,
How
it
do
was
you
quick
explain the
acting.
forest in Australia? There's like primeval forests in Australia, and they're really like go back millions of years. Well, it's being
But were you here
damaged
millions
now.
of years ago, Avian? Are you seriously one of the people who you're going to convince me that you can go and take a rock and throw it in a computer, and that computer, you're going to believe that computer says that my turd is 65 million years ago because you did a chemical analysis on it? Really? Do you think a computer has the ability to tell you how old a rock actually fucking is? Because if you believe in that kind of science, I hate to say it, but you're exactly who the smoking man wants.
Well, I guess maybe but I agree that the future is not bright, and I don't agree with the growing technological complexity. But when it comes to stuff like, I don't know, the age of the Earth, or the Earth being round and evolution, I don't really accept conspiracies about that.
Oh,
As
I'm
long
not. I'm not. By the way, I'm not one of them young Earth people. I believe it can be and or because it doesn't matter. Just like people say about the shape of the Earth, because that's not really
No,
what fucking matters.
the Earth is very old. But this idea of there being like an ice age that existed for millions of years, and this idea that the dinosaurs were millions of years ago,
Oh no,
is
there
there
was
to
just a
keep you.
gigantic flood, and a good portion of the ice just happened to freeze.
No. Here's the thing:
Yeah, 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 yeah,
there
yeah,
was a
yeah, yeah,
flood.
yeah. Do you know what happens when you take a bunch of fresh or salt water and dump it into the North Atlantic current and you unbalance it?
No, there was a flood. There was a global flood. There was a Noah's flood, if you want to call it that. Okay.
Hmm. And a good
Uh,
portion of it,
and
froze over, and now they're trying to thaw it out so that way they can release what's underneath it.
the ice age lasted about a century, not millions of years. There's animals with stuff flash with food flash frozen in their mouths. This was a quick acting event.
That's right.
The,
Temperature
the
was so cold that the blood literally froze in their veins.
yeah, there was an idea uh, called catastrophism, which was the idea that was accepted for a long time before uh, they had this
It's also called
gradualist.
EOE, end of extinction.
So just that is the truth. Is catastrophism. That's the reality.
saltation also.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, but that's also that also goes back to the Nibiru LARP that we were hearing not that long
That's
ago.
that's a
That
lot.
every time Nibiru comes around in the universe, it causes a catastrophic event here on Earth.
No, it was not Nibiru. There's some truth in that, but it's not exactly right. There's a really good book called When the Earth Nearly Died. I really recommend you look into that.
I have a question for you, Twilight. Do you think the Earth is round or flat? I'm just curious.
I don't
Absolutely.
know. I don't know what it is. I don't think it's either, to be honest with you.
The
I think
North Pole is the
I
nipple.
think the Earth is a super living organism, and I think that she can be whatever shape she wants. I don't really care. I'm not really concerned about the shape of the Earth. I'm more concerned with the shape the Earth is in.
Oh damn! I like that. I'm gonna use that from now on.
So I think it's a torus field. I think it's energetic. So I don't really care. I don't really think it's round like they say, but I don't think it's flat either. I think if anything, it's hollow. Or not hollow in the sense like
You
that, but I
with
think there's an
subterraneans and
interior.
shit.
Yeah, it's subterranean. I don't think it's necessarily hollow like that, but yeah, I think there's an interior, and I think it's like layered. I think it's like a torus field. Yeah, I don't really know what the fucking shape is.
Well, I can tell you the technology they're using definitely can not affect its surroundings. So
I think some of the
magnetism.
ideas that the flat earthers have are legit. But I don't actually believe it's flat. I think the idea of it being a plane, like not as in a flat plane, but like the idea of it being like a infinite like field, I think could have some validity. The idea that it's round I think is probably bunk. But this dichotomy of is it flat or is it round, I think is a psyop.
Well, of course.
And
Keep
so when
them.
people are
It's
like,
just
"Oh, well,
another. It's
space
another
doesn't
divide and
exist,"
conquer.
like I believe space exists. I don't buy that shit. Space exists. Is it what we're told? No. Um, you know, I think it's more like water. I think space is more like water than a vacuum. Um, and that's why astronauts actually train in water before they go into space, which is fucking weird.
What's wrong? You don't like the bubbles in the pool?
They're well, I just
Just put
it
your
talks
just put
about
your
in
hand just put your hand on the Bible and swear you walked on the moon.
they talk about yeah right. They talk about the firmament, and it's not even just in the Bible; it's in other traditions too.
And it's on
Uh,
Werner von Braun's
the waters
tomb. But
above and the waters below, and all this type of thing. I'm not saying it's exactly water, but I think it's more akin to water than it is a vacuum.
I want
Uh,
some space ice, sky
and I
ice. There
think
you go.
that I do think we went to the moon, but I don't think we went to the moon the way they said we did. I think that there's a secret space program, and yeah, we have technology that's way beyond what
Do
we're
you think the
shown, and
moon is
that's why they
hollow?
want us to believe. Yeah, for sure it is.
Um,
Yeah, there's stuff on the moon. There's stuff on Mars. There's stuff. People have been to Mars. People have been to the moon. They've got bases there. There's all kinds of shit going on. They've done
monolith on the
rituals.
moon. What is
They've
this?
done
Are you Willy
rituals.
Wonka? Are you sending a chocolate bar through the TV?
They've done rituals and shit on the moon. They planted a Masonic flag on the moon. They did a ritual to like Osiris and shit.
Yeah, and
It's
MTV
crazy.
also has an astronaut planting a flag with a
Yeah,
three-headed Cerberus. Uh-oh.
right. Yeah, they legitimately did a ritual to a communion ritual to Osiris on the fucking moon. No joke.
Well, just go ask David Bowie. That's why he put it in his music video, Black Star.
David
As
Bowie
he,
was an initiate.
is that why they had to suck all the sperm out of him and Mick Jagger's stomach?
Yes, it is in the Quran. It's in a lot of traditions.
Uh-oh.
That's what I'm trying to say is, and I think there's a lot of truth in the Quran too. And this is what I'm trying to say. Like, I think everybody has a little bit of truth, and everyone's arguing. And the fact of the matter is, everyone just like took notes from each other. We'd be in a better fucking place instead of arguing. But I do think that Jesus, like, I do believe that Jesus was real, and I think that he was a danger to the powers that be, and so they created this fucking story about him almost as a mockery because he was dangerous to the powers that be, and they fucking annihilated him, and that's why they mock him in all the award ceremonies and fucking comedy and all this shit.
I
I
think
do
Jesus
believe they
was
want to wipe this. They want to wipe that spirit out of humanity. They want people
Yep.
to reject
They're
those
doing a pretty good
values.
doing a pretty good job so far.
I
You
think
know,
Jesus was a celestial spirit that guided people to gnosis
right,
originally.
right. I would agree with that, Buddha.
Yes.
But I don't think he was the only one. That's the thing.
Mm.
I can't accept that.
Some parts of the Kolan Mani Codex were beautiful. I read the Kolan Mani Codex, but it could be kind of, interesting. It's kind of closer to Cathars, the Kolan Mani Codex. I think
Well,
Hyperborean likes the Cathars a lot.
Right.
the only thing I can tell you, Twilight, is someone who's very level-headed. I'm very level-headed. Okay, when I have experienced these
I
things,
know you are.
I have always come from a very logical, like Spock, or a scientific evaluation of what I experienced. Do a scientific method on what it could have been,
Right.
the factors. But I can tell you, dude.
But here's the thing, bro. If somebody has an experience with Kali, or they have an experience with Odin or whatever, how are you to tell them that they're communicating with demons? If Odin saves their life, how can you tell them that that's a demon? What if they never heard of fucking Jesus and they're in fucking Africa and they talk to Mommy Wata?
So are we gonna go down the Marvel universe and I can be like Gore the Butcher and I can go and meet my God, and when he tells me, "Oh, I never cared about you and your people anyway, so go die for me anyway." So there you go. I mean, that's the kind of mentality I'm hearing. So I can be Marvel Jesus.
But what I'm saying is, if they find solace in Mami Wata, okay, or Chango, or Odin, or Krishna, or whatever, how are you to tell?
I mean, yeah, I would agree, and
Precisely.
on the aspect that it doesn't infringe on the rights of creatures and people around you. Yes, but I mean,
So you think God is going to be mad at them
no, I
and say that
don't
they're worshiping
personally.
demons? I just don't buy that, dude, and I don't honestly
I would just
believe.
say, I think you should question anything that you encounter that you know is not on your physical realm normal.
Well, that's logical. I'm sure he'd agree with question everything.
Oh,
I
I
don't
don't
even
know
know
that
the man.
he turns around and claims that he talks to a primordial thing called Lilith all the time. So I mean,
I
I don't
do,
know.
bro.
And I don't,
I
and I
do.
hate it. And as much as I love you, Twilight, I don't find that very logical. As someone who I can tell you have only had experiences, I
Because
guess
you've
you could say
never
on the
had the
metaphysical.
experience, bro.
Oh, well, I mean, yeah, but you're not going to sit here and ever convince me that you're actually having conversations with
What does
another
Lilith tell you, bro?
entity.
What if I called her and you had that experience? Then what would you feel about that?
I'm telling you, Twilight, if you
What
could
would you
somehow,
do?
I would tell you the truth on whether or not I actually experienced it and call you out on your bullshit if
Damn.
it didn't.
But what if you did, though?
Twilight, can I ask you what did Lilith tell you so I can get some idea of whether I'm supposed to trust this or not?
What did she tell me? It's not just about what she's told me. I've had paranormal experiences with
Okay,
her.
my question was, what did she tell you? Is there something, a message that she told you, or no?
It's not just messages. I've had.
I'm asking about messages. You saying it's not just messages, making me think there is messages. So could you
Yes.
tell me about those?
I think I've had an experience where I've met Anahita, which probably is close to Lilith, maybe.
Yeah, Anahita is close to Sophia.
Can
Actually,
someone tell me what type of message they say? I get the experience and I'll ask that next. What about the message? Do they give you a message? Do they talk to you literally?
yes, telepathically.
Very good. What are they telling you?
How convenient.
What do they tell me?
Be nice. Yes, you heard me and you keep asking me like you don't hear me.
Because that's very personal.
Okay, that's an answer. Did you want to tell me about the experience of it all?
Cop out.
No, it's not a cop out.
It is cop out because I mean I get
videos.
personal in my
No, I've done
experiences.
videos on this. It's just a lot to get into. I've done videos on this, talking about this.
By the way, I've also talked to Spirit, all of the shit that you're talking about, personal so and so. I got some great stories, the same shit. Talked to 3 spirits or something. So
Yeah, I've had telepathic communication. I've communicated
telepathically,
with
yes.
others. I've had others communicate. I've talked to others through it. I've meditated to Lilith before to communicate to somebody else that I had no contact with.
Listen,
I used her sigil. I used her sigil to
And
communicate.
yet the U.S. government has yet to come to experiment on you. I'm gonna call bullshit. You know how many people have gone missing because of their claims of telepathic
Let me
abilities?
give you another one for you to call bullshit on. This is a true story. I've done it with other people. I'm going to give you one guy in particular, communicate telepathically. Me and my girl had an apartment in the suburb right here next to Chicago. And we went over there and I spoke to him mentally and he spoke verbally, and that went on for a while. Then an evil demon hopped in the guy. I said something about Jesus. He lost his fucking mind and weird shit happened. And it got weirder from there with other shit. Even on the way home, everything was weird. But there's some more shit for you to say that I'm not saying dude is crazy. I don't know if he's telling the truth. I don't know whether he is or not, but I would I absolutely say this shit exists. And here's another one. And you know, this type of shit gets you in trouble too. I got a buddy. He's a gang leader. He just died recently, so maybe it's okay to say this. He was a mass murderer. He killed a lot of people.
No,
really
pull one for the
bad guy. There was this book, Divine Revelations of Christ, was it? Hell.
Divine Revelation of Hell?
Divine Revelations of Hell, yeah.
My mom had that book. Yeah. I read that when I was a kid.
Check this out. That book struck me. And I was telling him, we're friends. He stay on the same block as me, but you could Google this nigga. He's so big in the gang shit. And I was telling him, yeah, I got this book. I used to sell weed. He smoked weed. He'd sell dope. I did dope. He'd pick me up at my girlfriend's crib in the morning. We'd shoot the shit and sell dope together.
Right.
One day I had been telling him about this book. And one day I remembered to bring the book. We get in the car, we're on the way home. And I reached under the seat. I was like, oh, yeah. To myself, I didn't say it out loud. I grabbed the book and I put it in his lap. He started screaming, get away, ah. And I lifted the book up. He's like, what the fuck was that? I like, it's that book I was telling. I threw it on him. He started screaming, get away. And I picked the book. What the fuck was that? I'm like, it's a book. What is that could cause that reaction?
That's weird. That's weird. See, I've been involved in all this
people
stuff.
are strange. I mean, I can walk somewhere downtown in my town, and there's someone talking to themselves, whether or not they're on drugs, who knows?
See, like, look,
that's a poor example because this dude is a gang leader. You could Google the nigga. He's very bright.
Okay, and that doesn't
mean
okay,
he does not
okay,
and talking to himself.
See, here's the thing. Here's the thing, Joe.
And
here's
rock
the thing,
people
Joe.
and band members can do drugs and still
When I
sing their
do
songs.
magic-
What's your point?
When I do magic,
if that is, hold on, let's argue his point out. If your point is that maybe he had just done drugs, still not logical that he's driving, he's so high that if I put a book on him that he didn't even see coming and didn't know what it was, he would start screaming.
Yeah,
It's
people are
still
weird.
unlikely, right?
There's my logical conclusion. People are weird.
Judged.
That's wild.
Paranoid schizophrenia is a hell of a drug.
I mean, that's strange.
And I was with the guy every day. I'd never seen any other signs of that or anything else. The logical conclusion, at least in my opinion, would be that there was power in that shit. And I thought it was so much that I was telling motherfuckers about this book. That's just crazy. There's no logical fucking explanation
I can
for that
agree.
other than
Things have
bad
happened
and
when I
good
read books
spirits.
about demonology. There have been many nights where I've sat down and read demon books about the demons, their sigils, where their role is in hell and all that stuff, and strange things have happened. But I've never had a door fly open and dressers fly. So.
Oh, I've had some crazy ass experiences like that.
Well, Twilight, I've also seen a UFO that didn't disturb anything around it. So, I mean, I guess we all have experiences, whether or not it has a purpose. That's a part of the Matrix and the LARP.
I don't know what that means, didn't disturb anything around it. I'm not sure what that means.
I saw a UFO 3 years ago with a witness, and it didn't disturb the trees that it was hovering over.
I hear what you're saying. No,
He's saying it was self.
He's saying it wasn't something shooting
completely
down the wind.
Completely self-sustaining. It did not disturb anything around it. It didn't make a noise.
Yeah. Well, that's because it's not fucking technology. I don't care what anybody says.
I hate to tell you, Twilight. It looked pretty technological. It was very silver,
Yeah,
very sleek,
well,
and it had a bright orange pulsing light on the bottom.
It can appear technological. Read John Keel,
But
man.
did it stand on two legs?
Read
right.
John Keel, man. Read John Keel. But anyways, what I'm trying to say is when I do magic, when I talk to Lilith or Asmodeus or whatever, like 99% of the time, I'm doing magic on myself. I practice high magic, which is about.
That's when you get really high and do magic?
No. It's magic for the self.
Okay, yeah, I agree, Twilight. If you can
So
train
it's
yourself,
about-
you're able to transcend not really astral projection, but yes, I do believe that you're able to go into an alternate mirror dimension.
What I'm saying, dude, is it's about like breaking like generational curses. It's about like confronting the shadow. It's
At this
about
point, I think you're being intentionally elusive in your conversation. You are not trying to tell us a thing. I think you are choosing the most vague words you possibly can to get your point across.
No, I'm being absolutely direct. I'm saying that's legitimately
back
what I
to his
focus
earlier
on.
question. What was okay? Can you give us one message that's not personal that she gave you? You can't sit here and convince me that everything y'all talk about is completely personal, that you can't share it. Open up your
This
diary
is
and
why
share.
I think you're doing a lot of talking, but you've already confessed that you can't say anything personal. So you're dancing all around the meat of the subject. You say you got to correct yourself and teach magic to yourself. You didn't say to do what and and no details. You're saying vague stuff, man. And the other thing, you can't talk about the personal experience, but you can talk about it. You're being vague.
No, I can talk about a personal experience.
But what'd she tell you?
Again, you keep saying like I'm sitting here talking to her like we're having a telephone conversation.
I
It's not
asked
how
you
it
that, and
works.
you said yes.
It's manifestations in my reality.
Wait. I asked you particularly, did she?
It's manifestations in my reality. That's
Okay.
the conversation. The conversation is
And
not
what if?
always
And
like
what?
we're
Okay,
talking right
then give
now.
us one thing that you manifested. Give me one thing that you manifested, because you haven't manifested a fucking battery for your alarm yet.
No.
Just told me something, no.
Because it's not mine.
What do you manifest? I'm curious. Or she, or what do y'all manifest? What did she tell you to manifest? What was the message about, manifestation about? This is where I sense a lot of vagueness coming.
Well, you can sense whatever you want to sense. First off, I have no obligation to tell anybody anything. Number one.
Clearly.
Okay. Number two, well, I don't.
But I thought we were all friends.
So maybe
We're
if your
still
attitude,
friends, but you're stating the obvious. You have no obligation. You won't
maybe
tell
if your
us.
attitude changed, maybe I would talk about it.
No, because when I came in through the gate, my attitude was regular. You said the same thing. I can't tell you.
No.
She just told me something.
It wasn't. No, it wasn't.
She said, you know what she just told me? She said Neurojack knew exactly when to bail.
No.
You're not wrong. You're not wrong.
No. I tell you what.
I used to admire that about Based Oracle.
Why don't you come on my channel and I'll tell you everything you want to know?
Why don't you tell me now?
Why don't you come on my channel? I'll tell you everything you want to know.
I don't have a problem doing that. I love jumping on streams, and I will
All right,
absolutely do it. Put your
cool.
link in. Somebody, one of you mods, put his link in the chat. I'll sell
Yeah.
him up. And answer my question. Why won't you tell me now?
Because I like I said, your attitude is just confrontational. I'm not about that.
Okay.
You don't have to
But
believe
I'm
me. I
always
don't need anyone to believe. I'm not telling
I
anybody
didn't
to
say I
believe
didn't
me.
believe you. I asked you
Okay.
what she's saying. I didn't say you're talking about baggage here now. I didn't say nothing
What
about
I'm saying is I'm not trying to convince anybody of anything. It's my
We're
personal
not telling you
experiences.
to. We
Yeah,
didn't
we
ask
did.
you to convince us. We just said tell us.
Nobody's saying, "Oh, I'm calling out bullshit." Okay, well that's fine.
But
You
I
can
mean,
believe what you want. I don't care.
But Twilight, when I tell everyone about what I went through with that thing at 9 years old about with the Bible,
Yeah.
you don't think that's a very
And I had
tender
demons
personal.
talk to me talking about the fucking apocalypse and shit when I was 9 years old. Okay, yeah, I know, dude. I've had all kinds of crazy shit happen.
I didn't hear that. You kind of just blurted something out there. What'd you say happened when you
I
were
said I
9?
had a demon tell me about the apocalypse when I was 9 years old. Before
What'd
I
he
was in
say
the
about
occult.
it?
I had a fucking friend got possessed.
What did the demon
At
say
9
about
years
the
old,
apocalypse?
I
how
had a
convenient. It's
demon
the same age
possess
I
a
was.
friend. I had a demon possess a friend of mine, or I guess it was I don't know what the fuck it was. Actually,
Can
I
I
don't.
ask, or is it too personal? What did the demon tell you about the
I'm
apocalypse?
telling you, it was telling me, "Where's your God?" It was saying that I was going to be a part of the apocalypse. It was telling me all kinds of crazy shit. My friend was like possessed. It was trying to convince him to fucking kill himself and shit.
You were
It's some deep
together.
shit. It's some deep shit, dude.
This frustrates me because
Yeah.
I feel like now we're supposed to take everybody's personal hallucinations as though they're fact.
Jason, now we're
Right,
back
start
to this
playing the
again.
X-Files.
Okay, so this is my point. Why the fuck bother saying anything? So there's been all kinds of wild shit, and not all it was bad either.
I had wild shit like that happen to me too. I just don't think it was actually demons. I know it was what happened because I mixed cocaine and PCP together.
I was 9 years old.
Uh-oh.
Dang.
Cocaine
was
would
9
You
years
know,
old.
like chemically, you can have cocaine and PCP in your brain at 9 years old. You know, if you're a little touched.
Right, yeah,
I
sure.
gotta
I'm sure
say, even if
I'm
he
sure you
does
would
have
know.
it, even if he had it in
I
him,
would because I can read a book.
Well, to be honest,
Take a
I
look
don't know if,
what's
to be
in a
honest, I don't know if it
box.
was a demon
Reading
now because, or
rainbow.
maybe it was, and it was just telling me something that I misunderstood at 9 years old because I was still Christian. Because now that I understand what the apocalypse is, it's the unveiling, and I'm definitely am a part of the apocalypse, and I'm glad.
then we all are.
Well,
Yeah,
you
or
know,
no?
it is what it is. You know,
Is that an answer?
I was
Well, the way
brought.
you tell if it's just a hallucination and whether it's actually from God is when someone tells
It,
it or someone is relaying it to you.
oh,
Are
it
they
definitely wasn't an
glorifying them
hallucination
or are they
because it had
glorifying
physical
Jesus Christ?
effects. It wasn't an hallucination because it had physical effects,
I mean,
and
I
it
could say the
wasn't.
same thing. I could say the same thing about that zombie dream I had, where I could literally, when I woke up, I could feel the zombie teeth still stuck in my arm from where it had bit me in the dream
No,
and
I guess
everything.
that was an hallucination too.
I didn't wake up with a stigmata. So
Do you know what hallucination translates to etymologically? It means that you have a feeling, an impression, or a vision that has no sensorial root. That's what it actually means.
The
Just
only
like
thing
psychedelic means to make the mind clearer and or visible. So, you know, we need to like define terms too, because they like to tell people that
is
everything
that
that
why they put
is
No, it means to wander or to go
non-material
astray,
and
to
so
blunder.
vagabond? You
It's when your
so
vagabond.
mind wanders and fails itself. That's what a hallucination
no,
etymology
look the
is.
word up in etymologically and
I
then you can
have.
look it again because that's not what it means.
Oh, hold on. I just looked again. It's changed now. Holy shit, he's right. He does have demon power.
Sensory input.
the only thing
Praise
that God
be.
glorifies is Jesus Christ.
Amen.
So if someone is telling you a bunch of bullshit, whatever, it's not glorifying him, you know it's not real.
Beep.
I don't personally agree. You know, it's, but it's fine, I guess. You know.
Well, of course you wouldn't personally agree. One would say you could chalk it up to where you grew up in the world. Of course you wouldn't believe in it. It's not part of your, Western, stuff. So
Hallucinare.
the main thing is, y'all, is obviously we're being controlled in every aspect to some extent for some reason. So, doesn't matter whether you believe you're a space monkey or, made in the image of God.
Well, if you want to keep feeling like you're being controlled, then that's what you'll be. If you want to
You're
keep seeing
being
yourself as a
controlled.
victim, if you
You,
want to
you
keep
know,
seeing
damn
yourself as a
Twilight.
victim, I'm not being controlled by
Twilight.
anything, dude.
Yeah, you
No,
are. Yeah, you
no, I'm
are. That's
not.
why we're all poor.
No,
That's
I'm
why
in
we're not Mark
control. I'm in
Zuckerberg.
control. I'm in control.
Oh yeah, sure you are.
Wow.
Okay.
I am.
Yeah, in
I
I'm
am
control
not
of
the
in
that
boss
beast.
of
control.
you.
In control of the
The
beast.
hubris.
I am. I've always done everything on my own, man. I depend on nobody.
That's an
Everything.
illusion.
Okay.
You depend on nobody. How could you possibly know that? You live in a world of 8 billion people.
Yeah.
Right? Someone's
So
got
you
to
don't
tell
have
you
the
to feed
slightest
you.
idea what life would be like or existence would be like without everybody else.
I have a quick question, Dennison. What breed of dog is that puppy?
You're making a lot of
Uh,
assumptions with zero knowledage. I think that's a really
those
fucking.
are called logical assumptions. Do you understand
What,
logic?
do you
It's an
understand logic?
Australian
I don't think
Shepherd.
so. Because you're just running your mouth about a lot of things you know nothing about.
I wasn't running my mouth about anything.
Yeah, you
I
are.
told you that you live on a planet of 8 billion people. Therefore, you do not know what it's like to live in a world with no one and to be completely independent.
I'm
You
not
can't even
talking
get a
about.
glass of water. You can't even flip on a light switch without depending on everybody else. Do you
I'm not
understand that?
talking.
It's
I'm
pretty
not talk.
simple.
I'm not talking about the not living with having a need for electricity or food.
Your
I'm
entire
talking. I'm
existence is
talking
dependent
about.
on the
I'm
existence of 8 billion
talking. I'm
other people.
talking. I'm talking about not
You're
relying on
talking out your
anybody.
ass and then
I'm
projecting it
talking.
onto
I'm
me for pointing
talking.
it out.
I'm
No, he
talking
means
about not
spiritually.
really. Stop
More like
muting yourself. You're being
spiritually.
a little coward punk. Okay. Shut the fuck up and listen for a second. I'm not
All
talking about
rise.
not relying on electricity or water or food or whatever. I'm talking about not relying on people on a daily fucking basis.
You rely on people on
You
a daily
you
basis.
you rely
No,
on your
I'm
girlfriend for
talking about not.
companionship. So
I'm talking
right.
about not relying on people that I don't see for more than fucking a few minutes.
That's a fantasy that doesn't exist. You rely on people you don't see every day.
Like I said, that I don't see. Yes, I'm talking
Yes, you
about
still
people I
rely
do
on them.
see. Yeah, I'm talking about people I do see.
You rely on people.
Who?
Everyone who makes the water, food, air,
I just said I'm not
electricity
talking about
available.
that. I just said I'm not talking about
I
that.
don't give a fuck if you're talking about it or not. I'm talking about it. You
Okay,
made
then
the
we're
claim
talking.
that you
Then
don't
we're
rely
talking
on
about something
anyone,
else.
that
Then we're
you do
talking about
everything
something
by
else.
yourself. Why are you
Then we're
talking
talking about
right
something
now?
else. Then
Are
we're
you
talking about
listening to
something
what I'm
else.
saying, or are you
Then
more
we're
interested
talking.
in what you're saying?
You're talking about something else entirely.
If you don't want to hear what I'm going to say, I'm not going to talk to you. That'd be a
Then
waste
shut
of my
your
breath,
fucking
right?
cum catcher.
Yes, I will if you don't want to hear it, but you keep asking me and talking to me.
No, I'm not
Why is
asking you
that?
anything. You're talking
Why do
about
you keep
something
talking to
different than I
me?
am.
Why do you
You're
keep talking to me?
You're
Why
talking about
are you
something different.
talking to
Because
me?
you keep opening your mouth.
So what?
Then
You can
shut the
just shut
fuck
up.
up.
You shut the
You.
fuck up.
Open the mouth.
Follow your own advice.
Shut your fucking cum catcher.
Person who relies on everyone.
Yeah, chicken source. Let's resolve
You're
this.
talking about something
I agree.
entirely different than I am.
I
So you're
agree,
having a
brother man.
conversation with yourself.
You rely on people.
Not outside of food, air, and water.
Who is this guy?
Possible,
Chicken source.
is it possible that this whole Lilith thing is just watching Frasier too much?
I don't get the reference.
You know, the show Frasier, like
Yeah.
Kramer.
Yeah, me either, actually.
I don't get it.
Yeah, I think.
It's
I
like-
know
So
what
are you
show you're
capable
talking
of
about.
understanding that, or are you too fucking retarded?
You know what? No offense, TML, but this is why I haven't been on your panel for a while. It's because I've seen this dude up here. He's a fucking idiot. He doesn't respect anybody, and he doesn't shut his mouth.
Wait,
He's
who are you
talking
talking
pure
about?
waffle and
Shut your
bullshit
fucking
too.
cum
No, you
catcher.
calm down. No,
Wait, hold on.
Twilight is very, very smart, and he has spiritual experiences. I can tell, but it's good to calm down, everyone, and yeah, just calm down.
I'm calm. He's just full of shit.
I don't think he's full of shit. No one has everything
He
figured out.
just backpedaled in real time. He demonstrated that he doesn't argue it. He's not having a conversation in good faith. He can't listen to anybody else. He interrupted you the whole time you were talking as well.
No, he has some special experiences. I can tell.
No, I didn't.
Oh no, I had to have very special experiences.
You're the
I
one
get
who
it.
interrupted our conversation, bro. You weren't even a part of it.
It's a panel, you dumb
Shut
fuck.
the fuck. Shut the
I feel like
fuck
there's an
up.
ultimatum coming soon.
He practices Dzogchen and he has some experiences.
I'd knock you on your fucking ass.
Also, Anahito and
Retarded.
Out
of no self-control, retarded.
You should just respect the spirituality of other people. You see what I'm saying? It's not good to get overly critical. You see what I'm saying? There's good and bad things. No one's perfect.
Dude, I respect everybody's
Sorry,
spirituality.
that's why I do it in LARP form.
Dude, I respect everybody. It's everyone doesn't
He
want to
doesn't even
respect
know
me.
what respect is. See, this is more bullshit.
Dude, you're the one who doesn't respect this. I knock you the fuck out on your ass.
See, that's respect right there. You hear it?
That's
You
right.
hear what it sounds like?
I
That's
would.
bullshit.
You run your mouth to me in person, I'd knock
He's
you
a
on your ass.
disrespectful little child.
Where are you at?
You just gotta break through a
Talk to me
shell.
personally. Talk to me personally and run your fucking mouth.
The first rule of Fuck Club is you don't talk about Fuck Club.
Talk to me personally. I dare you.
Look,
Talk to me personally. I dare you. Run your fucking mouth to me in
Control
person.
yourself, you fucking
No,
baby.
run your mouth to me.
Let's
Run
agree
your
to
mouth to me in
disagree.
person or shut your mouth now. Unless you want to do it in
let's faff it
person,
out.
I'd shut your fucking mouth right now.
There's
I'll find
nothing
your
you
ass.
can do to make me shut up.
I'll
Nothing.
find your ass. That's what.
He's the referee here.
I'll
I
find your
agree,
ass.
Evan.
That's what. You think you're
Twilight,
safe
Twilight.
online?
Twilight.
You think you're
There's
safe
definitely
online?
like this archetypal personality type. Like Rant has it, like Chicken Source has it, Twilight has it.
Asshole? Is that the personality type you're talking about?
I don't know what it is. It's just like troll bait, like troll bait, something. I don't know. But I mean, it's the similarities.
Do
are
you
just,
think
like,
you're safe online, you little prick?
Anyway, I've always
Yes,
said
from you.
The
You
first
think so?
step to being taken
I
seriously
know so.
is not to be serious.
Do you dare talk to me one to one?
I'm talking to you one to one right now.
No,
You rely on other people for your
panel.
existence.
Off this panel, because if
You've
you don't,
never
I
done
shut your fucking
anything
mouth,
in
'cause I
your
will
life
find
by
you.
yourself. Nothing.
I dare you.
It's an
Otherwise,
illusion
I
that you're
shut your
in
fucking
control or that you can do things by yourself.
Okay, bro, I'm gonna show you what I can do myself to you.
Do you not
understand?
Hold on.
Nothing.
We're all
It'd be
upset.
zero
We're all
things.
upset
Here
about
come the
Charlie,
threats
okay?
now from the small little baby mind.
We're all upset
He's
about
just trying
Charlie,
to get
okay?
you
Now
worked
just
up. Calm
relax.
down.
All right, dumb fucks.
You know, Charlie
show
was a
you.
big loss, right?
You're
Everybody
done.
just relax,
Come on,
okay?
Spock. Calm down, Spock.
You're done. You're fucking finished.
Does that come with a hand special? Calm down, Twilight. Take a breath, man. You have to learn to not take everything so seriously, man, and learn what you should and when to take things
No. I hate
seriously.
disrespectful people like him. Because he's the
So
type that
do
would never
I.
say anything to anyone's
So do
face and get
I.
knocked the fuck
So do
out.
Hate is not good for you.
Twilight, I
I
deal
don't
with
have
it
hate, but
all
I'm
the
gonna
You
show
should
time.
you what
purge
real
that hate.
magic
That's
is, you
probably
dumb
why you're
fuck.
so susceptible to demons.
But Twilight, throwing out threats that you can't really back up. I'm sorry, bud. You ain't
Wanna
got
bet?
an arsenal, so
Yeah, I think
Wanna bet?
that might actually
Wanna bet?
get the video taken down too. So
Do you wanna
let's
bet?
just
Yeah.
go with that.
How about you
Do you
have
wanna
respect for the host and not try to get a shit struck
Do you want to bet?
for inciting violence?
Do you want to bet
or
I can't back it
extremism?
up?
I don't care if you can back it up. If you're gay,
Okay,
that's
then
on
shut the
you.
fuck up.
I'm not the one getting emotionally compromised because someone
No,
wants
I'm
to
not
come in and
emotionally
troll me.
compromised. I'm telling you right now. You don't
are.
I
shut your
wasn't
fucking
trolling
mouth.
him.
He's gonna learn real quick.
I know you're not trolling him.
Okay, thank you.
I'm
The
not
fact of the matter
trolling.
is, the fact of the matter is,
I will fuck
there's
him
not
up.
a lot of people that can do
No.
the upper level higher reasoning, and all of you are. So just knock it off.
He
He's
needs
a
to shut his
Tasmanian
fucking
devil.
mouth.
I'm not
He's a
seeing that
Tasmanian
evidence tonight. And again,
you
I didn't
will,
make it
bitch.
up when I said that I stopped coming here because of
You
him.
will. Then
And
get
then,
the
like you
fuck
said,
out
you
while you're
mentioned
ahead.
the other people too,
Then
like
leave
Rant
now
and
while
all
you're
that.
while you're fucking good.
There's
While
people
you're
who don't
while
know
you
how to
can.
have a conversation. They're babies inside.
Shut your fucking
Look, he's
mouth.
literally having a tantrum right now.
Am I having a tantrum? You're gonna be fucking sorry.
Let me interject. Let me just say that in the past,
You're done, dude.
people worship.
I suggest you apologize now.
Yeah, you should respect
You're
other
fucking with
people.
forces you don't understand.
You have fucked with his butthole.
No, but seriously, just read about your own ancestors' mythologies. They worship multiple entities. Like Odin or like Freya or something. Yeah, it's good to respect other people's traditions. Twilight, I think, tends to believe in like the like these tapped forces that, or not forces, but entities
Dude, I
that
don't
are
need to believe. I know.
That's
I
your
don't give a
personal
fuck how
opinion, and
anybody
that's
feels about
fine.
it.
I don't agree with you. I don't respect it.
I don't
And the
give a
truth
fuck what
is
you
that I
believe
can
or
have
what
a
you
respectful
respect. You're gonna fucking
conversation
make
with
them
people
face
that I
to face,
disagree with.
motherfucker.
I do it all
You're
the
gonna meet them
time,
face
except
to
he's a
face. Keep running
baby.
your mouth.
He's not capable of it.
Anyway, like him and DK are kind of in the same boat when it comes to like you get a little too emotional. Like when I'm screaming and yelling, it's part of the LARP. That's what a lot of people don't understand.
Because
I'm
you're
not
insulting
LARPing.
his tradition. Like it's like, imagine if I said fuck Jay. I mean, that would be really insulting. I don't do that on panels. I mean, you're insulting his like religious beliefs and Lilith and other stuff. I mean, I
Yeah, and
think
Lilith is gonna find
No
him.
offense,
So
but
we'll see how unreal she is.
what you're saying is half delusional. Okay, because this is the dude who started with the disrespect.
No, I
He
didn't
does.
disrespect
He's not in
nobody.
control of his emotions right now.
I didn't disrespect
put it this
nobody.
So like when people criticize my beliefs, I don't start threatening them and telling them to shut the fuck up.
Yeah.
And this is obviously all cope for Charlie Kirk.
Screaming over them, That's disrespect.
Yeah, but let's just put it this way.
No, you started the disrespect, and now you're gonna learn.
I'm really not, though. You're not
You'll
going to
see.
teach me anything.
Okay, you'll see. Keep believing that. You'll see.
Yeah,
Some
we're
people can't
using
learn until they see.
The masters are winning. The masters are winning.
legal terminology.
You're a fucking
here,
retard. You're gonna
Allegedly,
talking about,
hypothetically, allergically.
You're done.
In Minecraft.
I do think there may be some truth to the notion of the Celtic guys. The curse. You know about the Celtic guys? The guys, G-I-E-I-S. Maybe there's some truth to it. It's not good to make enemies. That's what I'm saying.
Fucking retard.
The Celtic guys is very interesting.
Yeah, people who have special powers don't throw tantrums on the internet.
But the thing is, I'm trying to
So
tell you that
it wouldn't be a bunch of like,
they-
oh, I'm gonna get you. You're really gonna learn and all this. It would just happen quietly. Like those who can do,
Yeah,
they
I'm not
don't
gonna.
talk. They
I
don't.
have to agree. Like, if you had voodoo
Actually,
powers, you wouldn't be like screaming it. You'd, make a voodoo doll and have his leg break like right now.
What, yeah, what we're hearing right now is someone who's powerless.
I was
And
first
b-
month. Let me tell
and
you.
just simply pointing out that he's not all powerful enough to do everything by himself without reliance on everyone in the world sent him into a disrespectful, threatening tirade, and you're trying to blame it on me, which I find ironic.
Let me tell you something that really happened to me. Okay, look up the Celtic guys, Geegeis, and once
Exactly.
I pissed off someone into the occult, and he did a ritual. Okay,
That's right.
next moment I went to shave, and I cut my part of my finger very hard, and it was like, what the hell? How did this happen? You believe that? And that's how curses work. You see what I'm trying to say? I think it may have some truth. The Celtic guys, Geeis. I'm just saying, don't piss off someone into the occult. It's good to be, respectful with them. You don't want to insult their beliefs too
No,
much.
people have to earn my respect. When they act like this, I don't respect them. And when they have ridiculous beliefs that they won't explain and they throw in your face like you're stupid, I don't respect it. I'm not going to just because you say it's a good idea.
Well, you're working based on materialist biases. I'm just saying, you know what I'm saying?
Well, yeah, it's usually harder for someone who hasn't had an outer world experience to accept what other people say when they've had one.
Now here come the assumptions
When I'm
I never
about
said-
what I know,
never-
what I've
I never-
experienced.
I never said that. I said, can the general population don't have experiences, so most people just tend to automatically attack you because you had an experience. That's
When
what I'm getting
I
at.
tried
He was never
to
attacked
talk,
for his experience.
I tried
know,
to
I'm not
talk
stating
calmly.
you.
I tried to talk
We're trying to
calmly.
search for the relevance.
I tried to talk calmly. You didn't listen to that.
Well, he's got a lot of knowledge of like the Eastern.
When I tried to talk calmly, you didn't listen. I tried to talk to you, to reason with you. You didn't want to listen. So then I screamed over you because you kept talking over me. So then you said I was being disrespectful, and I said, no, respect is a big thing for me. And you just kept poking and poking and poking. You don't want to listen. I was screaming to try to get through to you, but it didn't work. Now I don't care about you because you don't care about respecting me. So now
Well, good.
I'm nice
Please
and
stop
calm.
addressing me then. Holy shit.
So now I'm nice and calm, and you can go fuck yourself, and you'll see.
You'll see my pretty.
My empathy is done.
I'll get you and your little dog too.
My empathy is done with you. You won't even talk to me face to face, offline
What is it?
or off this
What
panel.
the fuck does that have to do with anything?
Off panel, because you're a shit starter. You're the same shit type of person who would just come in the middle of someone's conversation out in public and start shit and then run away as soon as the shit got real.
Nobody started shit and nobody ran anywhere.
No,
I merely pointed out that you do not do everything by yourself, control everything yourself, and live in this world without relying on other people. That's all that was said. You freaked the fuck out over that.
You're gonna see how
That's not even disrespectful.
You don't exist to me.
It was
You're
just a
done.
direct refutation of one of your
You're
claims. That's
done.
all.
You're done. You're
You don't
learn.
tell me
I
when
don't
I'm done. I'm
care.
sorry.
Well, you're gonna find out how delusional it all is.
I'm not. I'm not going to find out anything.
Okay, we'll see.
We're seeing it right now.
Zoroastrianism. He knows a lot about that stuff. So like, that's kind of his wheelhouse. Like, and all the kind of like surrounding little variations of that. So you can respect.
Just talk to anybody who actually knows me, and they'll fucking tell you. Okay? I don't need to speak for myself. That's why I don't. Because people who know me know my character, know my principles, and know my acumen in fucking magic. So I don't really give a shit.
You're revealing it right now, I think.
I don't need to fucking
This
tell
is a
anybody
demonstration of your character.
Whoop, there it is. But no, Twilight does mean good from the heart. And, albeit we can all sound extreme at times.
I read the
Yeah. I don't respect those who disrespect others. Sorry.
You
Yeah,
don't
but Twilight,
respect
look, dude.
yourself.
But look, dude, you have to learn when to engage with the people who get under your skin. You know how many times I'll sit here and shut up and not talk or not join at all, just simply because I don't want that to happen. I don't want people to attempt to get under my skin. Like, as much as
You
I
gotta
LARP, even I
know
myself have to
control.
distance myself from it. So
I've read
it takes a mental toll on you.
mythology. I've read the Tane Finn cycle, but I haven't studied Norse or Greek mythology deeply yet. But I have studied Irish mythology deeply. I'm just changing the topic, you know.
That's cool.
Yeah, so I
Agreed.
feel like reading ancient mythology is good. You know, people should do that. Like read
I
the
thought that last week your presentation here, like with the video game and your spreadsheet and everything, that was probably the most creative thing I've seen in like probably at least a couple of years.
Thank
By
you.
the way,
Thank you.
yeah.
Thank you. Yeah. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you. Respect the freak. Yeah, I appreciated that one too.
That
I
was
got a
awesome.
kick out of that one. Yeah, I agree.
Are you in America, Avian Buddha?
Yeah, I live in Georgia. It's not really the best place, Georgia, to be honest, but it's okay, I
Georgia,
guess.
the state of Georgia or the country?
The state. The state.
Okay, cool. I'm just making sure.
It's a state
I
of
live
Yeah,
within
just like,
walking
yeah.
distance of a lodge, a Freemasonic lodge. You believe that?
Hell yeah, I got one in my town too.
Yeah.
They're quite friendly.
I've never met one personally. I never met. Well, maybe I have, but I just didn't know. Yeah. Yeah. My area used to be rural, like 20 years ago, but now it became like a college town, and you see a lot of roadkill now, which is kind of sad.
That is strange. You do seem to see a lot of roadkill around lodges.
Yeah,
But again, we love you, Twilight, and no hard feelings.
I don't have
No,
any hard feelings towards
at least
anybody.
at least on my behalf.
I don't have any hard feelings towards anybody.
I got none but love for you, baby.
No, I don't have any hard feelings towards anybody.
Like Dennison's like probably one of the.
He's a non-entity.
He's a skeptic, right?
He's a non-entity. No. He's not a skeptic. I don't mind skeptics. I have friends that are skeptics. I have friends that are atheists.
Now he's going to tell me who and what I am because he respects me so much. Here it comes.
Well, I mean,
he's a non-entity. He's a non-entity. I don't care to reason with him.
He's a skeptic, but we can blame flat Earth on him. So
No. I don't care. Like I have friends that are skeptics. I have friends that are atheists. He's just disrespectful. Period. I can sense it.
You're
So
projecting.
are you saying it's his tone? Because I mean, again,
No,
it could be
it's
part of
everything
his
about
LARP.
him. Everything about him.
He knows everything about me.
I mean, I'm not gonna lie. The
never seen your
first few times,
troll side,
Twilight. The first few times I met Dennis, and we didn't get along. But I mean, you can have a conversation
Bro, I
and
don't
not
think you
get
understand.
along.
I don't care.
Oh, maybe that's part of the problem.
The point of me giving a fuck. My empathy is worn out. I don't care.
That's not true.
After
it's
8
true.
seconds in, it was worn out.
If you can,
One
if you
question
can love
in.
me, if you
No,
can
it's
love me,
true.
Twilight, you can love Dennis.
No, he
because
crossed the line. I don't care anymore.
He could.
I haven't crossed the line yet with all the times I pick on you and your beeps.
No, it's very different. It's very different energy with you.
Oh,
She gets scratches, kind of hard to love, though. You gotta admit that.
See, believe it or not, I have empathy. I sense energy. I don't care if anyone thinks that's crazy or fucking not. Okay, and I know who I'm dealing with.
You don't even know that you're not self-reliant.
Have you ever?
I don't
had
think he
sex with a
understands what
contortionist?
non-entity means. You're fucking.
Anyone?
He's fucking irrelevant. He doesn't exist.
Twilight, can I ask you something? What's your favorite anime? I'm just curious. Like,
Oh shit, that's
Sailor
hard, man.
Moon.
I like mostly psychological, like philosophical, like psychological thriller, psychological horror, dystopian.
Okay, so number one.
There's a lot.
Okay, number two.
I would say probably Ghost in the Shell is the first one I ever saw. It's not my favorite, but it's like what started it all.
Okay, if you had to pick a universe to live in for the rest of eternity, which one?
I don't really want to live in another universe, to be honest with you.
Oh dear God, you don't get the point. What I'm saying is, which one is most aesthetically, attuning to you? One that calls to your soul. Come on, come on, come on!
I don't like the idea of living in another a false universe. I really don't. That's why I don't like transhumanism.
You cause me anxiety attacks.
Except, I mean, if we were in charge of the technology, I guess it could be okay. But to be fair,
I'm gonna pick for you if you don't hurry up.
Well, you're not putting me in some other fucking. I don't know, man. You want to raise Pokemon? Like, I don't know.
I mean, that's a good option. I would have been, more concerned if you chose something darker. So, but I mean, Pokemon's pretty dark. It's pretty much the subjugation of all living creatures that aren't humans. But
yeah, I know, but like they make it look so joyful and so like
that's
in
right.
that world.
Even though they turn around and eat the Pokemon, right? Because they
really
eat
your
meat in that
friends, though,
universe.
man. Come on, man. They're your friends.
Mm-hmm.
You don't want to have all kinds of monster friends.
Favorite anime?
I actually hate Pokemon, by the way. But
damn,
I just think the idea of having all these friends to hang out with would be kind of cool.
That's cool.
But I'm saying if you actually take it at face value, which it's not. There's actually an anime that deconstructs that whole idea and shows what it would actually be like if people really had that ability to summon monsters and shit. And it's like a hell world. It's like a hell world.
I know
It's
what
actually
you're referring to.
it's really interesting. Neon Genesis is fucking crazy too because it deconstructs the everyone's gonna save the world with Mecha, or whatever. Higurashi is a really crazy ass series. Definitely don't want to be in that one. Monster is really good. I don't know if you ever seen that, Avian. That's a crazy ass show.
The one we've been watching, we started watching. That's really good, right?
From the New World.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's really good. There's a lot, man. Like most of the anime I watch is obscure. I don't
haven't seen any of it.
The
anime you're
mainstream.
referring to is Shadow Star or Naruto.
Oh, dude, they didn't finish that because it's so fucking controversial. I wish they would, though.
The manga is finished. The manga. I think.
Right? Yeah, you know about that. Elfen Lied too was another one that they didn't finish. It's really wild. It's about
So was that a psychology question? Were you hoping to gain some insight on his personality by asking him his favorite anime?
Actually, I recommend you the anime Dark Gathering. It deals with the occult a lot, and it's pretty dark. Like Higurashi.
Okay. Oh, you know Higurashi?
Yeah, I know Higurashi. I've
Yeah,
watched
see,
it.
me and Buddha are kindred souls.
I've even watched Midori.
I've never seen Midori, actually. I was going to.
Yeah, don't watch that. Do not watch that. It will make you depressed for days.
Okay, fuck that then. Yeah, I don't like that.
Yeah.
I don't like that. Thank you. I was thinking about watching it.
You want to
thank
see
you.
into the face of Aframan? Then watch Midori. You see,
Yeah, fuck that. Fuck that. But yeah, people can believe what they want about me, but I'm actually a very chill, empathetic, kind person. So yeah.
Yeah, I can tell. You're
and
you seem like a
respectful.
man to me. You seem like a good man.
Yeah.
Hey, now everyone grab the lotion and jerk the person off beside you.
Yeah, my girlfriend says I'm really
Yeah,
sweet,
for real.
Yeah.
Reach to your left.
I just don't like disrespect. So yeah.
Which is why I engage in it online with strangers.
Yeah, he's gone.
Oh, thank God.
He's a non-entity, so it doesn't matter.
That's right. Just block them out, right? Just like the song.
Yeah, Lilith is a delusion.
Also,
Lilith is a delusion, babe.
I live inside your mind like that demon. There's no blocking me out now.
It's a delusion.
Yeah, Lilith is a delusion.
Fuck him.
Should we call her?
Yeah, absolutely.
Right,
Yeah, I think we should.
Rent free, probably like you at
I
Section 8.
think we should call her and see if she's a delusion.
Maybe they need a little chapter 4.
Let's do that, babe.
Yeah.
Are we playing Twister?
We should call her.
Naked Twister?
Kind
Yeah.
of.
Dingle dangle.
They were asking about like
Skadoodle.
Drizzle,
messages
drizzle.
and like paranormal experiences that we've had with Lilith.
Right.
And I'm just like, where do you want to start?
And he like interrupted, right?
Well, no, everyone's just like, oh, it's a delusion. What messages have you had? It's like, well, where do you want me to start?
That's his handler.
It's like this is
Oh, it's her.
Bro's been MK Ultra.
it's like I don't understand what makes you think that you're fucking worthy of even knowing.
The
You
first
can't get
step
off
to
my
knowing
dick.
anything.
I mean, that was, you know,
Uh-oh.
that would be the first indication.
I don't know what makes you think that.
Gatality. Finish him.
Friendship.
Yeah, I play too many games. I
Right,
watch-
Shang. Look, there you go. Shang Su, Shang Tsung. Huh. I see what you did there, Ed Boon.
That's what I want. I want to be in Mortal Kombat.
I ain't gonna lie, that's not a bad idea. I
Jesus
would love
Christ.
to fucking rip
I
out
would
some
love to
people's
be-
spines.
I would love to be in Mortal Kombat though. For real. Yeah. Or maybe Dragon Ball Z. That would be kind of cool too.
Yeah, I don't know about that. I would rather not have the Earth blown up every few years to be revived by the dragon.
Oh, come on. You can always come back, man.
Yeah.
I don't want to
not-
see what my dick looks like as a cartoon.
You could train as Goku, man. You could train with Goku or Vegeta.
Which I hate to say it, but to get on that train, I do find it. Look, hear me out. I think it's a little strange that Akira Toriyama likes drawing Goku butt ass naked all the time in the original. Yeah, just saying, it's a little weird. I think it's a little weird seeing Goku as a grown man now and knowing that I saw his pecker like a majority of my young life watching Dragon Ball. So I just want to say, you know, Akira, what the fuck?
Wait, that's a thing?
In the original Dragon Ball, there's a lot of sexual innuendos, like
Yeah.
Goku patting Bulma's vagina, taking off her underwear while she's asleep.
Yeah.
I mean,
Jesus.
and on top of the fact that the dude put 666 inside the comic book on the cars, you know,
Well,
the dude,
because Hercule
the
was
savior.
actually Mr. Satan originally.
That's right, the savior of the earth.
And he
So,
saves
you
the
know.
earth, yeah. Well, because they don't take it seriously. They see
It's all a
as
charade.
symbolic.
Yeah, it's all a charade, like how he pretends on camera to be the world savior. Yeah, we know.
Yeah, but they also
because
mock
Akira
him.
Toriyama was a part of the occult, and you know,
Yes.
people just saw it as an anime. Yeah.
Right. Well, yeah, but they also show that Satan is a fraud.
Uh-oh.
I mean, they do.
And Majin Buu has a mark on his forehead. Oh, I'm sorry. Well, you
that's
get
like
my point.
MK Ultra, dude. If you really pay attention.
That's Vegeta, not Majin Buu. But
People love Chrono Trigger, but I prefer Dragon Quest V. Dragon Quest V is probably my
Dragon
favorite
Quest is great. Dragon Quest was actually created by Akira Toriyama too.
Yeah.
yeah, no shit.
No,
Given
I
by
like
the
it.
art design.
No, I like Akira Toriyama.
Yeah. You like him drawing animes with little boy peepees?
I mean, dude, he was so young. It's not really supposed to be sexual.
Yeah, say that to a
Japanese,
pedo.
let me tell you something interesting. Japanese and Finnish people both go into the hot sauna with their kids, but it's not sexual. You know what I mean? Like,
Right, exactly.
it's
They
just-
have a very different perspective on nudity than America does. In fact,
Exactly.
they see nudity as this is a really crazy idea, but they see nudity as less controversial than buckets of blood.
Yeah, but you know, also in a majority of kids who are still exposed to their parents' genitals, even if it's not in a sexual manner, end up growing up to
I mean, I
be
agree with
sexual
that.
predators. So
No, I don't agree with that. But
I'd love to see the data on that.
well,
Yeah,
I
I
can
would
tell
love
you,
to
I can tell you that I knew of a child who was constantly exposed to their parents in the shower, and he ended up thinking that it was okay to touch women in their breasts and vagina. So yeah.
yeah, but that has to do with them.
Did he also drink orange juice? Because I've seen a correlation between orange juice
but-
and the same thing.
But that child also ate so much poop that he threw up blood. So I don't know what to tell you about that. But
Okay, well then he was.
Well, that's probably because he got exposed to genitalia, apparently.
uh-oh,
No. If he's eating poop, he was
ritualistic abuse. But anyway, let's
That's
not go into that.
abuse. That's abuse. You don't eat poop unless you're abused.
Yeah, it's
sorry.
also part of rituals, which is
Yes.
I'm referring to the ritualistic cases that I've researched into, which is that's one of them.
That shit is real. Yes, there's a lot of disinformation.
That
but
shit is real, but
it is real though.
Sad trombone. But you know, yeah, that's the point. But I mean, what are you gonna do about it?
Quit looking at dicks.
Call up Lilith. Call up Lilith, and say, hey, go stomp out of Epstein or something.
Well, maybe she does. You don't know that.
No, we just call upon the Keanu Reeves to go do it, right? Oh, that's right. That's not real either.
Well, no kung fu.
Yeah. Well, I don't know what to tell y'all. I mean, we lost a great white man the other day, so.
Which white man?
I don't know.
Well, it's funny because
too many of them. I heard they're all supposed to be taken out. So
he's supposedly a Zionist, but yet he spoke out against Israel. So it's actually a little more complicated. Not all Zionists are created equally. I know that sounds strange, but it's true. There's different kinds of Zionism. Because Zionism, there's a difference between the people of Israel, and the state of Israel. And Israel is run by secret societies and the Vatican. I keep telling people this. Like it's more convoluted.
Let's call up the Thule. Let's call up the Thule Society.
These people use Israel as a curtain to hide behind. You have to understand this.
Facts.
This is why they want anti-Semitism.
I want to join the Ark Society. I want to join the Ark Society.
Anti-Semitism and neo-Nazis and shit.
It's so you can dump all your hate on what they're doing.
Have you noticed that Jews and Jesuits both start with J, like Jesus?
So does Jesus. Yeah, right.
So does Jesus Juice. That's 2 J's.
Jesus, yeah. Well, I'm just saying that it's a little more complicated than that, and I don't wish ill on anyone who's dead. Except maybe when
unless they're from Gaza.
Except maybe when Rothschild died.
You only wish ill on Denizen, right? Because he asked you if you relied on the people.
Well, he's not dead.
Oh.
He's just a non-entity.
Oh.
And you're a bundle of sticks.
But apes together strong.
Right. Yeah, that's a good movie actually.
Some people
because Caesar comes over and bangs your bitch and eats your child's fucking Fruit Loops.
I think
so. For whoever asked, it's a Jack Russell Terrier.
I think Caesar was dope.
I just remembered that was the last thing that I heard before I was demon spelled or some shit.
Yeah, I would like to adopt a corgi in the future. I would like to adopt a corgi.
I think Caesar was dope.
It's not because y'all eat dogs right now.
I don't eat dogs now.
No, I don't. No. Why do you think I eat dogs?
Oh, dear.
That's disgusting.
Chinese people eat dogs.
I mean, I thought squid was disgusting until I dipped it in some sauce. So.
If you go to McDonald's, you might eat people, but that's a lark.
If I'm East Asian, I'm not East
Asian. Are you South Asian?
No, I'm Persian.
Outer light.
What's like a major dish from your culture?
Sabzi gourmet.
What's that?
It's like a stew they make out of green herbs and
Do you cook?
Pretty good actually.
Is that like palak paneer?
I don't know what palak paneer is. Is that some Indian dish or?
Yeah, it's made with spinach or greens. Stewed in like a cream sauce with cottage cheese.
Well, that looks nice, yeah. Kind of looks similar to that, but a little bit different. I think the gourmet sabzi is more long stewed, but everyone knows about kebab. Kebab is another dish.
Yeah, I was gonna ask you what the most famous one was.
Probably kebab.
Do you cook, Buddha?
Oh no, I don't cook. I'm a terrible cook.
Oh, okay.
You know what's funny is that often those who mess with technology are bad cooks. I found that out.
That mess with technology?
Yep, I'm a bad cook, but my wife, who hardly ever messes with technology, despite the fact that my dad was a cook, is a great chef. I mean, I can cook to feed myself, but for some reason, the whole when someone else cooks it, it comes out tasting better. People have always said that about my food. It comes out perfectly fine, but I don't know. It's just strange. I've I've ran into that with a lot of people who like spend a lot of times on computers working in office buildings. When they have to go home and cook, they're almost always going for something that's quick, easy, microwavable. You know, they don't have the patience to sit down and cook a 20 to 30-minute meal.
That's just because they become reliant.
Well, that too.
I love
but
cooking. I love
Oh,
cooking.
now I see what you mean.
I love cooking.
But it
But then
is a
again, I'm
little bit of
online all
both.
the time, so maybe there is a correlation.
There
Well,
was a
you know,
correlation between me being afraid of microwaves and starting to learn how to cook better.
well, I can tell you one thing. I haven't used a microwave in like 8 years, and
Yeah.
I can tell you, man, you notice a change when you don't have one around you ever going off.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah, you can feel the difference. You can feel the difference in your body.
Really?
I've also been fasting a lot lately.
I've been
I think
trying,
it's like a
man.
miracle cure for everything. I feel like one of those charlatans on TV trying to sell snake oil.
Well, as a diabetic, I'm supposed to fast, but I have to be careful with blood sugar. So
Fasting is good.
yeah, but only to a certain extent because my sugar rarely ever goes low. I'm one of the people where my sugar is always high. You know, it's always above 400 or
Right.
500. So
Yeah, I have
that's why
family
I'm
that-
dying.
Is that type 1?
I started off as pre-diabetes, and then because of crappy doctors for like the last 11 years who just didn't care because, you know, I'm not like my aunt can pay $5,000 every time I walk up to them. You know, they kind of like, when Obamacare came in, they took away my insulin for whatever reason. I had just found out I was diabetic. So for like,
Motherfuckers.
yeah, for like 2.5, 3 years, I just can't. I was under the age. I could not afford to pay out as much as it took for me to keep insulin because where I'm at, insulin was like $150, $200 a bottle at my Walmart.
Good God.
I heard
and
that
you-
Irish moss helps with insulin problem.
Yes, yeah. I've gotten a few remedies. You know, I'm losing my sight. Unfortunately, the damage with my health, the damage is done. You know, I've already started to lose eyesight in my right eye. I barely feel my feet most days, but you know,
Have you tried
despite that,
fasting 4 days at a time?
I can tell you, I don't eat nowhere near the way that I used to before my son was born. My son's 7 years old, and I can tell you, you know, my wife does a good job. She makes sure that, you know, I back off the starch. What's funny is that because of my diabetes and plus the fact that the food is fucking GMO'd, my body has begun to reject a lot of food that is bad for diabetics, like bread, certain types of meat. You know, if you ever ate a bologna sandwich and then one day you just like, oh my God, well, you know, go and take some bologna and look underneath a microscope. You might not want to eat bologna anymore, but you know, my body has slowly rejected it rejects sugar. I can't drink Kool-Aid anymore. I grew up not because I'm poor, but because we always drink Kool-Aid. I mean, you know, a pitcher full of Kool-Aid, you know, just cause diabetes.
I would recommend if you can't fast, cut
I
out
fast.
cut out any like junk food, any fast food.
Bro,
You know,
I literally
and just like
might
stay away
eat.
from like red meat. Stay away from red meat at least.
I literally
And drink, like, just
eat
drink, like,
only
lots of
one meal a
water.
day. I only eat one meal a day because I choose to.
Well, you don't need to do that.
That's what I was doing before I started doing 4 days at a time. And right now I'm doing a week, and I want to like. I
It's
think
good to train your body to not want food too. If you're ever in a situation where you're going to go a long extended amount of time without food, it's good to get your body trained on, you know, can
You
I go
exercise?
18?
I'm
Bro,
starting to suspect we eat too much, and there's a lot of poison in the food.
Bro, I have never weighed over 180, 90 pounds. No, I've only weighed 200 pounds once in my life when I was younger. I literally do martial arts and
Okay, well, that's
nunchucks,
good.
and I walk up to at least 10 to 15 miles a week, and I can tell you,
Good,
I'm still
nice.
dying.
You
Do you
know
have
you can
fatty
reverse
liver?
diabetes though, right? I have
I got
family members who had.
I got no fat. The only fat I have is the
No,
little
fatty
bit
liver.
between. Oh
You're like
no,
me.
I do have bad cholesterol, but that's because I grew up
So
in the
you're in good shape
country
then.
and lots of fat back. But you know, as someone who might eat a steak once a
Fat
month,
back?
it apparently is still very bad. But you know, when your doctors
you're-
go and put you on medicine that causes problems with your diabetes that you're not supposed to be put on in the first place, and then you go and ask
Yeah,
them why
well,
they put you on the medicine, they're like, I don't
Yeah.
know.
No, they
Do you know what autophagy is?
I've heard of it.
You I should say hashtag not medical advice. I'm literally a fucking idiot who doesn't know what he's talking about, but human to human, fasting might save your life.
Oh no, I can tell you, dude. I've felt the changes in my body since I've gone down to. If I wake up in the morning and I have a little bit of a hunger spell, I don't want to wake up nauseated, so I'll put a little bit of something in my stomach. I actually no, because a
Bone
lot of
broth.
a lot of this fruit that you get at the store is chock full of sugar, and you think it's healthy, and it's really fucking
Real
not
fruit,
good.
bro.
Yeah, real fruit. Well, good luck. Good luck with the real fruit aspect.
Well, I
Bone
live in like
broth,
Amish
if
country,
you
dude, so
have
it's not
a
hard
half a
for
cup,
me.
won't even break your fast.
Yeah, broth. Yeah, broth. I was told is one of the healthiest
Real.
things. So.
Well, I
I
live in like
wonder.
Amish country, dude, so it's easy to get real
And I
fruit.
haven't. I might eat a fast food restaurant like pizza or burger maybe like once every 2 or 3 months, just because
Well, that's
I
good.
don't trust people cooking my fucking food. As
Yeah.
someone who had to work in fast food when he was younger, and a dad who
Oh
worked in a lot
no.
of fast food,
You got to start cooking, bro.
I'm telling you, don't ever, if you love your fucking sacredness of your food, don't go and eat at most restaurants. I'm not saying everyone who
No,
works at a fast food restaurant is nasty and disgusting, but I can tell you the horror stories are fucking true.
dude.
When people
Yes.
will just like spit on your fucking food or rub their nuts on it, they will literally do it even if you don't piss them
Bro,
off. My
you got to
dad
start cooking,
witnessed that
even if
shit.
it's small shit, even if it's like burgers and stuff. Because yeah, no, it is
It's
really
not
bad,
healthy, dude. I can tell you,
dude.
dude,
I cook
that shit's not
everything, bro.
healthy.
I cook everything, dude. I don't go out to eat at all.
There's a reason why when you go and eat at Taco Bell, the joke
You
is that
can't trust it, dude.
you're blowing out your ass. So
You can't trust any of these fast food places, and even
well,
most restaurants. Some you can, but for the most part, you really can't.
not
So I'm
even
saying
high
you
end
really should
restaurants.
start
I've
cooking,
worked
dude.
I don't even
I've
think you
worked
can trust the food at the
Chicken
grocery
Sodas, I have
store
a question
anymore.
for you.
and you
You can.
can't.
Right.
A lot of it you
Right.
can.
I have a question for you. How much grass-fed offal do you eat? Because I notice a lot of people have problems if they don't eat the
I can
organ meat.
tell you, I can tell you as someone who grew up in the country when he was younger and ate mostly animals that were never fed. I mean, you know what I mean, didn't come from a slaughterhouse. If we wanted chicken tenders for tonight, guess what? You're going to have to go out there in the chicken pen with me, grab your chicken, even if it's your favorite chicken. That's why they tell you not to get attached to it. And when you're going to be helping me make some chicken nuggets tonight if you want to eat. That's how I grew up when I was younger. But living in the city, you get everything in a package. My health fell apart. Kind of funny, it coincides with the night that I put the Bible underneath my pillow and I started to sin every day in my life. But, yeah, I can tell you that since eating food that came from grocery stores like Kroger, Walmart, and stuff like that, I've gotten sicker. But, keep eating your irradiated shrimp, which
I agree.
You got to
is,
get
I know what
meat
you're talking about. You're
that's real
right.
meat, man.
Mercola talks about that stuff. I like Mercola a lot. He talks about exactly what you said. Mercola was like my introduction to all of this when I was like 17, 18, over like 20 years ago, approximately. He talks about all the problems in the health, in the pharmaceutical and the industry and the food production and stuff like that. I like Mercola.
I remember like when the Monsanto apples first hit the shelves up here at my Kroger's. And I remember walking in and they had a little sign on there that literally told you that this is a genetically modified apple and to warn you that you're eating it. And I always thought it was strange. These things were fucking massive. I'm telling you, dude, I bit it. I bought one just to try it. And it was the most awkward feeling, just mush. It's just, I don't think it was an apple.
Yeah,
So,
I know
I
what you're
mean,
talking about,
I
dude.
can,
It
I can,
is.
I can
It's
tell you, dude, that
chemicals, bro. It's 75% chemicals.
yeah, once you consume just a lot of this meat, yeah, you can go and cook it, but there are some parasites that can withstand the initial heat of the standard temperature for cooking like steaks and stuff. So,
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, I mean, it's,
That's the other thing too. When you fast, there's a lot of
yes,
bacteria and parasites that starve to death.
yep, starved to death.
You purge.
Go get an MRI one day and just see how many, circles you go on your MRI one day. It probably would shock a majority of people. If you're having intestinal issues that you've had for years, like gastritis, don't put that shit off because some people can have a tapeworm for, 2.5, 3 years and think it's just, what is it? Irritable bowel syndrome. Come to find out, or, they have gas and it's a 3.5 foot fucking tapeworm in their stomach. So,
Yeah, I've done parasite cleanse
Hey,
with green
Pisano.
black walnut texture and clove. It's cloves and I forgot wormwood. Yeah, but the green black walnut texture is the best one. So it's good for a parasite cleanse.
And the scary thing about parasites is, a lot of people forget, that's one of the reasons why I like Resident Evil 4 so much, is that, they tell you a lot about parasites, that like parasites will literally jump from species. It will purposely get it eaten inside of a snail, go and transfer it inside of a bird. The bird will purposely get eaten by like a cat, and then the cat will, transfer it through its poop when something touches it, or it can transfer it to a person like toxoplasmosis. I mean, parasites ain't no fucking joke.
Yeah, I know.
No,
I
they're not.
agree. Yeah. They're probably a bigger deal than germs. Definitely. They're
For
a bigger
sure.
deal. Yeah.
Well, germ theory is fucking bunk on the face of it, but that's another story for another day.
Yeah.
Is that why World War Z had a Indian type guy address Brad Pitt in that movie? I'm just saying, whenever they need a medical technical explanation for why some virus or something broke out, they usually get a brown dude. So
Yeah,
I'm just saying, there's a
only Indian
parallel,
people
man.
are smart.
I think
Right.
brain-eating amoeba probably came from Plum Island. I'm not sure if you've heard of the conspiracies
Yes.
of Plum Island.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, there's a lot of weird shit with that.
Yeah, it's creepy stuff.
They're doing genetic modifications
Well,
and yeah.
that's my biggest problem with people with Resident Evil series.
Like Montauk.
If you look past it, dude, it's more than just a video game. Like, these
Oh
people are
yeah.
putting in your face, like, we're
Oh
doing
yeah.
eugenics, and the Japanese have been telling us
Bro,
Americans
the
since the
people, the
90s.
Japanese know a lot of shit. I have a question for you. I've always asked people this, and it's strange to me that no one's really put this together, at least not in any real thorough way. And I've thought about maybe doing like a presentation on this. Why is it that of all the enemies we've had, America, I'm saying, uh, on the earth, okay, and I guess really it goes for anybody, really, uh, when we achieved atomic power and we achieved the atomic bomb, why is it of all the enemies we've had in all of our history, why is it that we decided to bomb Japan? Were they really our biggest threat ever?
No, they're just the second most powerful empire on Earth. It was like a demonstration.
The rising sun.
There's this game I recommend called Terranigma, and it deals with
Japan knows some shit,
Hollow Earth and some crazy conspiracy.
and they
Yeah,
spoke out
well, I mean, I hate to say it,
against.
but those places and diverse places are also staging grounds for a lot of the test runs. That's why they put in the Resident Evil movies all these underground cities with clones in it.
I'm just
The only
saying,
way that
man.
you could actually take
You watch a
Japan
lot
is
of
you have
these
to
anime, dude.
occupy all those islands around it. And so if you don't get control of those places, then you can't really control the empire that was expanding all over the place. And so they decided to stop trying to run uphill and drop the bomb.
Japan was closed off from the rest of the world for thousands of years. It was basically pushed open.
I don't know about that, because in feudal Japan there sure was a lot of friars over there, but yeah.
Yeah,
I saw Tom Cruise
they
over there.
invaded essentially, and then the Japanese kicked them out. They kicked
Got
the
him.
Jesuits out. They rejected it completely.
Well, I mean, I
They
get what
were
you're saying. I
literally
guess I can get what
invaded.
you're saying, but the Great Wall of China is also a big
What I'm
LARP.
saying is they have a tradition that they've kept
China.
for thousands of years that they have not let go of until recently.
The Great
But they
Wall of
still
China
have it.
is what's left of Tower of Babylon, just made
I
into a
mean,
wall.
you could say that, but I would make the argument in the opposite
It's a sky
direction.
bridge. It's a sky
Why do you
bridge.
call it the Chinese virus? Because it comes from China.
No, get those lights off. Oh well, that's what happens when you rub elbows with billionaire child traffickers. Anyway,
Japan was resisting the central banks too. You think maybe that could be part of it? Just one part. There's more to it,
Okay.
but I'm
Have
just
you played
saying
Shin Megami
there's
game?
much more to it.
Sometimes I
Everybody
feel
did.
Shin Megami Tensei is leaking, I don't know, metaphysical secrets. At least Nocturne. Shin
That
Megami Tensei Nocturne.
I'm not even getting into that part, but yes, I would agree. Like I said, watch these animes that are supposedly fiction and pay attention. what they're actually saying.
Well, I don't know. Chris Redfield told me that Albert Wesker got his evil world of global saturation from a comic book villain. So,
Well, you know,
obviously, they want to be like Oswald E. Spencer and become a god. So
there's a really good I think it's like DEF CON conference. It's called The Only Way to Tell the Truth is Through Fiction. I suggest you look
I
into that.
remember
Outer Light. I suggest you look into that. It's very interesting.
I hate to say it, but you literally just exposed my LARP. Twilight, in all the years I have been here, no one has ever exposed my LARP, and you just did it. Say it one more time for me.
Because I understand you, brother, man. I do the same thing, bro.
Remember, you don't have to work for the U.S. government for you to actually work for them.
Correct. You think I don't know that? I'm an occultist, dude. I let people think what they want about me. That's my LARP. You understand? People who want to think what they want about me, they can. I know who I am. I know what I am. That's why I don't need to prove myself to anybody. That's why it is what it is,
Twilight.
man.
That's
You
why.
know
That's
me,
why.
bro.
That's why people like me and you would get the invitations to the masquerade parties and not everyone else.
Well, I denied it, and so did you. So
Some
well,
bad
like I
bitches
said,
at those masquerade parties, though.
we also don't want to depopulate our fellow man either, or
if people
subjugate
want
them
to
or
think
turn them
I'm
into machines.
delusional, hothead, whatever the fuck, I let them think that.
You let them think that.
I give them the perception they want.
How about another
It
joke,
works to my
Murray?
benefit. It works to my benefit. So whatever. It is what it is.
Now it was all an illusion.
That's right. Now it's all part of the LARP.
It is a LARP. But yeah, man, that's I don't know if you've seen that conference, but it's quite interesting.
Well, I mean, still,
And I
I
think
don't
he's
think the
telling the truth.
technology is there. So
I think he's telling the truth.
unless they're going to pull, an X-Files or an Albert Wesker and target certain DNA to shut down, and you're going to have some type of nanobot goop black goo type transformation, and it's going to have to accept your DNA or something. So I mean,
yeah.
The number of 90s kids who are coming down with alleged health issues. Well, I mean, what do you expect when you had green ketchup?
What?
That green ketchup they had back in the 90s? Yeah, but let's just eat it because it looks green, even though it tastes like complete shit.
Because I can be all riled up and calm myself in 5 seconds. That's what meditation is.
It's also what
That's
masturbation
literally
is.
what intermittent explosive disorder is.
I can calm myself down instantly.
Have you seen a psychiatrist before?
Yeah, that's a really good idea. That's a really good idea. Look into the history of that.
I mean, I've been to over 30 of them, and I can tell you they don't like me when I go.
I have a documentary on that that will blow your
What
mind.
about when you leave?
I have a documentary on that that will blow
I
your
don't know what
mind.
to tell you there, Dennis, and I've literally had a psychiatrist tell me to leave because there was no point because I understood the 5 parts to psychology. So
I know psychology. When you understand psychology, you don't need psychiatry.
yeah,
But pharmaceuticals can be fun.
It's a problem when you go into the psychiatric ward and you're anti-psyoping the people who are there who is to pick apart your mind.
Yeah. I talked to a psychiatrist when I was younger, and I mind fucked them. So
Psychiatrists are just a plug.
They couldn't. I was too
they're
much
there
for
to
them.
report everything you tell them to the U.S. government while claiming confidentiality. But I didn't tell you that.
It's where you go to get your Valium.
That's right.
I told they
More.
were asking me all these questions, trying to understand.
Man, Quaaludes, bro. Man,
That's right.
Just mind
That's
fucked
right.
them.
We got to get more opium from Bolivia, right?
I just have PTSD, and so that was the only thing that was legitimate. But
post-traumatic stream disorder.
But yeah, I mind fucked them. So yeah, they couldn't. Really,
Was that with or without consent?
they couldn't really handle. Because they tried to play their games, and I figured it out. They got me in the beginning because I was too young. But once I understood what was going on, they started putting me on all these fucking pills. I'm like, no. I see what's going on here. I was looking up.
Well, I mean, dude, psychiatry was never there to help you. It was never there to heal
dark. It's very dark when you actually look into the history of it. It's very
I'm good with
dark.
that,
Do you know how it
guys.
started?
Blessings,
like
bro.
with the asylums and shit.
Later.
Like back in like the early 1900s, late 1800s, like what they were actually doing, the experiments and the fucking like electroshock and all that type of shit. They like psychiatry was like basically they could put you in asylums for basically anything,
Yeah, they cut your corpus callosum, basically.
absolutely anything,
Yeah, it's crazy shit. Yeah, he's
and
the
they
best.
would reprogram you, dude.
Yeah, that's right.
Like in a camp.
Yeah, they also treated animals like puppets without an internal life, and they put you in these crazy psychiatric wards where they would like cut your corpus callosum and do electroshock therapy. I mean, everything you said was
My
true.
dude, my grandmother was a psychiatric nurse and a medical nurse. Like I have medical and psych all through my family,
Also,
bro.
let me tell you something
Like
creepy.
so, I know all about it. I know all about the medical. I know all about all of it.
Yeah, my mom
So
is a nurse,
Yeah,
and
and now they don't need a lobotomy pick to do it. Now they can just do it through your media.
my mom is a
well,
nurse, and
yeah.
during the jab, there was a blocked off area where the doctors and nurses were not allowed during the time of the jab. And no one was allowed there except for feds. And I'm not allowed to say this, but I'm just telling you all. And I knew that the jab, it was an entire hoax. And I'm not sure what it was in the jab. Maybe it was, I don't know, hydras or graphene or something. I'm not sure. But yeah,
Spike protein.
Yeah, I think as long as we say jab, it's whatever. But yeah,
I
you can't
think
say you can't say like yeah, whatever the
cough,
illness or
cough,
whatever.
cough. They don't
Yeah,
really seem to bother with it. Cough, cough.
I was
But
just joking.
yeah, we don't give
I
a
was
medical
joking.
advice anyway, so it is what
I
it
was
is.
joking
that's
and
right.
not telling you the truth. I was joking. It's just all in humor.
But I would agree. When the first month and a half after it hit in my city, a good majority of the hospital was completely inaccessible. And I ride the city bus a lot, and a lot of the custodians ride the city bus, and they said that they weren't allowed on certain floors that they didn't even have patients on it. So, there was some very shady stuff even going down in my town. So, I mean,
Yeah.
people are willing to give up anything in the promise of security and peace. As long as we give you a pacifier, you're going to continue sucking it. So I mean, that's the way that I saw it. So
Yeah, that's right.
I mean,
yeah, we're way yeah we're
Yo,
way
I've
over
seen
time
so
here.
much abuse in hospitals, bro.
agreed.
It's
We got to
unreal.
drop.
Yeah, we gotta drop it like it's hot.
I can start a stream if you want.
Yeah, go ahead, Lilith. You start a stream. You guys go ahead over there.
Muhammad, you said
Twilight,
like
son of
nothing,
Lilith.
bro. What's up with that? I
Well, I
just
mean, I
like
talked for 4 hours in the
Yeah,
beginning of this.
he was
true.
kind of lonely, and
Alone.
Okay.
we all kind of came
Yeah,
to
I was like,
be friends.
nobody
So
joined for a long ass time. Yeah,
Okay. Fair
yeah,
enough.
so it is what it is. But
Fair enough. Fair
yeah, we
enough.
gotta move on here. I'm gonna play some replays here and move on with the show. So yeah,
All right.
let's give some concluding remarks. Go around the panel and yeah,
Well, yeah, I need
whoever
to
wants to go
sleep.
first.
I need to sleep, and it was nice talking to all of you. Yeah, it was nice
Yeah.
talking to all of you. I don't have everything figured out. I learned from everyone, and I hope you all have a good night or day. I'm not sure what time it is for all of you, but it's pretty late for me.
on the sphere, it's always is or none at all. Because it's always day or night.
Yeah, I know. Sorry, I'm too sleepy to
I
get the
agree.
show
I
started.
agree, Avian. It's a blessing. I'm glad that I got to meet you on this life journey.
Yeah, I hope you all have a good night. See you later.
You too, man. Get some rest.
Yeah, man. Be easy. Always a pleasure.
Yeah, who else, Scott? Yeah,
Yeah,
Kodafis. Yeah, we say that too. Actually, there's a lot of Persian, like Subzi is vegetables. Obviously we say Kodafis.
Yeah.
And Pakistan as well. But yeah, it's interesting. But oh yeah, chicken source blessings.
Outerlet, you can always hit me up, bro.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, if I wake up later, I'll join your stream for sure. Twilight.
All right, bro.
You're always streaming the day after I stream, so sometimes I pop on there. But yeah.
Yeah, no, I wasn't putting you on the spot, man. I just wanted to talk to you. That's all.
Yeah, it's no worries. Yeah.
All good. I know you've been dealing with some shit, and you know, obviously, I'm here for you too. You my homie.
Yeah, I appreciate you guys.
Always, bro.
Yeah, drop your channel in the chat so people can go check you out. You know, if they got time.
I can't drop the link while I'm on here.
Oh man.
Yeah, it's stupid.
Let me go figure it out. I gotta scroll all the way down to the T's. I'm subscribed to so much shit. It's gonna be Twilight. Good lord. All right, let me see here. Twilight. All right. Oh my god. All right, here we go. Twilight Son Animism. All right, guys. Yeah, go check him out. You know, obviously I did we got Digital Denizen. You know. So yeah, Digital Denizen. We got Twilight Sun Animism. He's going live now. So or in a little bit or whatever, you know, you guys go check him out. I mean, so yeah, we'll figure it out. And of course, I'll be playing some. I don't know if I'll. This video definitely is going to be a interesting, you know, collection of themes. But yeah, we're gonna have our friend, some of our friends that we saw earlier in the video, right? Some of the influencers. So me and Neurojack are gonna break some shit down for you guys. So yeah, so if you guys want to stick around and check that out, pretty interesting stuff from Neurojack. I mean, but yeah. But yeah, Denizen, you got anything for him? Yeah, I think Denizen may have stepped away. But yeah, blessings to Denizen. You know,
I like turtles.
Oh yeah, turtles. Yeah, especially. Yeah, I think we got some things for the turtles.
I actually have somebody who subscribed to me recently who has videos. I might share this next time.
Of turtles?
Of turtles, of flying turtles. He made like an animation. I think it's from like
this is the closest thing I got with turtles.
a video of like a movie or something. It's like a flying turtle. It's like a flying turtle fighting Godzilla or some shit. It's fucking trippy and funny. And yeah, I just thought that was really strange. This guy is like this Japanese guy. And yeah, it's pretty amusing. It's just like this flying turtle like fighting Godzilla, and he has like laser eyes and shit. It's like Dragon Ball turtle. Yeah, I don't know. But he does videos like from like aerial views of like Japan and shit. So that's not. Yeah, I just thought that was interesting. This guy subscribed to me, and just like, what the fuck?
Yeah, I found out my friend Chad Haig from India. They took away his entire channel, and it was just breakdowns of philosophy books. Insane.
What the fuck?
Crazy.
What type of philosophy?
Oh my god, he broke down Hegel. He broke down Fang Noumena. He broke down some Kierkegaard books. He broke down like a bunch of stuff, and just because he, you know, posted a few videos about Uncle Teddy, they got taken down. Yep.
That's kind of strange. I mean, there's
Insane.
people talking about like conspiracies
Yeah.
involving
Yeah,
Teddy.
there's like
They
big
haven't got
time
pulled.
feds. Yeah, big time feds that like have channels that are like Wendy
So
Goon did an entire special, so they're allowed to do it.
right, yeah, I was just thinking
So
that.
strange. They're
Yeah, if
But
allowed
I'm
you're
to.
critical, you
so I
know.
don't want to be conspiratorial, but it sounds like they may have targeted him individually.
Yeah, you can't promote. You can't tell your own opinion about it. See, this is the thing.
Yeah,
Right.
or suggest in any way that it made sense in any way.
Well, there's definitely a psyop with that. But yeah, that's quite strange because people have done all kinds of controversial videos on that, even saying that he was right to go as far as to say that, and they didn't get taken down.
Look at
So,
that. Just as we're talking here, viewer count down to 8.
oh, bro, I
Crazy.
had my views
It was.
drop like
It
a
went from
hundred.
20. It went from 20 to 8. Like that's
Have
how
you
it
ever
goes.
have you ever had your views
You talk about
dropped?
the wrong topics. They'll
Not
just
not
like
like
the
not
view.
like the not like the user views, but like the total views
Well,
on your
here's what they
video.
do. Like here's what they
I
do.
had
What
this
you
shit drop
actually
like a
have.
hundred, bro. Like I should have took a screenshot
Yeah,
because it sounds like
because it's
I'm
bots.
lying.
Yeah,
Like I'm
they
not even
put
gonna lie. Like it sounds
superficial.
like I'm. Do you
Yeah,
know
they
what I'm
put
talking about?
superficial bots to pump up your channel, man.
No, but I'm saying like I'm not talking about users. Like I'm talking about like when your video ends and it says this many people have viewed your video. I had it drop 100 views. Like there were less. Like you know how the views
Oh
go up.
yeah, dude, that shit
Have you
happens
seen
to
it?
every
Okay,
one
so
of
you
my
know I'm not
videos.
bullshitting.
Yeah, dude, that happens to all
What
of
the
my
fuck
videos.
is that, bro? That's not even possible.
Yeah, all the
Yeah,
numbers.
it's definitely possible. Yeah.
No, but I'm saying logically, it's not possible. Like there's fuckery with that.
Yeah, I
You
mean,
can't have less views. It's not. You
here's the
know.
thing. It's because of like the views will be bots and also people with duplicate accounts. So it could just be that it's cutting those off, but I don't know.
It
It
could
doesn't
be
seem like it sometimes because
right.
like what I see happening is they'll adjust your views to the views you had on your last video, and that's
Right.
when I see like fuckery where I'm like, all right, so you guys are just like making sure I have the same amount of views on every video or some
Yes.
shit like so that's
That's exactly what it seems like. Like they
yeah,
don't
dude.
want you to go past a certain
It's shadow
cap.
banning. That's
Yeah,
how
so
it
I
works
see
now.
Right.
yeah, I see some of
Yeah.
that shit. I see some
Yeah.
of
They're
that
like
shit all the time.
people are like, no, shadow banning doesn't exist. Bullshit. It doesn't
Anybody who
exist.
says that's a retard.
Yeah,
Right.
keep playing Bjerknes videos, dude. See what happens.
Right. Yeah. Bjerknes went on Substack now. I can't blame him to be honest with you.
Oh, really? His channel's gone too?
It's not gone. It's just he does like shorter videos now. Like as like previews and his actual stuff is on Substack now. Which I can't blame him because nobody was actually fucking supporting him.
Yeah, but from what I know is like you can post videos on Substack. Is that true?
Yeah, dude, I've even thought about doing Substack like in the future. Not now, but
I mean, I don't know. But yeah, if you could post videos on there, because the whole reason
Substack
I'm
is lit
doing
because you can connect like multiple platforms and I've thought about doing like Odyssey or Rumble and shit because YouTube is fucking fried, bro.
yeah,
You
yeah,
can't
but the
talk
whole
about
reason I'm
shit.
doing this is because we can actually talk like videos, right? So I would not write shit like I could do separate writing. That's a whole different thing. I mean, so I like to write, but it's just not the same thing as talking. But yeah,
No. You can do videos on Substack and Rumble and Odyssey and all that shit. So like what I'm saying is you could have like videos on YouTube and be like, hey, I can talk so much on YouTube, you know, and get people that are already subscribed, that are already used to YouTube, that don't use anything but YouTube, and be like, okay, uncensored, you know, like you do like the first half is like, you know, more like the mundane censored version basically. And then like the second hour, like, hey, come over here and we'll
yeah,
get to the meat, to the shit I can't talk about. Here's the link. You know what I mean?
yeah,
And you have like a Odyssey or Rumble, and then you can talk about what you really want to. At least for
yeah,
now, because I'm sure eventually that'll get fucking censored too. But for now, at least, we
yeah.
do
All right.
have
Well,
it.
all right. Well, you going live, right? So yeah,
Soon, yes.
yeah. So you go live. Denizen, would you like to say anything to these people?
Yes, God bless us, everyone.
Yeah, thank you, my friend. Yeah, bless you too, and thank you for sticking up for me and the drama LARP. And yeah, of course.
Oh, wasn't that good times?
Yeah, exactly.
Jesus Christ.
Oh
So
no.
yeah.
Did
So
you
yeah.
catch any of that, Twilight?
No, I don't
I
think he
did
did.
not. I wish I would have because
Yeah, he's
There's
I was
literally people saying TML doesn't know what he's talking about because he reads books and says and ah. And the main character, I asked him, so have you ever had a discussion with him? I had to ask him 12 different ways to get him to say no.
Right.
And then I asked him if he had ever read his book.
Right.
And it took him 12 different ways to get him to say no.
Well, they probably never read a book. And that's why they hate Machine, because he actually fucking reads.
But I mean, for real though, that's
like-
exactly what it is. Is like when you're so ignorant on something, somebody who knows what they're talking about,
They hate
you're
it.
like, yeah, it sounds
it's
like
called
yeah.
It's called misopathy. It's actually a fucking disorder of the mind. Misopathy is no, seriously, look it up. It's called misopathy. It's the fear.
Misopathy.
It's the fucking fear of wisdom, the fear of knowledge.
Spell that for me.
MIS OPHY. It's the fear of knowledge. Like that's where we are in the world right now. People fear psychology. They fear knowledge. They fear like anything that you ever hear people that are like, oh, I don't need to read. I know everything myself. You know, like you see, like I said, all like in the New Age and shit, or like really like fundamentalist Christians or whatever. Like I just read the Bible. I don't need to know anything else. You know, and they just think they have like inherently all the wisdom inherently. Like they don't need you. They don't need to listen to anybody. Like I learned from absolutely everybody. You know, and so does Muhammad, and that's why we have like. You know, I feel like we disagree on some things, but we agree on a lot of shit. But it's not even about that. It's about like being able to come to the table and fucking actually conversate. And that's why I'm here, because we have a lot of mutual respect for each other.
Is it sophophobia? Is that it?
I don't know.
Because I can't find misophony.
Okay, maybe I'm spelling it wrong, or maybe you're hearing me wrong. Hold on. Let me grab my other device and see if it starts.
Because this is something I've come across on the internet for sure.
Yeah, dude. It's like a fucking epidemic, bro.
Misophonia.
Like as soon as someone can hear that you know what you're talking about and that you might be intelligent, they immediately distrust you and start attacking you and tearing you apart.
Yeah, that's the wrong thing.
Bro, it's literally like sophism on crack.
Mm-hmm.
It's being allergic to knowledge, being allergic. So it's like this. It's like if somebody didn't write the book, okay, themselves, they want to tear apart anyone who actually has knowledge. If their name's not on the cover, you'll see this with like gurus and shit, supposed gurus. You know,
yeah, misosophy, a hatred.
Yeah, there it is.
A hatred of wisdom. Yeah. So Void. Yeah. So Void. Thank you. Blessings. And thank you, Twilight. Yeah. Anyways, guys, I really gotta go. So I hate to
all
cut
good, man.
this off. Yeah.
Peace.
Yeah.
Blessings, bro.
Yeah,
Blessings.
peace. Yeah. And see you guys on Saturday. I mean,
Ave Lewis. Glory be to Allah.
Yeah. Thank you, my friend.
Be easy, brother.
Yeah. Yeah. We'll be back on Saturday with more of the obviously I had a whole opening thing that I was gonna give. So yeah, we'll continue that. Mind versus language, nature versus time, being versus becoming. Ethereality versus materiality, immanence versus transcendence, and all the little other little categories that we were going into. So yeah, we got a lot of stuff coming up on Saturday. Now we may come back Friday night. We're gonna continue reading some of the salvation history of the Jews, different names of the devil. We were also looking at the social contract. We looked at some of Mein Kampf by Adolf Hitler. We looked at some of the ideas of Nietzsche, Beyond Good and Evil. We also looked at some of the ideas in Julius Evola, Ride the Tiger. So yeah, so we're gonna continue with that on Friday. So yeah, stick around. We got a lot more coming up. So yeah, we got a bunch of stuff coming up. Spooky Saturday. So yeah, we got a bunch of horrorcore music that we'll be putting on display. But yeah, here's one of here's a song I really like called Dead Honest. Blessings to all the people that are here, and thank you for joining me as always.
Among the dead, assassination means one shot to the head. Dead honest, I ran down to the crossroad where heroes are made, and came back with a chain and beat the puppet at the parade. In the shade, I fade, downloaded the virus from out in the open, left the children hoping. Last days, the apocalypse was on its way, sent by a son of a king where angels pray. My child, I fell down to the river Nile, and it turned blood red till Moses was found. Back roads, southern moss and stories, summoned for the glory. Daily we end, I came back with a hook like I was an urban legend.
Can't go out, I won't come out. God's don't you feel that by now? Haven't I proved myself again and again and again? Haven't I shown that I am his vessel? Sins and pride, the blood of expiation, the blood of expiation.
Dead honesty, it rains constantly. The blood stains on armor beats, speaking spells collected, connected to form of prophecy. Brainstorms over the garden green, lost in the world that offered me advice. When they talked to me, possibly I was lost in speech. In the mind I often be, honestly, logically. Remember a vision I often see in the dark of sleep. One step before I quantum leap, translate melodic calm the beats and everything that be.
Dead honest, I came down like a comet and blessed the world with the knowledge of an atomic bomb that exploded near your mom and left us singing a song that everyone was gone. I jumped out of my coffin and made perfume with Dustin Hoffman. Mind bending, sold his eye to a spy from a city that's never ending. My light in hell is cool. I fell into a pool of sangre azul. Blood, blue, in the water I covered with a demonic daughter. She tricked me into the slaughter. I returned as a martyr.
You can't go out, I won't come out. God's don't you feel that by now? Haven't I proved myself again and again and again? Haven't I shown that I am his vessel? Sins and pride.
Young, but priest from Russia, Father Vadim now is in Phoenix, is taking over from me there. So we did that transition here a few months ago.
Wonderful. And I reached out to Father Sebastian. We share some history. Father Sebastian attended.
There's a lot you can do with it. It of course manifests in different ways for different people. And for me, I just had a hard time with the readings. I was always able to participate just fine in the discussions, but and if I'm going to be completely honest, probably BS my way through a few of them that I hadn't been able to read. So at the time it was I was a very different place than I am now, of course. And but anyway, what I noticed was
were you Orthodox?
No. I was actually
I was Protestant at the time.
I was modern Catholic. I was Novus Ordo Catholic, and Thomas Aquinas College actually, sort of ironically enough, is what began my journey, honestly, through because I went initially into traditional Catholicism. It was TAC that led me, honestly, to that, because it was the first place, to be fair, just to speak a little bit about that place. It's a very, very different school. So it's in its own way, it's very, very good. And it was the first time that I had seen, for example, they did the Novus Ordo there, but it was a Latin Novus Ordo at the time. I don't know how they do now, but it was not Tridentine. It wasn't the Tridentine Mass. It was a Novus Ordo Mass in Latin, and it was the first time that I ever experienced the Mass being performed with, I would call it due reverence. Everybody there was very much attuned to what was going on, much more so than you typically have in the Nova Soto. So that was kind of what led me down that journey. It took 2 decades or whatever to see it through to fulfillment, but that was the beginning stage. But in any case, what I gained from Thomas Aquinas College in the time, and there was a lot of other circumstances. I actually was in the Marine Corps, and I got pulled out mid-semester to go for Desert Shield and Storm. And so there were some other factors involved that kind of messed me up. And then when I came back, I just, not in like a PTSD sense, but just in terms of my life, I just wasn't really into it anymore. My mind was elsewhere. So anyway, but what I did gain from that, this is kind of the beginning part of this question, is I gained an appreciation for and a love for the truth. Even in the short time I could say that I was there, it was that. And the second thing I gained is I learned the philosophical language. I learned, how to read Aquinas and Source, for example, and by extension, the other church fathers too, to some degree. And so I took that with me and essentially just began a lifetime of self-exploration, of study. I bought all the books and I just went through them, and I learned best on my own anyway. Typically, I just like to have a different process of learning, and that just worked well for me. And as a Catholic, that was a primary point of emphasis for me through all those years until I converted to Orthodoxy. And when I came to Orthodoxy, for anybody who's seen the Roots video that I did, my whole world and really worldview shifted, and these things became less important, at least immediately significant for me. I was more focused on trying to learn the faith and live the faith, and I think that was a natural process. But what I noticed, which was interesting, is when I came in now to start having my own ministry, I see value. I think, as Orthodox Christians, because we don't emphasize natural reason to the degree that the Catholics do, because of course that's based on our anthropology, right? For the Western mindset, the rational mind, essentially the rational intellect, is the highest part of man, and that explains why they're so academic and so scholastic. But for we as Orthodox, the noetic intellect would be the highest part for us, and so it's a very different emphasis. We don't have the same priorities, as you could say. But anyway, all that is to say that despite that, I do believe that nothing has changed insofar as I think reason has its place. It is certainly subservient to higher things, but insofar as being able to understand the why of what we do, I think philosophy is incredibly valuable for that, and that's why I've incorporated into my channel is to give the rational foundation for a lot of why we believe what we do. Now, once again, not to confound the two. Okay, rational faith is not faith; it's not spiritual faith. Okay, to be clear, these are two different things. But the rational faith, especially for our children, we're trying to educate our children, those in positions of authority, obviously teachers, priests. We have to be able. When somebody comes to us with a question, we have to be able to give them an answer that's going to be satisfying to them where they are at that place. Right. Once again, once you come in. Personally, these things don't matter to me personally. Like, I don't need to go through these things anymore for my own sake. But for the sake of others who come to me, I want to be able to show that our faith is also reasonable, right? And so that's the value there. But what I was really strange, so this is coming to the question part now. What I was kind of amazed when I sort of, I guess you could say, walked out of that world. I bought my books, kind of went in, I lived my life. I mean, most of my life at that point was revolved around doing things related to the warrior life. I spent 7 years working in Afghanistan. I mean, I did a bunch of different things. I was very much focused on other things. But in the background, in my spare time, my hobbies were philosophy and science. And, once again, growing in depth of understanding on things, not just doing, but also understanding what it is the things that I'm doing. But I wasn't very much involved in that world. And so now with my ministry, I come back in, and what I'm finding is that whole landscape has really changed. And what I mean by this is that back in the early 90s, we're going to get timelines of things. In the early 90s, you had things like virtue. My channel is really going to focus primarily on virtue. It's called Truth and Practice because it's applied, right? It's applied philosophy and theology. So we're really, right now, most of the videos I posted is all I'm laying groundwork, right? So that when I go and start talking about the applications of these things, I have the base to draw from in discussing them. But what's kind of blown my mind is that the whole concept of virtue just simply almost got out of the lexicon. And for those people who I've talked to, my parishioners and stuff that have come in, and when I ask them, we have conversations about this, they don't even know what it means to them. Their concept of it, one person called it nebbish. It's just this kind of weak. Somebody's virtuous. It means that they're weak, which of course is the very opposite, like direct opposite, right? Virtue for virile, right? For manly. I mean, and so there was books, if you recall, in the 90s. I don't know how old. I'm not asking you to reveal that, but I'm in my 50s, so I'm a Gen Xer, and I remember in the 80s, for example, late 80s, you had William Bennett's The Book of Virtues, right? We have that book for read to our kids, all the fairy tales and stuff. You had Peter Craig. He was a big player on campuses, and you had a bunch of, there was a movement. One of my parishioners, one of my readers from Holy Archangels, went to one of the, I can't remember what it was, Yale or something, and his professors were steeped in scholastic philosophy, and they taught that to him. And so there was a movement that was present at that time, and it seems to have died out as I start looking at books. I've been writing some books, and I was looking for titles I thought about, something about virtue, and I was blown away that you can't even find anything really. It's mostly, like maybe machine ethics or something, or business ethics. There's nothing that really applies to virtue. And so the last piece that I'll add to this is that in my own channel, I have different series that I do, and one of them is specifically on like the nature of truth. And it is by far my least popular series. Like my other videos, I mean, I have videos that 10x literally, and I'm a small channel. I've only been at this for about 4.5 months. Okay, so I'm a new startup here, and I have my practical videos, the few that I've already done, they will literally 10x my videos on the nature of truth, which is fascinating, and I have certain theories as to why I think it is. But the reason we're here is because I want to hear from you, because you've been, I guess, around. You've been in academia. You've been around these circles. You've been running in these circles, and I'm curious to get number one, what your perspective is, and as to what happened, and ultimately why it changed.
Yeah, I will date myself. I turn 48 tomorrow.
Okay.
And I was thinking tomorrow's a New Year's Day. So on the new calendar, I'm
He almost got out of
on the new calendar for a mission. We have Putin and Trump meeting in Alaska.
Yes.
You have the the new bishop in the OCA, Diocese of the West, being made bishop tomorrow. So
he was my dogmatic theology professor from Jordanville. Yeah, I know him well.
Yeah,
So
Father Vasile Vitali. And so a lot of things happening tomorrow. But yeah, it was a strange, going from Thomas Aquinas College, and I had a similar experience. It was there that I got into the theological debates. My roommate and I had the shaft set at the Church Fathers, and between study time, I would knock on the doors of fellow students and bring them out to debate, like the papacy was wrong. And so I really worked with
the commentary and all. Is that how they were set up with the dorms? You had the rooms and the commons and all that, and yeah, that was a great arrangement, by the way.
Yeah, it was really great. That one of the great things about Thomas Aquinas College is the great conversations didn't end just in the classroom, carried out into the meals, all the way through the nights in the dorms and stuff. Like, I couldn't get enough of it. I was just like, I love this. But I'd made up my mind, I think, that I was like, well, no, I'm not going to. When I first went there, I was open to becoming Roman Catholic. There is where I was. There was a priest, Father Paul Weissman, who would come visit some of the Orthodox students, and it was there that
I knew him. Yeah, he's from Oxnard. Yeah, my family still lives in Ventura, and he's the priest that I would visit when I would go to visit them. So yes, I know him. Yeah, he's retired now.
He's retired. He's in Texas now. And I knew him prior to going there because we were part of a philosophical group in Orange County, California. He would come down, and so it was nice to see him. It's when I first started attending liturgies. I attended Thomas Aquinas College in 1999 to 2003, and then so the ethos there obviously is very different. Like you said, something I really appreciated. People believed sincerely in the objectivity of truth, and they lived their lives that way. And when I went to grad school, I did my master's with another TIC grad who was my roommate when we were in Ireland. We went to Ireland with the University College Dublin and did our master's and PhD. He was in the PhD. So after I finished my master's, I then went into the PhD, and then he ended up transferring at the end to Trinity, which was our kind of sister. We had kind of joined programs so you could take classes from both. And so it was a culture shock. Ireland, and let's see, and I was there from 2004 to December 2011 doing my grad work, and it was extremely secular and hostile, not only in academia, but the general population too. They had all the pre-scandals in the Roman Catholic Church, and they wanted nothing to do with religion. They were very progressive in terms of politics and morality, and hostile to Christianity. So it was very difficult and lonely to kind of be in that environment. There were some Catholic professors, and they were good. There were people who still believed in objectivity and the truth. And so they kind of helped me. One of them was a Roman Catholic priest who wrote letters of recommendation for me, or even wrote a letter of recommendation for me to go to seminary at St. Vlad's. And he put in there the exact same thing. The environment towards Christianity, the attitude in Ireland is extremely hostile, and yet he preserved the faith. He held on to kind of truth. And I think in some sense, it was an advantage. It's like kind of like Soren Kierkegaard, one of his criticisms is that Christianity is that it just became a cultural phenomenon at the time, and that nobody, truth requires sacrifice. It means something, and we know this just in life in general, speaking in terms of like virtue. These things don't matter when thinking. We don't know who people are when life's good. We don't know how committed somebody is, and you can't acquire the virtues through an easy life. And so I do appreciate that it was extremely difficult and hostile towards me, that pushed me to really latch on to that and kind of find my way through there and become more than what I was when I entered in. So I do appreciate that, and I can talk a little bit about both the culture and academia, because they're kind of mirrors of each other, right? In some sense, academia, I'm in it. I'll tell you, it's a brainwashing machine. It is. And that doesn't mean, every professor isn't good or something, there aren't any good professors or something like that, but it's rare. It's rare to find. The general kind of ethos of academia is there's a book by one of my mentors, the late Tristan Reader Engelhardt, and his last book was After God. And the reason why he named it that is because modernity was an attack on Christianity. Postmodernity is a rejection of God entirely. And we're living in the afterbirth of those kind of rebellions and philosophical movements that obviously, start in academia, but, also affect the culture, the general culture. We live in a sect. It's stripped away of any resemblance of anything theistic, let alone Christian whatsoever. And you're going to find that in academia. And one of the things that I do appreciate about Thomas Aquinas College, and anybody that does a general kind of study of the history of philosophy in chronology, right? That's what we did. You don't just jump into modernity. You don't just choose your classes. It's a great conversation. So you start with the beginnings, right? And what was so beneficial about that is you can connect the dots. Now, I don't always like Corner Aquinas, but sometimes he has some good one-liners. And he says a small mistake in the beginning ends up being a big mistake later. And you can see that when you study the history of philosophy and the history of the great ideas, is this person went wrong. It didn't seem like that big of a deal, but then the next person, and the next one, and the next one, and then how you're in modernity, and then post-modernity. And so you can trace these things out after you kind of do a historical study of this, be like, how did we get here? I know that how we got here. I know who influenced who, and I think that's really crucial. And I would say that it's not just a rejection of religion. I think there are philosophical mistakes. Now, as Orthodox, one of the things that I and other Orthodox professors, and one person that's really good at this is Dr. Nathan Jacobs. And when I say the West, I don't mean a geographical location or the things of culture and stuff like that. When I mean West, there seems to be a specific philosophical thought experiment and an attitude towards reason. And that's what Metropolitan John Zizoulas says, Greek ontologism. Their first principles is an essence, the one, or the good, or something like this. In Neoplatonic terms, it's not personal. It's not a person. And our ordo theology is not to start with God as kind of an essence or generic monad or something like this, but to start with a person. The psalmist says, God is the Lord who has revealed himself to us. And we start with that in all of our, and it makes a difference. People may think like, well, why can't we just start with kind of the Greek conception of God? And I love this line from Pascal, the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, not the God of philosophers. It's like, I mean, think about this. Dr. Gerby had interviewed, and I can't remember the bishop, but supposedly, I'm trying to remember who it was. Was it Porphyry that he was? What year was Porphyry? Let me look up, make sure I have the right. Phoenician, isn't that his name?
I think so.
Yeah. 234 BC. I guess he was having a dialogue with Orthodox bishop, and he says something really profound. He says, the question isn't what is God, but who is Lord? Because, the one, or, being itself, this kind of essences aren't lords. The fact that everything is dependent on, that's not what a lord is. A lord is a personal attribute, right? He gives essences don't give commands. Essences don't love, right? It's a person who has an essence that loves.
So my professor, so we did have at Jordanville, we actually had Byzantine philosophy. It's the only seminary I'm aware of. Maybe I'm not sure about the Greeks. Yeah, but they of all like St. Tikhon, St. Labs, all the Russian based, they literally have that. And our professor, I'm going to try to get him on as well. He is absolutely amazing, and he talks a lot about this. He talked a lot about this specific point. And but one element that comes out of that, like, which one of the kind of main applications of that, is that you see how the God of the ancients, right, and you compare that, right, to the God of Christianity. And, the God of the ancients is sort of disinterested. Maybe he wants to, people were playthings, right? The Greek, the great epic poems and all that. I mean, you see that kind of tendency. And in philosophy, there's this great there's a lack of personability, right? And you see, I think, a return to that, right? I think it's societally, this is kind of one of the places I want to go, is we're seeing, I just did a video on, the problems of Stoicism, and how it's returning. And not that everything in there is bad, there's of course some good things as well, but there's a problem there. It's when reason is the height of things, rather than God being the height of reality that determines, right? That determines everything. That's going to alter your worldview. It's going to alter the way you see other human beings, right? So anyway.
And so I think this is where the mistake begins. So you can be entirely Western and appreciate all the things of the West. There's some great stuff. And still be Eastern. What I mean is there's a mindset, and that's to put person in person, specifically this notion of what it means to know. So when we look at the fathers, when we look at the apostles in scripture, to know is always personal, immediate, and incarnational. Scripture says, and he knew her, right? Like, that doesn't mean, as my father Russell that I serve with says, doesn't mean he read her resume. It means they knocked boots, right? And so in the East, and you get this with Father Demetrius Stanley, it's the experience of God. So when we say mysteries, the West would interpret that as, oh, we don't know. It's a mystery. It's like, no, that is knowledge. And that's the noetic, but it's experiential. It's not an abstract, kind of proposition in your head. This analytic, quantitative, propositional abstractionism. And I think because of the way that they start with putting essence first, they know God here. So knowledge, everything becomes propositional, abstract, and not experiential. And that is going to play out and cause more problems. And so in the history of philosophy. And so I think that's where can we ultimately trace it back to is, think about if knowledge is to know in a kind of incarnational and experiential way, then we're moving away from reality. You know, I'm not saying propositions isn't a form of knowledge or something like that, but it's secondary, tertiary, right? It's only as real, and it's only as true, I should say, as much as the actual imminent concretized reality is. So God is not an idea that you reason to, he's a person, and you have a personal encounter with. That's what I'm trying to say. So now, philosophically, in the history of philosophy, what inevitably happens because of that, what I would say is a kind of primary error, is the next person starts to critique that, right? And so on and so on. The big significant change, I think, is modernity, because what happens is a rejection of real essentialism. That essence is what makes something what it is rejected, it's abolished when you get to Descartes. It's mechanized. So now you've got a further separation. So if you've already had like an original mistake, a separation from reality, you get another one and another one and another. You get further and further away from the real.
And would you say that it's also fair to say, because obviously there's a lot of preparatory work to get to Descartes, right? Like nominalism, for example, right? Probably you could argue that laid the groundwork for Descartes, and it's just each step. Right? And then one error replaces another error, and like you said, it just compounds.
And a lot of people don't know this. Nominalism and these moves laid the foundation for Protestantism. And their theories of salvation, penal substitutionary atonement, is based on nominalism. And guess what? I hate that if there's any Protestants out there, St. Paul was not a nominalist.
That's right.
That's the best reputation of penal substitutionary atonement. He wasn't a nominalist.
There you go.
It's so, absolutely. So something significantly is changing at that. You get the nominalism with William Wapham and these other people's, and scholasticism. Then you get modernity. You get a mechanization of nature. So now what's the real, like the epistemic starting point is my own mind, but I'm kind of locked into my own mind. These kind of radical doubts, you know, come up about the external world and these different things. And eventually, this leads into people like David Hume. That's basically like, well, you can't have them. All these things, because of the prior mistakes, if they're true, you can't have all this other stuff too. Then Immanuel Kant comes along, tries to save knowledge. But something that Immanuel Kant does that's important in terms of the history of philosophy is his book, The Prolegomena of Any Future of Metaphysics. Metaphysics out the door. And you see this in the Critique of Pure Reason too. These claims about God and reality, whether the universe had a beginning, those are metaphysical claims, and we can't get that. That's a huge change, right? Because the two most fundamental things that lead to this kind of death of truth in philosophy are going to be the abolition of essences and the abolition of metaphysics. And so one of my colleagues, Dr. Bruce Serafin, is his Orthodox name, Foltz, says, it's a great quote, "Such a world offers no inner resistance to manipulation and control. That's no grain against we ought not to cut." In Heidegger's word, it is a world that has become an inventory or resource. The German word is Bestand. Technical control and consumption. So the death of truth in philosophy really begins here, because for the ancients at least, they had this idea of metaphysics and that there were real natures and essences. Man is a rational animal, right? They even had a conception of God, and you said all of this is with Aristotle grounded in the virtues too, right? With his, virtue ethics. What it means to be the fulfillment of man is to acquire these virtues and reach eudaimonia, which is, it's kind of weird to say happiness, but it's, well-being. Like, the fulfillment of your being is to acquire these, to go beyond.
So did you hear that?
Strengths, right? About, I'd say the polis, like, what is society supposed to look like? What is man supposed to look like? What is the proper relation to man in the world? What is technology supposed to look like? These.
Like, he just literally said that Kant saved knowledge, right? He said he's partly to blame because of his critique of pure reason, because of his dismissal of metaphysics, right? But he's also saying that he's praising the ethical philosophy or the ethical teachings of Aristotle. So it's pretty interesting so far. The types of names he mentioned, right? Oh no, I'm just picking up on the names he's mentioning. He mentioned Hume, and he mentioned mechanistic view of nature. He mentioned Kant and his idea of metaphysics, and then he went to Aristotle and his view on virtues and ethics. So
he was saying he's been saying a lot of really interesting, like little like things, and I'm like trying to keep up. But yeah, he just the last like 2-3 minutes, I've been kind of listening in the background, like not fully paying attention, but the little bit I've been picking up on, it's like I'm like, okay, I kind of agree, but yeah, he seemed to be kind of going in a weird direction the last like 2-3 minutes. So let me, I backed it up. Let me just go back again.
Inventory or resource. The German word is Bestand. Technical control and consumption. So the death of truth in philosophy really begins here, because for the ancients, at least, they had this idea of metaphysics and that there were real natures and essences.
Wait, hold on. He said the death of philosophy began with technical something and consumption, right? So I think he's talking about the modern age and the death of philosophy, but I think it's equally important to say that he also pointed out that philosophy caused that, right? Like he mentioned, like, for example, Kant and Hume, that they were philosophers, right? So why would the death of philosophy, right? I mean, because philosophy is still here. It's just a handmaiden of science, right? So I don't know if he means the death of philosophy, but if he's a religious guy, then why is he trying to say philosophy?
Yeah, I'm not exactly sure. I didn't catch exactly what he was trying to get at with this, but he definitely says something to the effect of like, well, like a small mistake can lead you to like a giant mistake later on or something. So he's like trying to go through like all the iterations that led to where we are.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, so far it's pretty interesting.
So let me continue. I think he starts speaking about Kant here.
Man is a rational animal, right? You even had a conception of God, and you'd said all of this is with Aristotle grounded in the virtues too.
So man is a rational
With
animal,
right? You know, virtue ethics. What it means to be the fulfillment of man is to acquire.
So that's a little different than man is a symbol making animal, because that incorporates the idea of techne into the whole concept, right? So
yeah, and I'm not sure if he's saying he believes this or he's just describing like the mistakes of philosophy. I didn't, maybe, I mean, I could go back more, but I'm sure he'll tie it together, hopefully.
Virtues and reach eudaimonia, which is, it's kind of weird to say happiness, but it's, well-being. You like a fulfillment of your being is to acquire these, to go beyond that, right? These are the constraints, right? About, I'd say the polis, like what is society supposed to look like? What is man supposed to look like? What is the proper relation to man in the world? What is technology supposed to look like? These things were restraints. They were reality. They were truth. When you abolish that, it's, I'm going to read you another one because Nietzsche actually talked about this. It's in The Gay Science, which is really gay, guys. Don't. It's actually a good. It's a good. I thought I had it up here. It's the madman, right? Comes in the middle of the day with a lantern, which shows that he's mad.
Okay.
But Nietzsche's doing a really interesting kind of thing in literature, and it's sort of like the holy fool, right? It's the madman that.
Oh man, wait. This is getting a little bit this is getting a little bit dicey. Nietzsche's madman is the holy fool?
Yeah,
I
knew
quite
I
a
knew
stretch.
you were gonna flip out on that.
Yeah, that's quite a stretch right there. Yeah, because Nietzsche's total rejection of Christianity, right? I don't understand how that's like what gay science is really about is like alchemy. So I don't know. I don't necessarily think that he would be on board with it being like the holy fool, because Nietzsche's against like this whole self-deprecating aspect, right? Like that's what his whole philosophy is against. So yeah, it's totally not related to the holy fool, right? And this whole model of like, like dying of the world. No, you want to embrace life. And so I don't understand, right? Whoa, the holy fool is the madman in Nietzsche. Whoa, man, this is really it's supposed to be Diogenes, not the holy fool. I don't know.
Yeah, let me play a little song for a little Nietzsche over here. Yeah, if you know, you know. It's it's Iggy Pop. He lust for life. Got a lust for life. It's a really interesting pro Nietzschean song in my opinion. But yeah,
to him in terms of this kind of contrast
Mm.
that he has to bring a lantern in the day because everybody's blind.
Mm.
And his message to
this
them
dude looks really
is,
uncomfortable on top.
You killed God. Now what are you going to do? There's no up, down, like
They both
and
were
he's giving us
both
a
went to
social
Catholic
commentary on
college,
what
by the way.
By the
society's
way, I
actually
played this on my show recently. There's like a video with a song that I play on my show that has the quotations about the madman in Nietzsche.
Really?
So
What's the
yeah,
name of the
yep.
song?
It's just a song video that I play on my show, and it has the quotations by Nietzsche that leads to the quote "God is dead," right? The madman and the lantern and all that stuff. So yeah,
Right.
dude.
It's pretty weird to sync. This is what this is why like I took Owen Benjamin seriously, because he talked about like how like you would like if you like when you're focused on when you're really honing into something, like you'll start seeing all this shit pop up, and like it's really weird because like this is the kind of stuff that's been happening to me a lot, the past 5 years, and it just can this kind of stuff is happening to you live on air. It's pretty weird, yeah. Like it's weird because like I mean, I know that all these people are philosophy bros and stuff, but like you said, it's like it's very particular and peculiar like philosophy that you
Yeah, that
won't
doesn't
find.
really have to do with what he's trying to promote. So it's
Yeah.
kind of weird that he just slide it in there.
Yeah,
right?
because like you can go look at a 1,000 philosophy channels on YouTube, and you won't find something as interesting as something like this channel.
Well, this is the
which
thing.
weird.
Why not Kierkegaard or like G.K. Chesterton or somebody like that, who's attacking Hegel or attacking Nietzsche or something like that, right? Like, why Nietzsche? Right, and they're doing it from a philosophy, from a perspective of Christian philosophy, right? So why would they ignore the great achievements of the people who have done the battle with these guys, and then cop to totally a philosophy that totally negates their underlying system of values, right? Like this whole idea of dying to the world and suffering and all this stuff.
Well, and the name of this thing is called "Why Does Truth Matter? The Death of Philosophy in the 21st Century." And before he got to this point, he was talking about like kind of like Descartes and other things, but he's kind of like saying like you have modernity, which is really the death of everything, and then it's like a death of philosophy, and then you have postmodernity, which is like the total death of God, essentially, right? So
yeah, and this is like the Sufi poet, right? Halaj, right, where they hung him, right, because he said the God you worship is under my feet, and then he said, I am your God. And this was a famous outburst that he had, and this dude got hanged publicly for making a statement of blasphemy against God. And I believe this is like it's during the same time that Rumi, the famous poet, like lived and like said stuff. But yeah, so that guy was like, his utterance was not, according to his adherents, actually blasphemous against God, but he was just saying, no, it's about the God that you people follow. right? It's like he was talking about their version of God or whatever, right? So this is another kind of thing like that somebody can say like, oh, God is dead, but oh yeah, they're really just a holy fool. It's okay. I mean, it's
Well,
kind of a
I
weird
mean, that's
concept.
kind of the way I use Nietzsche, but that's what's weird is like, it's like I've never heard anybody else try to use Nietzsche in that way except for this dude. So that's why I'm like thinking like it's pretty weird. Like, you know, like I like in my own way, like I thought like, well, I'll just use Nietzsche as a Christian to like basically say that he was critiquing it because I think, and I got the idea from Marilyn Manson actually, because Marilyn Manson says, I never hated God. I just I hate the God of the people I hate. I hate the God of the people I hated, or something like that. So something to that effect, right? So, because like my opinion of Nietzsche is like, yeah, you could make the argument that that's kind of what he's saying. He's not really against God. He's saying like, you guys have constructed a false idol, and that's what I'm against. But you know, maybe that's a stretch, right? I mean, I don't know, but it's definitely weird if you're like a priest trying to use Nietzsche in that way, right? I mean, I don't know. I mean, why would you even need to go there, right? I was just more looking at it from like a philosophical, historical perspective, I guess, you know. So who are you saying uses that other than this guy? Who uses Nietzsche in that way? Is that Chesterton or someone or?
I was pointing a reference to like Sufi poets like in the 16th century who made like blasphemous statements like the God you worship is under my feet, and they got like charged for it in court and like, you know, publicly, you know, face killing for it. But their adherents were like, oh yeah, these guys were like this guy was experiencing ecstatic joy, and he was saying that these people follow like materialism and all this stuff, right? Like one of the Sufi legends I heard, they said that this guy was actually pointing out that beneath his feet was gold, and these people worship gold, or something like that. So they had these like sort of allegorical interpretations of it. But what I'm saying is like not every utterance. And so he's taking this weird interpretation of it.
And again, like
sort of mystical.
Yeah, and like here's the thing is like I'm partial to that thing, but definitely from someone, especially from someone like Unseen's perspective, it would set off alarm bells, right? Because like why not just go to the why not just go to the church fathers or something, right? And what's interesting to me as well is like I heard somebody make this argument.
That's the thing is like, that's the thing is like every time I brought up Nietzsche in front of Unseen Warfare, he's given me like 2 or 3 paragraphs, you know, from Seraphim Rose about Nietzsche, and you know what I mean, right? Like how he's against it. So, I mean, like he'll ultimately say 1 or 2 statements against it. So, and maybe this guy's getting to that. So maybe we're being a little bit hasty, but
yeah, exactly. And again, like it's not really just to critique him, but it's just unique philosophy that you don't find very often, period. And then where it's coming from just makes it more interesting. And also like I heard this thing recently that somebody was talking about how like Protestantism was based on this idea that the saints were like demons or daemons or something like that, and so like they were like it was a problem because they kind of became like idols or something, or like intermediary daemons or something. So I don't know. I'd never heard
Martin
that before.
Luther said that the Pope is the Antichrist. You ever hear that one?
He was talking about like Rick Rubin, but he said that like Protestantism thought of the saints as like daemons, like the Greek concept or like the Hermetic concept of daemon, right? And I just never heard that before, but I was kind of curious about that, and also like the fact that both these guys are coming out of Thomism, like you know I think they both went to like Thomas Aquinas College in like Ireland or something, and the guy on top was like spent years in like Afghanistan as like some sort of operator or something. So it's kind of weird. It's like, you know, like ex-military guy and I don't know. It's again like, you know, it's just interesting, right? And then he just finds his way back to seminary or whatever. So I don't know. It's just interesting. It's like you have Catholicism and Thomism and all this mixed in because they say that they reject Thomism, but you know, I'm sure it shapes. I'm sure it shapes their worldview, of course, because you can't really unsee a lot of that. Yeah, you.
It's abolished essences. It's killed God. There is no restraint anymore. There is no objectivity or truth in a society and culture like that. There's not, where are we going? Where did we come? And so ultimately, this is going to be replaced with power. And I think that's the libido dominandi that's present in our postmodern culture. And I'm saying all this because why don't people care about truth? Because truth is dead, and truth is replaced with power, will to power. It's sociopathy, actually, like to manipulate. I mean, think about it.
Yeah.
There's no truth. There's nothing to kind of constraints. It's a form of manipulation, and even Plato realized this, too, with the sophists were relativists. They were worrying about what's actually going to come, and they were sociopathic manipulators, semantic sorcerers with words, because truth is dead. There is no truth.
Yeah, right.
And so there's just power. Justice is whatever the strong says, Glaucon.
You're providing the why. Why has this been happening? I mean, the why is obviously the people that, whatever you want to call those people, right? Is people that are moving society, right? And there's all kinds of speculation about who and what they are. But no doubt there are people in the world that want to assume more and more power to themselves, right? The WEF types, those kind of people in the world who want the world to serve them. They want to accumulate more power, and you have to remove, right, the structures in place that could resist that power in order to assume that power, which is, I think, everything you're saying on the intellectual side of things. And on a personal level, I mean, I think the only thing that lasts, that remains, is personal consequence. Like, why don't you have more crime, things like this? Because there's a concern, the police are going to arrest me.
Yes.
People don't, right, when society breaks down at some point, there's a good chance it's going to, of course, right? A good likelihood of that. I mean, what is that world going to look like when a lot of people, maybe a majority, no longer have this understanding that you don't do certain things because it's wrong to do them, period. Right? When the societal constraints are gone, what do you think that world's going to look like? Yeah. All the dystopian, stuff that's out there. I mean, it seems to be, laid out pretty well. Like, there's a good foundation for that. If anyone's just trying to, once again, take care of themselves and not be concerned about anything else. And that's one of the things I'm hoping to do in my ministry, and I'm presuming you're doing in yours, is to hopefully give people something to shake out of that mentality. Because of course there's eternal consequences for these things, but there's also, in the world that we have to live in, there are immediate consequences as well. The fact that, like, if you live in a city like San Francisco or Minneapolis, right, where there's just absolute complete crime, there's no punishment for crime a lot of times. All the windows get broken out of your car. Well, now you're the guy that has to live there, and now you have to go, and your insurance premium goes up. You pay out of pocket. You get punished for something you didn't do, and that's literally what society becomes. The criminals run free, and we all bear the consequence.
Yeah, exactly. And we have to be able to instill in people. I mean, they're going to start.
Yeah, I'm getting weird vibes now. I feel like this guy just said, like, the neurojack part of the show, and Ananias is saying, like, the machine lies part of the show.
That's kind of like that's true. That it's really weird. It's very eerie in a way, because it does feel like that, doesn't it? It's like, and I guess from his perspective, like, he's been to Afghanistan, he's been to these other places, so he's very vigilant. I get that idea, but it is, like, very, like, it sounds like he verbatim took, like, one of my talking points. I'm like, okay, so yeah, because again, it's like, it's kind of weird. So they're saying, like, death of philosophy. Now Christianity's been, like, idolized. Now we have this, like, breakdown of society, and so he's like, there's consequences after life, and then he's like, but there's consequences right here. And I don't think I've ever heard an Orthodox priest say that say that openly. So that is pretty it's pretty interesting, actually. So I mean, I think it's good. Like, if Deacon Ananias has watched our show and now he's, like, addressing these things, I think that would be hilarious. But I don't want to take too much credit, but it's pretty interesting. Like, I definitely they're definitely having a very, like, pragmatic conversation. Like, this is like pragmatism entering the chat. So I think that's kind of interesting. I mean, if you have a different way of looking at it, I'm kind of curious. But, like, it's like now they brought.
Yeah, I mean, what I think is interesting is that he brought it down to just a very base level, where this guy was talking about, like, all this highfalutin stuff, like Aristotle and Kant, And then he's like, well, you know, you live in San Francisco, you know, it's pretty bad because if somebody commits a crime, you know, nobody's going to pay for it. And it's like, it sounds like neurocheck. Like, what the fuck?
But it's weird because it's like, because the way he put that is very interesting too. He said, so now like we have to bear the brunt of other people's crimes on us. And that's not a good thing, right? And again, that's kind of what I've been arguing very specifically as well, where like, you know, I mean, that's kind of the problem with the government in general, because it monopolizes that it's going to handle certain issues. It doesn't handle certain issues, and then now like you don't have the legal ability to like actually go and handle the issue, right? So I don't know. It's kind of a particular way of framing. I would say it's almost maybe libertarian or anarcho-capitalist as well, which maybe Montpelier Society, if you will, right? I need to look into that organization, by the way. So yeah, it's. I mean, I don't want to like jump too far ahead, but like I do kind of get that like libertarian argumentation vibe in that statement there.
I don't understand why virtue is beneficial to them and those around. It's cohesive for a society. You know, I see this with liberal professors. You know, why do you care about, you know, what harm is, you know, the LGBT community doing to you? It's like huge, like not to me just personally, but like they don't, because they have this kind of modern, postmodern kind of presuppositions, they don't see that moral issues that individuals do affect the whole. Not only affect them and their family members, but it's like, it's extremely devastating. So, you know, when we're saying, you know, everybody's free to do whatever they want in the sense of they can do an action, we don't recommend that. That's not hateful. It's actually, we're the only ones that love the ones who are promoting the sin. We're trying to tell them, don't do it. It's not good for your soul, for your family, or society. We want the best for these people. But they can't process that because they don't have these kind of more fundamental concepts, I think, is what you're saying. But we can see it. We can see not only the individual unraveling, you know, the gay community has a huge suicide rate and mental illnesses. The transgender community and stuff like that, they're all on SSRIs, depressed. And rather than actually going to the cause, it's, oh, because you don't